I'm going to say it's about a chain sliver off the line, and smoke is still pulling right off the line. And then that goes down to that AC zone. Down there, then from there's a couple little slivers down towards drop point 12, but it's a lot of it's just slivers, it's not big pieces.
We'll get the buffer up top here, get it off the lookout there, and once we get this in, I got 17 alpha working its way to the bottom, and we'll keep it close to the back.
Okay, I copy all, and homie, looks like you got decent wind at your back right now. We'll let you know if something changes.
That was the spot we were looking for.
Caldor operations, Caldor attack on command.
Oh, friends, one moment.
Wait, but you're probably going to have to run them through me. I'm not sure what kind of radio package they have available.
Sorry, trying to get it all together. Welcome back.
Charlie, when did you see where we just turned out?
Okay, whoops, I forgot to rename the stream. Hang on, guys.
Yeah, those two dozers that punch out indirect line down to the mid-slope road, what are you guys going to do with this next? Down here below, we've got the spot that Caldor 1's working. We could use a dozer on it.
Caldor air attack operations.
We have a significant pyrocumulus building west of branch 10, correction, west of 15 and south of 10. Anticipate collapse with erratic fire behavior here shortly. I just want to make sure everyone has good LTS.
7-3 uniform? Yeah, 7-3 uniform, go ahead. We had Ritz. Do you still have a spot for us? Yeah, firm. We'll take you back up here on the fire line. Not the fire line, Roger. Yep, bring it up to Delta. I'll see if I can get the guys out of there on that lower spot we were working.
Okay, guys, help get me up to speed. So sorry for this. I have to restart the computer to keep it running. It was running all night.
Air attack operations, I'll try you on the air-to-ground command. I'm in branch 15, highway 50.
Copy.
Okay, we got you back right, ready? You're into the drop now? Yeah. Take your time.
Really?
Shoot out those hell off the disc.
Wow. Well, if I can help them in any way, that is wonderful. So sorry, guys. I'm feeling kind of sick, and I did sleep in because I don't think I'm going to get much sleep the next couple of days. Thank you so much, mods, for holding down the fort, but I'm with you now.
Copy that. Yeah, you're going to need it. We'll keep working with the buckets for you.
Okay, how did, wow, look at the...
And 32 Charlie, Hoko, yeah, they've tied into the road down there. If you can start bumping them down, I don't know if they're going to take the next bite below that mid-slope road. We'll work the rotors, but that would be beneficial if we could pick that up as well.
An air tanker crew commented about my stream? Whoa.
No, they're, looks like they're getting fuel or something. They're just parked in the center of the road.
East side's busy today, moving right along, threatening Leek Springs. Yeah, this is a lookout tower.
Yes, About probably 3/4 of a mile.
Did they get a handle on the situation after it climbed Lover's Leap?
The point of contact they're going to need to tie in is going to be Caldor 1. Yeah, they've got an A&F dozer that supposedly broke free, be there in about 20 minutes or so. But even if they can track back to the black and start working that line down, going direct towards the A&F dozer, there is some dozer line that comes up, but it looks like it just stops.
Ground command. Ground command.
Well, Tanker 912's coming.
Copy that. Yeah, if you could start working it back over there, maybe help start scouting some of that. From here it looks doable, but from the air everything looks flat.
In operations, their attack coming, command. How do you read? Or Y110,
okay.
David 291.
Have anything else to do? That would be pretty solid for the rest of the day to try and tie this piece in. That would button this up.
Oh, Charlie 1. What are you calling? At the very bottom where the two spot fires are, I think 17 Alpha's working his way down there. We're going to drop a couple of scoopers down there in a little bit. I just wanted to have a heads up. Okay, I'll let him know.
Oh, it's running.
And then we're going to paint some ridge lines. It's going to be in the other direction. We're not going to put any more retardant where you guys are unless you want it. Let us know what you're doing.
I think we're good right now. The winds are blowing in. If something changes, I'll let you know.
Affirmative. And then for your information, when 17 Alpha gets to the dozers that are pushing the line wide, that's the end of the eyebrows. He doesn't have to go any further down.
It is pizza and donut time.
Can you attempt to rate Y102 or Y110? And if you're able to, tell them to give me a 21.
Right, Charity Link's at the top.
Sure.
So it looks like they don't have the scoopers right now, that they were ineffective. That's what I'm reading.
Operations.
Let's also look at the Dixie too. Dusty was saying they have heavy equipment at a ski lift. It sounds like they're working at protecting Sierra Tahoe then. Last night we were quite concerned.
So 7-3 uniform on TFR, we have contact with Placerville at this time.
7-3 uniform, Elko copies. Emergency change approved, and thanks again for the work.
Service change approved, and no problem, 10-3 uniform, thanks.
Alright, thanks all for being here. Highway 88's closed. Okay.
22, I just reached Y110.
We have new evacuation orders.
30 minutes of fuel remaining for 2 Delta Hotel. Copy. Thank you, sir. Your release has been ordered.
Number 15.
Okay, we'll try to cover everything that we can.
Time on station. Copy, thanks.
Charlie 1 air taxi, TFR. Go ahead. Just confirming you're going to pick up the scoopers. Yep. Hoping they come up on the air tactics. I think they're scooping now, and we're going to hold them.
Okay,
And with this column, let's go. We're likely going to get some pretty erratic winds, so feel free to hang it as you see fit.
We don't fell off the drop.
1 and 282, are you guys off the scoop?
Branch 10, operation.
Delta 3 Charlie Hotel, TFR.
3 Charlie Hotel, go ahead.
3 Charlie Hotel's off Placerville, Interactive Division Delta. Copy that. Helco's at 5,000, altimeter 3002. You're cleared in 4,500 black route to the MRB. You're going to be working with 3 Tango Hotel, 8 Charlie Hotel, Division Delta. We're bringing retardant down the ridge.
3002 in the window, 4,500 below, black route to the MRB. We'll be looking for the other aircraft, 3 Charlie Hotel.
Additionally, I've got 2 Type 2s working out of the Mel Dip. They're working in the same area, just lower down the fire line. And I'm going to have you switch to North Rotor.
3 Charlie Hotel, going up north.
And 104.
By the way, this is what it looks like.
Hotel is just going to grab a rinse on this next one, and then we'll have one more or just one left and then fuel.
Copy that. So this will be a rinse, and then it'll be a RTB and hold.
Copy, 3 Tango Hotel.
Hotel, another tanker, 2 Hotel Tango on secondary.
We're going to go into the lower portion this time.
East Quincy. Okay.
282 on 124.075 Charlie 1.
Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Continue to try to monitor both as much as we can.
Helco, Helitanker 2 Hotel Tango on CFR 1862 Victor.
2 Hotel Tango, Helco, go ahead.
Oh yes sir, number 2 behind Columbia Chinook for the MRB. Request permission to enter the fire.
Copy. Helco's at 5,000, altimeter 3002. You cleared in 4,500, you'll be number 2 behind 3 Charlie Hotel. Black route to the MRB, we're working Division Delta. I believe you were out here earlier. We're just continuing that retardant line down Canyon.
And 3002 black route to Delta 2 Hotel Tango, thanks sir.
Firm. Additionally, we've got 2 Type 2s working out of the Mel Dip, still working below you, and you can switch to North Rotor.
2 on the Mel, and you want us to switch to North Rotor 2 Hotel Tango.
3 Tango Hotel, copy. I'm just getting the water on this one, but yep, I can show you up to where we go.
Thank you sir. They were downwind for the scoop when you called them. I think they're down in the hole there.
Helco, flash go Helbing.
Replacement Type 2 for 2 Delta Hotel. Correction for 516 at 1615. Black route to the Mel Dip, working Division Delta.
Wow. That's 1 hour on the Dixie.
Replacement for 516, 1640. That's going to be helicopter 5 Tango Alpha using the black route, Mel Dip, Division Delta.
Another Tinker 911's in the house. Come the east side of the Caldor. Okay, do we have a update on what's going on with Dixie? Armstrong, okay.
Out of the MRB.
What it both? Last 15 minutes. Wow. Is Armstrong lookout too? Okay, it has begun, man. Terrible week. Okay. Looks like they're going to defend the tower. What a scary job. Once again, this is what it looks like at Leek Springs. So it's less flammable than,
a little bit
say,
at the top, but it's under control. Hey, do you guys have hose leg going into the east side of that stuff now?
people down here. Okay. Lots of red on Dixie. Okay. Well, it's inching closer, but we are trying to listen. Is there another feed for Caldor? I know this is air attack, but is the other one?
There is, ma'am.
Caldor 1, so yeah, I'll leave you the team type 2 to keep working that. If I need to pull one off, I'll do it, but for now, they're yours. Yeah, firm, and you copy my traffic with 32 Charlie about bringing the two dozers mid-slope, start working their way from the top of the ridge, middle of the ridge down towards you.
Thanks.
Copy that. Yeah, we'll do what we can. I mean, I got 4 type 1s working this, so we'll just do what we can.
I don't see any new evacuations. Flames.
Hotel Tango, you calling Helco? We're going to call Helco. Thank you, sir. Break Helco 2 Hotel Tango on rotor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. A little bottleneck down here at the MRB. Throwing mud. Do you want us to put water out there? Can we go to Jacobson? Or?
That's Dixie. Wow. They may have just lit that there because they just talked about that when I was restarting the stream. Time to fire that up, you know, on the over there by Leek Springs. They may be just doing a couple little somethings before the main fire reaches. All right, let's look at the Sherriff Tahoe cam.
Coming up that drainage where the drop area is.
Whoa.
2 Hotel Tango, we will deconflict, sir.
Copy that, so you're going to be en route to the Jacobson dip?
Jacobson dip for 2 Hotel Tango, copy.
Is that the sun there?
Council open, friendly report 2 Hotel Tango. 2 Hotel on the drop.
At the Kybers, the sign going through the town, you can stop there.
The ridge loaded with retards, looking for our target, sir.
Copy, I'm coming out looking for you. Were you out here earlier?
It's been a couple days.
Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, that's not the sun.
Yeah, 3 Charlie Hotel. You have the Hawkins site?
Negative, sir.
Alright. You familiar with Delta?
Yeah, we flew a cycle out here 2 days ago. It's changed a little.
That's the Dixie right there.
Yeah, we're on the east end. If you got a visual on the Helco, we're hovering over the work area.
Okay, I think we've got you there.
Alright, we're looking for you.
Hey, this is hard to know where to quit. North, okay. North M cam, alright. Wow. That's quite a column. It's Armstrong.
8 Charlie Hotel, out of the MRB. Yeah, 3 Charlie Hotel. Off of your right door is going to be the Mel Dip. So yeah, if you got us, why don't you follow us in? For your next trip out of the MRB, we're going to stay north of this drainage. Will be the route to the work area.
Okay, is that Helco talking?
Stay affirm, this is Helco.
Holy mackerel.
Okay, we're still looking for you, sir.
We're at 5,000, just on the ridge, should be off your left side.
Yeah, I did, Neil. Thank you.
Okay, got you inside. What is it you're looking for?
All right, just under us at the top of this ridge, you'll see some retardant that comes down. There's a mid-slope road. Just below the mid-slope road, we're taking that retardant direct along the fire edge towards the bottom of the slope.
Okay, that sounds real good.
And then the two Type 2s are coming out of the Mel dip, and down below in the flats, you got a big meadow. They're working a spot fire down there, so you guys will just have to deconflict. And then when your route of travel from the MRB, you're going to stay north of the big drainage, so there'll be one more drainage to the north.
Charlie 07.
Yeah, I don't see. I don't see how this week is going to be good. So just to be clear, and you can quote me, I don't think I don't advise people to be in the Tahoe Basin, Myers, South Lake Tahoe, the Echo Summit area. I think the weather is so bad that we might really have a poor. We might have a lot of a bad situation, a lot of devastation in the coming days, and I would say that just don't wait to be told to go. The smoke is one thing, and just the fact that this weather is so crazy is another. So I did go on record saying that. I'd like to grasp onto hope, but with this weather coming up, I don't know that they're going to be able to do much. And I think the fire will go pretty much where it goes, where it wants to go. So I'm going to put the radio back on, but that is my advice. I would say leave before you're told. This could get out of hand very easily, despite all best efforts. Mother Nature is just throwing us a series of curveballs the next couple of days. Today's bad. The next couple of days are going to be really days of hell weather.
Sacramento copies 863, 862, 865, and 866 en route to Placerville, ETA 1550.
Yeah, the wind is going to be worse tomorrow, and then it's going to be hell on Tuesday, up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Yeah, they'll do what they can.
516, timing out at 16:15. 2 Delta Hotel, timing out at 15:45.
Yeah, there are a few ways out. We have the makings of a disaster if too many people try to leave at the same time.
Release been ordered. The first will be 0 November Whiskey and 5 Tango Alpha. They're working out of the Mel Dip for Division and Division Delta. We have had a spot fire by the Big Meadow in the flat. Point of contact is going to be Caldor 1.
Ron, what do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit for them to get any ground crews in. They're working on the dozer. It's probably got an ETA of about 30 minutes now.
And that's the thing. Other fires are sucking away.
In contact with Halibut.
Sucking away the resources.
Hotel, Telco copies, frequency change approved.
Look at this. So I really think it's going to expand. They'll do what they can to protect structures and things like that. But it doesn't look good. At least the next 7 days. We may not have any relief until Friday. And when we saw winds like this before, that's when we lost Greenville and other towns with red flag days like this. So that's just my advice. It doesn't mean that everything's going to be devastated, but it means the potential is there, and you should make decisions based on the potential for disaster.
We're about a third of the way down. I'm just going to run that all the way into the flat. 2 Hotel Tango is grabbing water out of the Jenkins dip. The MRB could not keep up with them with the 3 Type 1.
I know, I don't understand why there's no evacuation orders or warnings and whatnot. Just, I went over it with several firefighters last night, and we just don't see any positive news the next couple of days, but plenty of negative. And they lost I mean, naturally they lost control several times over the last few days because the other fires started and they took their resources, and the weather was pretty mild and it was still getting out of control with them retreating, and then now it's going to get worse and worse and worse. The fire's now in scary places. So it's be calm, be orderly, but understand that this situation is not good. And anywhere downwind of the fire is very much in danger. So hopefully they'll be able to either steer it around communities or go to structure protection on communities, or maybe there will be a break in the weather or a freak wind change and it gets steered around areas. But I don't see how that how they have the possibility of, they haven't had enough time or manpower to prepare to really defend and protect communities to the northeast of the fire. So because of that potential for danger, I think people should plan for the worst and then hope for the best, of course. So, but it's marching. So be nice, calm, orderly, and if you feel especially vulnerable, leaving before you're told is a very good idea. It's always the best option. Do you want to be in a car traffic jam for 7 hours surrounded by smoke and in a stressful situation? And if you don't want to, then I would say that would be a good time to leave the South Lake Tahoe Basin or just east of the fire now. You can always come back home when you hear good news, but it's better than having to leave or late and being stuck and being all that chaos.
Down the road, and then we've got about to where you can see the active fire. Down below, you got the Type 2.
Myself and the Paradise survivors will tell you so. That's the best course of action. Oh, somebody's talking about Echo Summit. One moment. Wow, because look at this. This is what we saw this morning.
Also, be advised, at the east end of the fire, you do have a spot about 50 feet over the line. It's real small. You can put one person over there with a tool, and it should be able to take care of it. Or I can see if I can hit it.
Fire engine. That's a spot fire across the line. It's about an acre. Point of contact, Caldor 1. Resource limited, so we're just continuing to working it with the Type 2.
Got it where it's swapped over. 2 trucks there. Looks like a red engine. White truck.
Yeah, for a month. Dozer identifier is going to be the A&F dozer working its way in about 20 minutes. I got a hold of 32 Charlie up on the ridge. They had 2 dozers that put an indirect dozer line road to road. You can kind of see it. It's about a quarter mile in the green. And then they're going to start working their way back to the black, hopefully pick up the black edge and work down towards that spot.
Okay, thank you for people in chat. I'm reading, trying to keep up, but look at this. So last night we saw the fire approaching the South Lake Tahoe, but then it was this cam here, the ski resort, and so I discussed it with people. Do we have any positives? Is there anything that stops the fire east and the northeast progression and easterly progression? I don't see anything that would really hold. We can hope for the best for a break in the weather, but if the weather is as bad as forecast, it's going to be moving in the direction that it wants, and it'll be a lot of luck. They will use moments of opportunity, like sometimes at the nighttime, to try to push it over lines where they want it and try to protect structures and try to put out spot fires as it kind of moves. But I don't see a way that they could stop the moving head of the fire or heads at this point. I made that determination to just make that declaration this morning at 4 in the morning when we saw it climb up here. The wind speeds could be up to 50 miles an hour in the peaks, maybe even a little bit more in some certain spots.
What we got, if you can continue to pick up everything by that mid-slope road, we're trying to hold on to what we got there. But the two spots in the bottom kind of threw that plan off for a bit.
I copy. I have the copters in sight. I understand the workstation. I can take the division if you want to take the helibase. And we'll be looking for a relief 1800.
Yeah, and we must remember wind speeds can be a lot faster in the center of the pyrocumulus cloud. It almost looks like a whirl or a mini tornado sometimes. Of course, I'm just giving people the idea. We
about 15 ago looks good.
This is what's the center.
I got it. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
This is what is at the center of pyrocumulus clouds sometimes. These are the 1,200 foot-ish tall fire whirls, and the wind speeds can be a lot quicker in the middle of those, and so this is not something that they could stand in front of. If a pyrocumulus cloud and roaring head of the fire comes towards crews, they'll have to retreat to a safe place and then come back out when it's a little bit weaker at night.
Looks like everything's smooth. Anything you want us to address?
Not over here. We're good.
Understood. Give me a shot if you have any needs. How much time on station? I have you till 16:15. 15 or 15? Which is it you need?
Yeah, I got about 40 minutes left on station. 40.
Okay, thanks.
Elko 8 Charlie Hotel.
8 Charlie Hotel. Elko, go ahead.
We're just coming up to the drop. We're retarded. We'll have a brief bucket after that, and then we'll help the Richard and the allegation fuel.
Copy. Last bucket for 8 Charlie Hotel. And I guess there'll be one additional with dropping that red bucket.
Yeah, we'll have our water drops after this.
I understand.
Wish we could hear what's going on here. Do we have a second feed?
Attack Condor 26-12637.
Door 26, go ahead.
Hey, Commando, no, we don't do that. We don't bold-faced, get out now, orders at people. We want it to be nice and orderly, nice and calm. That's banned from the chat. We don't yell at people and tell them what to do. We can just tell them the situation and why it's bad. The thing is that the winds are going to get worse. Today's already bad. It's already moving towards that direction. There's no good solid lines to stop it, that I can tell. They have been a day late, many hours late on finally issuing evacuation orders for the last couple of fires, Dixie included, and other places. We might see the collapse of the reverse 911 system like earlier in the Caldor fire and on the Dixie last time this weather event occurred. This can chew through the power lines, phone lines, and cell phone towers and disconnect people where they're totally deaf, dumb, and blind in the middle of a really bad situation. Therefore, I'm calling for people as the best choice is to leave before you're told, before there's any traffic jams. And because I don't have anything positive to report, we could see a break in the weather, but a lot of what will happen is luck, and it's a wait and see. So erring on the side of caution is always the best choice. And the more people that leave early from this heavily populated area, if a dire emergency erupts, the quicker the rest can go.
Yeah, I'll be getting into the cycle here. Okay, I see the dip now. 11 November whiskey. Okay, so we're not talking to anybody on the ground, just each other. Caldor 1 is down there, but yeah, you're just hitting the hot spot there.
that's not a good situation. And mind you, we're blind on a lot of this. The big red, the big scary squares. It's just this is the margin of error. We don't have a good idea on exactly where the fire is. This is margin of error. It could just be that the fire is right there. Same thing with all of these squares. So this is heat detections from space. It's not a fire tracker. It doesn't mean all of that is on fire, but the fact that there is a heat detection up there means there's something up there.
Just below DP13 to straighten that out, and then we'll take the MET to DP16.
Okay, so you guys I see dozers and stuff pushing out that right now. So okay, we'll and then pre-treatment 88, is that going to be is that what I heard earlier?
Yeah, that will be part of the plan, but they're moving a bunch of equipment in right now to start doing that, essentially to DP16.
I understand. Yeah, we're gonna bolster up the line here on the ridge line above 13, a couple weak spots, and then we'll support the burn show. But not to work unless you want us to work through these dozers that are working
now. The Desolation Wilderness is a speed bump, but it is full of pockets of trees.
Not too worried about the dozers pushing with you guys, but it's going to be up to you if we need to get that line clear.
Once we get to that point, we'll
starting and south of Twin Bridges. The fire's kind of burn out, extending all the way to the midpoint of grid square 15 and 22.
There, Twin Bridges.
Number Whiskey, are we mixing it up with the heavies, or are we working farther to the west? I'll tell you what, I have to work just a different way, so I'm going to fire right over the fire for you. 04, and it's kind of like a peninsula jutting up all the way from the fire up through grid square 07, part of 08, and into 05. Okay, so you have Horsetail Falls and Pyramid Creek on your map there? Just 180. 0 November, please come around to the left. Horsetail Falls, and then even to north, so it says Calston Lake. There's a tiny spot fire. That is the furthest northeast point. That's in 33. Okay, so we have spots at 33 as well, huh? It's just the one spot we found by Ralston Lake. Okay, and if you had to guess, how large are those? A couple acres, or are we talking like 100 acres? Negative, like 200 by 200 meters. Okay, and then what about south of the 50 in the Lover's Leap area? How far east has that progressed?
Anything going into nightfall with limited ground resources, I'd like to identify them early as possible.
I don't have a problem with it. They'll be above us. If air attack's good with it, I don't have a problem with it. I don't see anything other than the one small spot that we, or the two small spots we encompassed with retards, but wouldn't hurt to have them.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 30 bird or that's what I'm kind of looking at. This research for the evening.
I copy all. I don't have any issues with it. South into 20, 21, and 22, does it get? Got about the top third of 20, the top half of 21, and then the northwest, you kind of sliced it, of 22. Got it. Copy all. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the intel. Yep, no problem. November Whiskey's off the drop. 0 November Whiskey, Elko, go ahead, Elko.
Okay, I'm taking notes.
Off the drop there, looks like you got talked in. Any questions? No, I think we got it now. I saw the crane in here earlier, and I thought we wanted to be looking at the same area. I think we can go farther up the coast.
Copy. How much time on station do you have?
I just got here, so I've got a good hour or more.
Copy. Give me a shout if you have any needs.
Okay. Yes, sir. And, yeah, we get the pointed in the right spot. No problem. 2 Delta fell off the drop. 3 Charlie fell off the drop.
I'll pull up a map in a second. So we heard them the other day talk about Twin Bridges and that area. Having fire get over there would be the trigger for the evacuations, warnings, and or.
How long do you have on station?
One more drop and then we'll head back.
Copy, thanks.
For South Lake Tahoe, and so
1552.
that may be coming pretty soon. Yeah, thank you, Helen. There's no GOES advances towards Quincy. The wind's out of the southwest. It's blowing fires towards the northeast in general, but you can see it from Quincy. So yesterday they said they had good confidence for Greenhorn, and they made really good preparations for Taylorsville and Genesee. We're just going to have to wait and see if Daniel Kearns has an update, or somebody else can monitor the Dixie fire and type into chat. That would be wonderful. There's a bunch of static here. Hang on a second. I'm going to pull up a map. At Echo Summit, this is the way I was surmising that Tahoe could ultimately be affected. It might try to leap here, go over that way, get established here, and later there could be winds pushing it that way. This is a speed bump, but eventually if it got up in here, it could rain embers down that way. But I'm actually a bit more concerned for it completely crossing and get over here and then getting over here, as this is the way that it kind of wants to go. And this is the speed bump of, the Desolation Wilderness. But if it does hopscotch between vegetation areas, then it really can be raining embers down from on high. So there's just, I fully...
Branch 10, Air Tech Command.
It may be spot fires, just hopscotching. I fully expect something like this to possibly happen, because I don't know what would stop it. In the higher winds of tomorrow, especially.
Get a little break, so we'll be having you come out.
Or Tuesday. Tuesday is the terrible Tuesday with the 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Today's a sampler, an appetizer of what's to come. We have a bad banquet tomorrow and terrible Tuesday. And Wednesday still looks pretty bad, and Thursday doesn't look peachy, and we might see our first relief from this wind event on Friday. I don't know, but I don't expect to sleep very much the next couple of days.
Roger. November Whiskey is off the drop. 2 Delta fell out of the jet.
Yeah, thank you, Marcia. We're trying to look at the Dixie and others too, but red flag is worse. The worst kind of fire weather you can have.
1, 2, and 3 en route to Tahoe to assist, and we'll be in code 3.
Yeah, it may touch the Tamarack. But the good news for Nevada.
North of the 50, and then that gains the ridge and heads east, southeast, and
They did a little bit of prep for the Tamarack, but I've seen home videos of the vegetation in here, and this would be extremely difficult. I don't know that they could do anything to stop it. Getting over here would be easier. They can, like they did for the Tamarack, light the grasses and such on fire, the chaparral. They may have already done a lot of that. But I expect that it will try to go to Carson City on these hills, and this will be what it wants to do. And I don't know what they would do to try to stop that. I don't know that there's many good options for breaks like that. It's a different kind of fire when it reaches this area. It's much easier to fight on flatlands with helicopters or if they have the visibility. But there's so many different ways.
50 from Flat and we'll go up together.
That the fire could try to go.
Air attack command.
And this is the way it wants to go with the wind. So I was looking over the maps and looking over their plans. I just don't know that they have a lot of good options over there. There hasn't been enough time and enough manpower to make a lot of breaks. And it's there is still time. Today's the best day for leaving the danger areas, and people in Nevada and Gardnerville should just be on a wait and see. But as far as what's immediately in front of the fire, I would say don't wait for them to eventually tell you to go, because of that whole traffic jam situation. So it's nice and orderly and calm. Check on your neighbors. Make sure they know the danger. Make sure they know. If somebody's going to refuse to leave an evacuation zone, do tell the authorities to go check on them later, because they may just kind of be in denial or not seeing what we're seeing, or just being, they would have told us to get out if it was dangerous, whatever they're hearing. There's a lot of denial I see on a lot of people's videos. South Lake Tahoe's fine. It's 10 miles away from us. Well, these fires could spot 3 miles ahead. We've already seen that happen on this fire earlier. We've already seen this fire triple in size before. We saw the Dixie fire expand 100,000 acres in like 24 hours, which is unheard of. Just freakishly crazy. And that was when there were milder winds. We're getting worse winds. So I don't see how they could prevent this fire from really expanding in size. Where it wants to go, we kind of see with the wind direction. But where it will go, we don't know, because there's too many factors involved to predict that. It's just wise to get out of the downwind. They'll do what they can. Smaller communities are way easier to protect than big sprawling neighborhoods. They can't be everywhere at once, and I've just looked around the area. That basin's very hard to defend. Strawberry and other places will come out better, Markleyville, than big urban interfaces in many cases. So we have to do a wait and see, but it's always best to err on the side of caution. Just be nice and orderly about it. Don't be shouting at people to run or creating a panic. And no, I do not allow in this channel anybody giving random, bold-faced advice, jump in the lake or something. No, please, lake evacuation is probably not going to be a thing. The visibility is too poor. Don't remain saying, oh, I can always jump in the lake. What do you mean, the ice cold waters, and hang out in them for 12 hours? It's not a good thing. So just pop everybody's bubbles saying the lake is right here. That means I'm safe. I could just jump in it. Those myths are not going to help anybody. So today's the appetizer for bad weather, and we're going to have a worse meal coming and a dessert. So.
Charlie Hotel, copy all, and we'll be there in just a few minutes.
Copy. We'll see you on the road deck. Caution, medium copters are off the lower target, sequencing it up high with you guys.
Right, no doomsaying crap. There's no forecast of this or town being erased or any crap like that. If you're going to act profit here, you're going to be dismissed. You can say, I feel that this community would be impacted. I feel people should go now. I feel this and that. But don't make blanket statements like you're an authority here. Don't give people unnecessary, undue fear. It's a very scary situation. There is potential for disaster, but that doesn't mean that one's going to occur. People should just be smart and prepare for the worst. There's a best case scenario, a middle ground, and a worst case scenario. We should always prepare for the worst case scenario because there is great potential for that. However, that doesn't mean we know what's going to happen. If anybody's going to pretend and play at that, you're going to be dismissed. You can say thoughts, loves, prayers, support, but if you're going to say God hates you and is punishing you, you're going to be X86 out of here as fast as I can punt you out of here. That is not, it is God's work to help and comfort victims. It is the devil's work to taunt them, and that will not be tolerated. So we're calling for a politics ban here. We're just going to say things that are pertinent, share information with each other, and try to figure out what's going on. Locals, you're welcome to chime in. Anybody else, but please let's keep chat going by really slowly so I can keep up with it. And do let me know what I'm supposed to look at and new information. And I'll try to talk to you guys and verbalize that so that you guys can keep abreast of the situation.
Operations from Caldor Communications. Go to message to air attack.
Yeah, if anybody is worried about Carson City and such, you've got a couple of days to kind of watch the situation. I don't know how long it would take to reach or try to go there. But anybody in the Tahoe Basin and Myers and Echo Summit type areas, that is in immediate danger of just, very soon. I mean, we see the heat detections getting close. So people in Nevada should be concerned, but people in California downwind of this fire should be, in my opinion, ready to go at a moment's notice and/or making their way out now. As the best way to err on the side of caution. Wish that was clear, not scratchy, but that's why I'm talking. I pause it when there horrible noises are going on like this. We're going blind on the on that cam, but these pyrocumulus clouds. I mean, today is the more mild weather. Tomorrow's worse. Tuesday is terrible. So. Yeah, exactly. The firefighters keep saying, don't get in your boat. You could collide. You're going to have like 2 foot visibility in front of you. You can get lost, run out of gas. The embers can rain all over the south of the lake if it's up for higher elevation. I mean, we've had embers rain out to boats 5 miles out to sea when it reached the Oregon coast in the 1930s. So your sails, boats could catch fire. You're gonna be choking on smoke. The docks might catch fire if it came to that. You then would have to be rescued from the water, and the firefighters would drop everything and try to do a water rescue for you. So please don't think that boat evacuation is a good thing. It's an evacuation of last resort. No arguing in the chat. No climate debates and no crap like that right now. This is only fire information. If you keep up talk like that or any conspiracies or attack somebody else, I'm just going to do blanket bans and I'm not going to look back at you. I mean, we're too busy trying to help people with the situation. If something you're going to post is not helpful, then do not post. Panic doesn't serve anybody. Nice, calm, orderly, rational decision making. Just tell people the facts, let them make their own decisions. Okay, there's a new evacuation order. Okay. There's just static. So I'm going to continue talking until there's a little bit more of a calmer situation. Okay, so there's a road closure. Highway 88 is closed between Omo Ranch Road and the 88-89 interchange. This is hot off the press. Around, oh, actually 3:30. Okay. Then evacuation order for Amador County south of Highway 88 along the Amador-El Dorado County line. From Dufresne Road due east to the Amador Alpine County line and the Amador Alpine County line north to 88. Shelter info, Red Cross TEP will be in the Italian picnic grounds in Sutter Creek, 581 Highway 49. That is mandatory. I'm going to put up the scrolling text in a moment. And we'll continue to watch this rapidly changing situation. And I have to point out this situation was rapidly changing last night when it was the calm of the evening. Climbing up Lover's Leap and getting up by the Sierra Tahoe Resort. And that was when there was almost a dead calm with some wind gusts happening.
And Division November Charlie 1 on Underground Command.
Bear with me, I'm putting up the evacuation info. Alright, I'm just going to mute that. I'll turn it right back on as soon as there's... Here we go.
Fortune out a big group of skipper right on the line. We're keeping an eye on it, looking for spots. If we see anything go over the line, we'll hit it with the target water. But right now, everything looks okay.
Okay, I copy. I'll let you start fire down then.
I copy. It's just a whole big group of tall
Got it. I feel like I can see it from where I'm at.
We're keeping a good eye on it for you.
Lake is under EVAC orders, but not Kirkwood Resort. We're getting word that all of Kirkwood is possibly going to be under evacuation orders here shortly.
Oh, okay. You just heard it here. All of Kirkwood about to be evacuated shortly.
3002, cleared in out of below 4,500. Helco with 5,000. Direct black route to Mel Dip. And you'll be working out here with 516 and 2 Delta Hotels on their way in. And 0 November Whiskey.
4 Yankees off of the drop. Left turn out.
6 Delta Whiskey 516. Very well.
Here we go. Alright, here's our new mandatory evacuation orders, and we just heard that they're about to do that, issue that for Kirkwood. I hate being right. Exactly.
Branch 15, go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew, you just heard him. Now would be the time to tell your neighbors. Make sure you don't leave anybody behind. Make sure everybody knows. Don't assume that that people know. Honk your horns. Make sure people can get out. Make sure their cars start. Make sure they have a ride. Offer rides. Note anybody who plans to remain behind, so you can call law enforcement and tell people how to do a wildfire check and who to check up on. Please think of the elderly, the people who have hearing problems and may not hear phones. Keep their cell phones on. People who are vulnerable down dead-end roads and may not see traffic leaving. Make sure that you think of everybody that you can.
Side or the other side? Just branch 15 east of Strawberry. Up by Sarah, Tahoe, that area.
Exactly. You know, they wait to the last minute for evacuation orders. I don't understand why.
Come through. I would appreciate it.
I was just talking about road thing, traffic going on near Highway 50, but this is what I was trying to prepare people for. Can the fire affect these areas on red flag days? Yes, rapidly approach them. So people ask me how fast could fire reach this or that place? Very, very quickly. When the red flag, high winds are rocking the place. So they are unfortunately using this model. Hang on.
The west half of section 15, northwest corner of section 22, north half in 21 and 20. How do you copy?
Central, David 1291 on zone 5. North Division Team 2 is in position around Kybers. We'll be in the area, code 4.
Their delay in telling people about the danger and issuing evacuation orders, is bad in a small town. It's really bad in a big one. And we've seen that time after time. Mineral evacuated at 10:30 at night, giving people only 2 hours to escape Westwood before all evacuation routes were gone. And here myself and others were saying, man, that should be evacuated 8 hours ago. Giving people 6 hours of extra warning time. That is what I'm calling for now. Just don't, whatever their delay is in telling people, they unfortunately have the model of if the fire reaches this point, then we'll do evacuations. Because then the town's in danger. And they're not accounting for this weather and how fast the fire can move in red flag conditions. Extremely fast. We saw it run. We saw it expand at like 50 acres a minute. 50 square acres, 1,000 acres per hour. The fire marched 19 miles across the landscape on the Dixie in 24 hours. Running past towns in Chester only survived because of luck. The wind changed direction. So it's just much better to not wait for whatever the heck is their delay in telling people, evacuate. I've seen on previous fires where the window of time before a warning and mandatory evacuations was only 15 minutes.
We have multiple spot fires, one in section 33 and one in section 4. Break. Continuing the leading edge of the fire from Condor 26, who's doing IR for us, is made it to the east. Correction, the west half of section 5 and section 8, just shy of the Pyramid Creek hand line.
Line for the MRB.
They installed an infrared top. Oh, yeah, the infrared cam. Okay, guys, let's look at that. Okay, there's a lot of static.
I copy. Yeah, we have Division Juliet is going to remain in Sierra Tahoe with a short squad of resources. Copy.
Okay.
So they'll try to defend here at Tahoe, like they're doing Leek Springs. it's rotating. Okay. Keep me abreast of any changes to the evacuation status, because I know coming fast and furious.
November Whiskey Foxtrot.
Man.
All right. So I'm gonna mute that for the moment.
India, operations on command.
I'm trying to hail Division India. Oh, Serene Sapphire says that Cal Fire was discussing evacuation plans for Lake Tahoe 12 minutes ago.
Operations on command.
Okay. Orange areas on
Road section of IR, I'm showing some spots out front, thinking about getting a little more horsepower in there. What are you seeing?
And the just dropping in, kind of above me.
Affirmative?
Yeah, we are not keeping up with that.
Understood. Thanks for the help.
We've got ourselves out of the MRP.
It's a color code for how long ago was the last flare-up that was detectable from space. It was somewhere within this 4 square mile radius, generally, margin of error, the squares. So it updates almost every 20 minutes. So if there was new activity, it would flag red in the last 10 minutes from whatever time this is. You know, so what, 6 minutes ago? That's UTC time. Red is a new flare-up.
Down there by chance?
I have not seen any PG&E trucks. Doesn't mean they didn't pass, but I am on the Highway 50.
Okay, they may need a truck to shut off power or something. So red, you look at the key down here. There's a button called Fire Info. Sorry, it's below my evacuation thing, but just trust me, there's a button down there. And there's a key. Less than 10 minutes old is red from the time the image was taken. Orange is less than an hour old. 1 to 6 hours ago was yellow, and more than 6 hours, somewhere between 6 to 12 hours ago, is gray. So we don't have gray anymore. Everything has heated up since yesterday.
2 Hotel Tango at your 10 there, sir, inside, no factor. Just keep her turning.
Yeah, so Helen Henthorne says new ghost detection well past the east of Echo Summit. Fire might want to follow along the 50 corridor despite east winds. Yep.
Lake and company vehicles.
No commando.
Just to the west of the tower, there's a knob goes into section 15 in the southeast corner. Right in there, it gets pretty tight with the trees. Down there right now, they're seeing if you can bolster that up for them.
You talking all the way back where the fingers are, where the swamp overs from yesterday?
Negative. It's going to be.
You have a site feeder. If you just do that, our map goes really quick.
If you got bug spray, yep. Buckskin Joe spray on your map.
You have us at site. Fly the line. Let me know when we're in the area.
They're going to have lots of stuff. They're after.
Wow.
Yeah, understand. We're trying to get some horsepower up on that upper end, and you're still running water, is that correct?
That's perfect.
So good timing for the call. I'd like to move you up to the top of the ridge where 6848 Yankee just dropped, and let's try to pick that top of the ridge up. I got you in sight there now.
Okay, we were up here earlier. Do you want us to tie into this road here and work down the hill and try to?
Yeah, affirmative. There is a spot I picked up on the camera that's out in front of it. I know you're water, so just try to keep progression from chunking along to the east.
Copy that.
Understand coming out there with the other copters coming to target.
So,
That's south. 3 goes off the drop.
I got a spot up the line a little ways. I'm going to hit that first. A couple chains above you guys up the line.
yep. So I predicted that they'd see that people would see from South Lake Tahoe the flames coming over the summit, coming over the ridge to the southwest, and looks like it is there, and people in chat are confirming. So I knew that if they waited for evacuation orders to happen when people could see fire, that could cause a panic. I'd have no idea why they're so late and dropping the ball on evacuation orders. They've been doing this since July when the Dixie fire started. I don't blame individuals, I blame the process. It seems really stupid. The old way of, if fire reaches X point, then that means that then the town's in danger, then we should evacuate people. No, you should use your head and think, how long would it take for a town of 20,000 people to evacuate? And how, if the fire ever reached that point during a red flag day, just how quickly it would get to the town.
Now we're near where Caldor was.
Yeah, that's heavenly.
I understand you're coming into the work area, altimeter 3002, air tax 11,500. Condor 26 should be 17,000. Feel free to do what you got to do and let me know when you're done.
Okay, Condor 26 is that? Oh, that is the Dirty Bird.
I believe so. Not seeing him on the fish finder, but we were talking to him just a little bit ago.
Okay, we were going to do 17.5, but we might have to change. It's too close for us. If we don't see him, we don't know if transponder's working or not. Stand by 1 out. Give you a new altitude, but we'll be way above you, or and above you.
Okay, see you in a bit. Thank you.
So Folsom 1 and 2 and myself are all code 3 to Tahoe to the office.
Grab a break, we'll keep you in the rotation. Appreciate your work out here.
4 Yankees out of the MRV. Right on the spot if you got a space, and then we'll just do it double wide out and then long. Switch to point 12 on all that hot stuff.
Division November and Division Lima. Got it. 1-2, air taxi 4.
Caldor Air Tech, I copy 17.5 for Condor 26. We'll get you a new altitude.
Okay, and feel free to deconflict on the 126.37 as well.
We'll do that.
One, and he's going to talk you into target. He'll drag in some of the others behind him.
I copy. And then color on the copter as well. Engine 4354, underground back.
Just now.
I copy. Thank you.
Your spot is 1,500 feet to the east of where Caldor.
Yeah, it's affirmative. We're working the hose line up. The dozer line along the black. Got a spot to start the small hole. And be advised, I do have crews on the ground next to it. We'll be clear out the way for it.
Eagle Alpha 516 will be working off the west side of you after you drop in there.
Okay.
5 Tango Alpha, Elko, rudder.
Right, I'll talk in a moment, but it looks like you can probably see fire from South Lake Tahoe now coming over the
Any
ridge.
other spots besides this one, but we'll pre-treat the whole area and get it fresh.
Could note where 516 is dropping now. That'll be your next target.
Okay, I'll have to flip around and have a look.
got you turning now, and he's working with 4354. That'll be your next target.
Give me your clock position.
He's going to be off your nose, just coming off the drop. It's where Caldor 1 was before. If you just keep on your current heading, you'll see where 516 just coming off.
Okay, I have a second.
Wow. Wow.
5 Tango Alpha, 0 November Whiskey.
We have a major
7 Delta
pyro.
Romeo, Helco, CFR.
And Tahoe, sorry about that. That was a little early.
Sorry, that was MRB.
Wow. These last 15 minutes.
Sorry about that. That was a little early. The wind got a little.
Helco, TFR.
Helco, go ahead.
Did you say pick up 7 Delta Romeo?
Affirm. I gave 4,600 below 3002 and said you'll grab them on North Rotor.
I copy, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, stay safe.
Travel Twin Bridges. So post up one of your team members at Twin Bridges. Nobody but essential fire and ease. That includes fire PIOs and press.
David 1291, copy. Break. Team 2 from David 1291, copy. No one east of Twin Bridges.
Wow.
Alpha
There.
and 0 November Whiskey working Mel Dip.
Roger, direct Melbourne.
Ten 4. Central copy.
That's good. Alternate route, we'll be going 80. Brake units following, going to Tahoe. Follow your lead car, he's going to turn around.
Drop the drop. Flight level 220 for Intel 12, thanks.
So, Godspeed and stay safe, everybody in Kirkwood. Remember, don't assume that everybody hears the evacuation orders or knows just how bad it's getting and just how much worse it's going to get over the next couple of days with this crazy weather coming in. This is the milder day in a string of insanely bad weather days with red flag warnings up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts on Tuesday. And we saw the Dixie explode and erase towns with 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is going to be 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming down the pipe.
Engine 4354, intergraph deck.
How fast?
Yeah,
How fast will things change? How quickly will communities be impacted in this kind of weather? The answer is extremely rapidly.
The fire line, we'll go ahead and stay up on this side.
Remember, nice, calm,
16
orderly.
4354.
Ten 4, X17, copy.
That's huge. That's blowing up right now. When you see the
Branch
pirate,
10, operation.
This is Branch 10, I can read you now, faint. Go ahead with your traffic.
354, 5 Tango Alpha.
5 Tango Alpha, 4354. Leaker's coming in just right in front of us. His spawn just picking up just next to me. Continue in to your 11 o'clock. Got another 200 feet.
You were 3002, cleared in out of below 4,500. Go ahead and get in the mix with 3 Charlie Hotel, 2 Hotel Tango, and 48 Yankee.
3002, 4,500 below, 3 Charlie Hotel, 2 Hotel Tango, 4 Yankee, all working out of the MRB. Will join us for Division Delta.
Let's have you with the red stuff, and we'll make sure we're buttoned up below the road, and then we'll continue above the road.
7 uniform, copy. Yep. Left with Tango Alpha.
East on Highway 50 from Strawberry up towards there at Tahoe.
Shoot, I lost you in the turn. Give me a minute. But we do have that little spot. I think we encompassed it, and it's probably a quarter acre right on the line. There's a hose lay there, and a T-track behind it again. So if you can get a couple people in there, I think you can chunk some line around it pretty quick.
Yep. You can see the
uniform just about half mile north of the MRB, F48 Yankee in now.
I think people have been saying they can see.
Tango Alpha.
They can see the flames from Tahoe right now. I mean, maybe not because there's too much smoke, but our camera can.
Got made the tie-in on that last run there. Pretty darn close. Might give another half a buck to be sure. Okay, it looks like, yeah, probably just last one on the tail there to make sure it's tied in good. And then we'll start working up top with you. And toss some 7-3 uniforms in the mix with you now as well.
4 Yankee, 70 MRV, right turn out.
I don't think it would reach there.
Going into the MRV.
I don't think it would reach.
There's along the hot edge here to cool it off.
You have days to worry about that on the North Shore. We just got to wait and see. I think this, I mean, this is the way
43
it wants to go.
4354, this is 5 Tango Alpha.
Yeah, Kerman, you just dropped this bucket?
I think Tahoe's biggest threat might be this. When wind changes direction, but I would think.
4354, that was the 0 November Whiskey, the orange copper that just dropped for you, and 5 Tango Alpha is inbound now for you.
But this is not out of the possibility that what we're seeing on the cams. I think this is a bit of a speed bump, the Desolation Wilderness. But it's an unknown. It's an unknown. Yeah, I would be making my calls and saying don't wait for the authorities to tell you what to do, because this is one of the milder days. We saw them losing control the last 2 days when it was way more mild, and the weather's going to be worse next couple of days. At night they may get brief reprieves, but not much of them. It's drier, it's hotter, it's windier, it's red flag. There's a grave threat to life, property, and safety.
Okay, I understand. I'll make sure he has your tail number. A lot of traffic. Appreciate your work, though. Let's go ahead and just have you number 2 behind the orange November Whiskey for that target 4354.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Thinking of you. Do check back. He says once we break from camp, we'll be heading down the 88 from Kirkwood. Let you know how it is. Stay safe.
And 0 November Whiskey coming your way with a bucket.
Right, guys, drive slowly. There's no bad out of hell stuff. If you get in a wreck and clog the roads, then that's bad. Never drive fast in this kind of a situation. Nice and orderly, calm. Stop for the red lights. Stop for the stoplights.
Coming in on this. Where do you want this bucket?
This will be along the dozer line, 12 to 1,300 feet up on the hose line, or the spot across the line.
Okay.
Relat in order. Relat in orbit. Keep an eye on it.
Ooh, very large aerial tanker is on order. That's pretty cool. Okay, Susie says, could you please remind people if they want to leave South Lake, they should take US 50 to Carson City, or US 50 NV 28, or CA 267 to Truckee. Okay, that's what Susie's advice is. I'm not familiar with the area. Please check Caltrans. Go to Quick Map. I'll show you guys.
On your entry, that's perfect. It's a little tight with that sequencing. Is this all working out for you?
Yeah, I think it's working out just fine. We know where people are going to be for the most part. We know where to look, so there's no problem at all.
Copy 10 traffic for 2 Hotel Tango. I have you inbound. Just make that report as you come in, and just trying to make sure it's working out with sequencing these mediums below you.
This is how you do it?
Walking towards it, I have them come up on the edge.
We'll put smoke right above it, but 17 alpha.
Andrew, make sure 88's open in the direction you need to go.
Be able to couple tools to get around it pretty quick.
Stuff that's burning just inside the line.
Outside the line. Try to cool it off, get some water on it.
I don't see the dozer line below me, but...
Just now short 3 o'clock.
And extend from the last drop with 48 Yankee, the red stuff.
Okay, well, stand here up the top, looking for it now.
And caution on your turnout with the mediums coming to target below the road. It's just a tight sequencing there.
7 grand phone copy.
Incident number 9494 off the board. I just spoke to the RP.
Okay, so that can't be right. Is there really clear...
Yeah, have a hot spot right on the dozer line.
Is it really the sky that clear?
Give it a try.
And those are flames cresting the ridge.
1080 10-4. We'll be out with 3 J's on Funny Express.
CFR, we're going to have to make that decision here soon about holding aircraft.
Exactly. The reason I'm telling people to leave early is we saw the breakdown of the reverse 911 system not only at Janesville and Susanville just weeks ago. 911 system broke down on Caldor last week. They said sorry on social media. Oftentimes you lose power, you lose phone service, and then you are deaf, dumb, and blind, stuck in smoke, and you won't get that warning. It can't go door to door to 20,000 people. So if you have an actual radio, you know, AM stations, let's see if there's an AM station. You may not get a warning.
17 Alpha made it down to the spots there. Is there a way we could get the scoopers in there? Just trying to help keep it in check for now.
We're going to drop on them right after this EVAC drop. We'll put another 2 loads on.
It might, red flag winds might blow smoke out of the area, but not usually downwind of the fire. Usually people report, you know, seeing 5 feet ahead of their headlights as if it's nighttime. You know, when I was in front of the Beachy Creek fire, 4 p.m. or 2 p.m. was like it was dusk, you know, as if it was, and then it became almost like midnight. Keep on your headlights nice and orderly, drive nice and slow, cautiously. Be the example of calm. Tell people nice and calm, rationally.
Caldor communications, did you copy?
Why they should go too. Offer rides. Inform your neighbors. Make your texts.
Closer to the dozer lineup.
Yeah, if you can try to come a little bit closer where the dozer is, just below a tree. Not feed the water in.
Yeah, the links to so many things are in the description of this video, including evacuation maps and such. If you need a quick link, my mods are here, and so am I.
One more drop. drop before we have to go field. I got a 40-minute turnaround. We can make it.
Okay, yeah, I tried to paint the picture there.
Okay, I just follow the base.
I think it's very probable the fire could impact the South Shore. It's very probable, but how likely, we don't know.
Sequencing with the copters, the mediums, we've got, looks like a spot outside of the red stuff that you've been putting in just below the road. At least double up on it.
Too Charlie to tell.
It may not be today. There's a speed bump in the Desolation Wilderness. It may not be tomorrow. Would it be Tuesday? There's a great potential. Well, it could be today, though. I mean, down by Myers, it could be today. It just depends on the weather. We're getting worse weather tomorrow, and Tuesday is going to be insane. So, yeah.
Come down, you come across the road. It's going to be mid that right flank. I think there's a little spot just outside the red stuff. Yeah, I got open flame. That's your target.
Okay, 3 Charlie to copies.
We'll call it another 10 minutes. Maybe we'll order up 4 S2s to come out here and you can run them. Will that work in support of these guys, or do you want to just get a bunch of Type 1 copters out here?
Okay, new evacuation orders.
I don't think the copters are going to do much for structure protection there, so I think the S2s is the way to go.
Okay, or if you can get or tank mass or tank that would work really good.
Okay, I'll see if 102 is available and some S2s. Additional info, Kirkwood, Hello Base, Pulp 10, headed for Jackson, 88 route, work for you?
Yep, I copied all that, that'll work, and 102 on the day off.
Bummer, okay. As they transition through the scooper circuit, maybe I'll just bring them across at 9, does that work?
That should work, 9,000, and then why don't you order up the additional 2 scoopers, we'll put them out.
I'll do that.
Day late, dollar short, evacuation notifications. Okay. I'm pausing that chatter to read for a second. New evacuation orders. You must go now. Mandatory. El Dorado County, Christmas Valley from Highway 89 west to Echo Summit. Highway 89 due west to Watershed Ridge, Echo Summit, and south to the Amador-El Dorado County line. The area from Luther Pass Road north to the El Dorado Alpine County line to Armstrong Pass. West to Armstrong Pass to Upper Apache at Myers. West on Upper Apache to Highway 50. West on Highway 50 to Highway 89. South on Highway 89 to El Dorado/Alpine County line. This includes all homes on both sides of 89. Remember, this is all mandatory go now. The area from Upper Apache at Myers, north along Highway 50 to Elks Club Drive, east on Elks Club Drive to Pioneer Trail, extending due south to Upper Apache at Myers. This includes all homes off Oneidas, Mandan, Apache, Ottawa, and Player. The area north on Highway 50 from Highway 89 to Sawmill Road, west on Sawmill Road to Angora Ridge, extending to the Echo Summit. Alpine County, Highway 89 south from Luther Pass Road to Pickett's Junction, Highway 88. West on Highway 88 to Kirkwood. Evacuation warnings. This is just a warning. El Dorado County, the area from Sawmill Road at Lake Tahoe Boulevard, extending north to Pope Beach. Along the water's edge to Eagle Point, from Eagle Point west to Desolation Wilderness across Emerald Bay. They see the link.
Bottom, I'll find out where they're all staged at.
In the description of the video.
A little slopping coming out of the return, so we're still picking that up. I'll give you copters as we have them.
And 15 confirmed.
These 4 or 5 it was?
17-15. Shall I still put 911 on the hold, or you good with load and return now?
We're good with load and return now. Yep. I just needed somebody on there. Thanks.
They probably are shutting power down.
To him? I haven't told dispatch yet.
Basically, their evacuation line is right up to, Matt McKay says, South Lake Tahoe Airport.
Doubling up on the upper stuff, or do you have a good line that you're looking at?
load McFarland.
I'm trying to update. That's a lot to update.
Bridge, we're taking you straight down from there, just before the road starts. Okay.
You can see fire on the ridge. Christmas Valley is just south of Myers. That should have been evacuated yesterday, giving people time. I have no idea what the decision-making process is about. The rest of South Lake Tahoe is not even under a warning. It's just like mandatory right up to the airport.
Central David
Okay.
communities and also clear incident number 136 off the board to the CC.
They're defending.
Yeah, I got you overhead. I got a dozer working below. Just trying to get maybe 1 to 2 more drops on this. Try and grab this bottom over here.
I didn't get all that. Keep working on that really hot spot that's down blocks here.
Yeah, I got a dozer working in there.
Know when you enough is enough in there.
Yeah, exactly. As Josh was pointing out, Myers was not under evacuation warning before it was just an order. Boom. Don't expect to get like, oh, here's a warning and then here's an order. It's just going to rapidly expand to mandatory evacuation throughout the entire Tahoe Basin any moment now. I don't know what they're waiting for. I was telling people to leave the area yesterday and this morning at 4 in the morning that I have no idea what the delay is, but we saw it getting bad last night.
A little bit, so we'll do what we can do.
Aircraft is starting to get smoked out. There is no good news to report.
I'll go at just 4354. Center out there.
4354, Helco Tech.
Remember, even if you can see flames, that doesn't mean that it's going to rush into town in an hour and cause havoc. There's no call for like unsafe driving. Just make sure you know everybody you know is aware of this, aware of the delay in reaching people, and take down the addresses of your neighbors or people who aren't leaving in case you have to tell the authorities to do a welfare check.
And then there's one more little spot below it. It doesn't seem to be moving anywhere, but now it's getting smoked out for us, but we'll keep trying to get the scoopers in there for you.
No, I didn't lecture Commando for telling people to get out. I have been doing that since yesterday. I lectured him for bold-faced, get out now, panic-causing, inducing crap. And you have to be calm and orderly. That is banned for the chat. You know, I'll tell people what the evacuation information is as I come and get it, but don't tell people to jump in a lake, get out of an area right now, blah, 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 with bold-face, you know, panic-inducing stuff. It has to be calm and orderly. We can't have car accidents of people blowing through red lights. The Paradise people explain what happens. You know, when people get into a panic, they rear-end each other out of the way of intersections. So, no, we don't do anything that would possibly cause a panic. There's some time now. Just make your way out and take care of your neighbors. Make the decision you can live with. Give people rides. Make sure your neighbors' cars start. Make sure they have gas. Help your fellow man in this situation.
Hey, Brad, just checking in. We're over here still continuing to prep on the 88, just kind of getting started with that. The dozers, prepping structures far out to Kirkwood. If you need anything, just let us know.
No, wasn't MRB. Air contact. Something sounded wrong with your mic.
Yeah, Red, just letting you know that we're prepping the 88 and got structure prep going far out to Kirkwood. If you need anything, let me know.
Sounds good, Ben. Thanks for the update. And we're still over here working the stuff around Sierra Tahoe and Camp Sacramento area.
Copy that.
Yep, there's too many new evacuation orders for me to even read. But just take a look at the map. It's basically everything south of the Tahoe Airport, and they didn't even get a warning. They just went to evacuation, mandatory evacuation status. So they're a day late and a dollar short with all this. I have no idea what the breakdown of the system is, but if you're anywhere downwind of this fire at the moment, I would be leaving, and that's my best advice, as I've been saying since 4 in the morning here, when they really lost control of it over by Strawberry, and it went up towards Sierra Tahoe. So, and they may be waiting until people lose power and lose phone service, like has happened on previous fires in the area. That's why it's such a good idea to go out before you're told, before the traffic jam. So I fully expect that that the fire will eventually, at some point, just cross. I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, the next hour. I expect it to be over here, but it will take a while for it to try to do this. But this is the way the wind is blowing. This is the way the fire will want to kind of go in general. Where it does go is up to Mother Nature and so many other factors that we don't know. But if you're downwind of the fire and immediately in front of it, then that's the best course of action.
That's it.
Yeah, Truckie's like far away. Remember, when they're saying Truckee this, Truckee that, that's a Truckee hotshot team. And telling them to evacuate an area, it means telling the fire crew to evacuate a little area. That might have been the confusion, I don't know. But no, Truckee's okay, you know. I don't see some sort of an evacuation thing there. But yeah, the basin is in the crosshairs. It's too sprawled out to defend in many places. So I hope that much of it is going to be saved by individual crews going out to defend neighborhoods and homes. But it's looking bad for the next couple of days.
Very good, thanks.
Yeah, and Commando, it wasn't the fact that you were warning people, is that the fact it was in bold, oh my God, kind of a thing, So what we don't do is, people in my chat, do not tell people to get out now in bold face type, because we're not going to cause a panic. We're going to keep it orderly and calm.
Go ahead, sir. I don't see any weak spots below the road to you. No, I think we got it pretty well covered. Okay, let's pick it up above the road then for the rest of your cycle.
Yeah, I know. CAL FIRE needs to change immediately their tactics. They have been giving people a false sense of security, by not telling people the potential for disaster that exists here.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't understand why. And there may be
What November are you on the South Road?
all kinds of politics involved. Pressure to keep something open, just like the plot of the Jaws movie.
Altimeter 3002, climb maintain 9.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's a grand conspiracy or anybody's evil. I think what it is the system is broken down, and they're using an old system of when fire reaches X point, then we should evacuate the town near it. And this is a new era. This is when the weather forecast is bad. Understand that these fires can travel 19 miles, in just several hours, and often in the distance. It should be based on weather forecast, not if the fire reaches here, then here is unsafe. If the fire reaches here is unsafe. It's just antiquated thinking. And a chain of command that's ponderous and has to be approved by somebody in Sacramento for liability reasons, and whatever the reason, the system is broken down. It's outdated. And we have to take care of ourselves. That's why I'm doing the stream. I've been seeing this year after year.
3002, climb maintain 9,000, remaining east of the 88 corridor. Charlie 1, multiple tankers and scoopers, 8,500 below. Air text 1,500.
Scoopers coming in, we'll try to talk them in.
Yeah, I don't understand. The media and the government has failed.
Right, we're kind of that last dog leg, maybe.
To give people the complete picture. Therefore, I'm here.
196.
But we're gonna keep it fire related right now.
I'm in there now as we speak. Bob's talking, man.
We're gonna do what we can. Share this video. Share.
They're gonna be going 10-10.
Share as many links
Copy.
as you can to help people in the situation. The video description has a lot of links.
They have another unit coming into Placerville for the 1800 brief.
Okay, that's a police call. That's about Placerville. When you hear that chirping, that's police stuff. It can be unrelated to fire. Don't ask me why that's on the radio. But there's too many evacuation orders right now to fit on my screen. But if you see the link in my video, the descriptions, there's tons and tons of helpful links.
Make sure we're looking at the same thing you guys are.
Hey, Charlie 1, Tower 17 Bravo.
I'm coming in 70 Bravo. Let me know if that's the right area.
Deputy Air Operations on command. Until kind of where we got all that drift, we told you had a good drop there. That same area, we're just getting here. Point of contact for 17 Victor Intel to relay information to the ground resources. They are up over the fire currently, over the Echo Lake area.
Coming in and out. We're going to have 4 scoopers here shortly.
Oh, real good.
I don't know if we're going to get a video. I think they're all hands on deck right now in a mad scramble. We'll check. I'm going to try to update as much of these evac orders.
And we'll be en route to North Division followed.
We got the area. It's just real hard to get under there with, but we'll keep the scoopers in the area. They know the area now, and they're going to keep a good eye on it.
Okay, yeah, there's just out of reach of the lateral. Starting to pick up.
We got a couple more at the very top, too. It's in retards still, but we might be able to put a drop in up here. This is Hotel Tango off the run. Bravo Charlie 1 on air to ground command.
Okay, I hope this...
And 11 November, 9 London Hotel Air Attack report being assured on the TFR, please. 9 Hotel, Wilco.
Well, if you can't evacuate towns based on the forecast, that needs to change immediately. It's a new era. This is logical thinking. What have fires done in the recent past history with the mass fatality events of Paradise and the Bear Fire? What?
If you can pull your guys out of the area, we're going to drop a VMAT in there. You do have a deep spot. We're going to try to encompass the whole area.
November Whiskey, appreciate your work. Black Route, Placerville. Let me know when you have positive comms.
I'll do one better. We'll look at Windy. Nothing good.
Negative, stay in. I've got the copters working the flank further to the east.
I come.
Holding your up.
This is the reason?
No,
that I'm telling people, terrible Tuesday. These are the wind gust charts. Purple. Purple is near 50 mile an hour.
Alright, can we use them there? Yep, we'll take them. Roger. I'll have them report to you on South Rotor. Okay, yes, and I'll get them on underground tactical with Tahoe.
Days of hell are in front of us.
Reservoir.
Right now,
or Charlie 1 on underground.
Right now we have 35 mile an hour wind gusts, 10 mile an hour sustained winds, a temperature of 74 degrees, and humidity hovering around upper single digits to 15% as far as I checked. This is bad. The temperature is not as high as it could be, but everything else is quite bad. This is the milder day. Tomorrow is worse. Tuesday is insanely bad. Wednesday's not a cakewalk. Thursday's not good.
Correct. If you're ready to go to work, we can use you.
They're just chattering about relocating some helicopters.
Yeah, I got my power fill hooked up, but yeah, I can do that. Yeah, what's the name? Come off of Bear Dip. Your contact's going to be Tahoe. You'll be working for Charlie 1 on the South Rotor.
Yep, I'm going to have a 9 Romeo Hotel helicopter coming inbound. Keep an eye out on, or listen up on 164-1375 air to ground tactical. He should be coming in here in the next 15 minutes. Tank type 1.
Yeah, 1-1 November. Yeah, I copied all that. I'm not ready to go. My fucking wound up inside the aircraft. Okay, direct Jackson, report landing assured TFR, thanks. Break 9 Romeo Hotel, expect Super Flight 281-282 will be working same target out of Salt Springs.
And with that, I'm going to bring up
this unburnt island that we've been fighting so hard to keep fire out of. So that's why we're still diligently staffing in Division A. Division Delta, this on the west side of the fire, there's one little piece over here, a couple 100 acres. In Butte Creek, it's this piece right here. Alpha Happy Valley and Butte Creek for the residents, that it just keeps slopping out of our dozer lines in there and keeps spreading. We re-engage, go direct attack on that. We've been doing that for 2 days, trying to get this piece burned in, and every day it stands up, makes slope runs up out of the Butte Creek to us. So heavily staffed in here. I just really want to get this area tied up so we can get some normalcy back in here. The one benefit with the wind, as this thing continues to do this, it burns back into cold black, but as it continues that southerly spread, every time it comes out, we end up in a firefight defending structures in that area. So still a very aggressive firefight that is challenging us and has been for the last 72 hours. Moving across 50, most of that is looking good, but everything is burning different today. We're seeing movement like we saw about 15 days ago. And we're trying to burn some of these islands out on 50 to prevent additional spot fires on the north side of 50. So we're currently engaged in that. As we move up here towards the head of the fire, burning conditions for the last several days have allowed us to be in here trying to go direct on this fire. And direct attack is the method that we always try and take when we have that option, because one, it's the best alternative, it's the safest alternative for us as firefighters to be right on the fire's edge, and we take the smallest footprint, and it's advantageous to us. We've been in there boxing with the fire for literally the last 4 or 5 days, burning. It would spot over. We had burned out again on the next line, and a couple days ago I really felt we were turning the corner with it. And then today is about the clearest day that I've seen in the last couple weeks, with extremely low relative humidities. And today, to put it in perspective, we've been seeing about less than a half mile of movement in here on the fire's perimeter for the last couple weeks each day. And today this has already moved about 2.5 miles on us, with no sign that it's starting to slow down. Therefore, we resort back to our number one priority: get people out of the way and protect life. The fire is currently on the north side of 50. It's spotted up. It's established on Ralston Ridge, burning in the rocks. And then down on the south side, we are literally doing some defensive firing around the ski resort right now, just taking the fire around the ski resort to make sure those structures aren't impacted. Since yesterday evening when I was up here in Strawberry, that's all we've been engaged in is just burning above the structures along Highway 50 there to take the fire up and around and through town around those structures. Highway 50 is currently closed. Not only the road's closed, there's fire on both sides of that road, so it's impassable right now. As we move around, another area of the fire that is stood up today and challenged us is right here. We've been in there. We haven't been able to staff that for the last several days as adequately. I haven't been able to staff the entire fire adequately. But this area got caught in the wind and it started to move, and it's burned aggressively all day, and it's about probably a mile from Highway 88. Our tactic is we're still maintaining this line right here, and we'll probably end up picking up. We're improving Highway 88 right now, and when I say improving it, I'm reducing the fuels along there so we can use that as a control point while looking for other options to get closer to it. I probably have 15 or 20 dozers doing that all along from Division L, Lima, up through here, up to Kirkwood. We're moving structure or equipment into Kirkwood, doing structure prep. We ordered 25 strike teams of engines, 25 bulldozers, 25 hand crews. We've added divisions to increase our span of control. And as those resources filter in throughout tonight, we'll just be infiltrating this whole area throughout the night. The last piece we're working, when the wind blows like this, our primary modes are, one, hold on to what we have, so we don't want to lose anything that we already have black or we're trying to get turned black. So we'll work really hard to keep this piece here so we don't have 88 challenged in another area. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Eric Lee, Law Enforcement Liaison for IMT6. Ops just gave you a brief overview of what is going on with the fire, and obviously we had a very dynamic day today. I'm going to walk over this map and kind of talk about some of the things that we did, and visually you can see what it is. First of all, I want to make sure that everybody out there, because I know phone calls are going to be coming in, I don't want anybody to be confused. So I want to make sure everybody understands the difference between a warning and a mandatory evacuation. Okay, so anything you see down in here in yellow along the map is a warning area. That means that you're in an area that you should be aware of what's going on around you. You should obtain and maintain situational awareness, and you should be monitoring news and stuff like that. You should start, if you feel you need to, preparing yourself. Should a mandatory evacuation be declared for your area, you're ready to leave that area. So you want to get things together like medication or things you might need, and make sure that they are accessible to you, so if the time comes up and it's time for you to go because of a mandatory evacuation, you have that time. So again, yellow is just a warning. It's letting you know you need to be aware of what's going on with the fire. Try to keep yourself updated. When we're looking in this red zone area, that's the mandatory evacuation order, okay? The order mandates that you need to leave the area. Today, the fire was more aggressive than what was anticipated. So we had to go ahead and enact some mandatory evacuation orders. So if you see, it actually went into not only El Dorado County, but Alpine County as well, and it affected this portion here, Zone 20, and then you can see a warning was added to Zone 19. So I want to make sure folks understand that the Kirkwood Resort right here is in a mandatory evacuation area. Okay, that is included in this. Also, what we did is we split the zones down here. Because the zones are so long, we did not see at this point a need to do a mandatory evacuation this far away if the fire moves in that direction a little bit. But what we did is we split the zone and made an area where we now have a mandatory evacuation up here and over here, just south of the 88 freeway. But down here, it's still in a warning. You just need to make sure you're aware of your area, okay? So again, this map, if they're zooming in for me, hopefully they are, it shows the area so that you can get a visual realization of what areas we're talking about, and you can start making your way out. Again, the ways you should travel would be up along 50 or up along 89. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. With that, I'd like to go ahead and bring up the Forest Supervisor, Jeff Marcellet, for some comments.
Good evening, everyone. Jeff Marcellet, Forest Supervisor for the El Dorado National Forest. And I'm here alongside of Acting Forest Supervisor for the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, Gwen Sanchez, and really in partnership, as you've heard me speak many times, with my agency administrator partner from CAL FIRE, Chief Mike Blankenheim. Today's been a rough day, and there's no bones about it. I think the team is doing an excellent job trying to stay in front of a very evolving fire. You know, a few days ago, I spoke about a federal surge package of fire resources, interagency hotshot crews, and engines that were mirrored with our cooperating agencies and CAL FIRE with dozers, and we thought we could make a stop on this Division Juliet, and today it let loose, and we have more predicted weather coming. So I just ask tonight that you heed the warnings, you pay close attention to the evolving nature of the warnings and the orders that the team issues. I think it's really critical that the public do what they can to be a part of an orderly evacuation. And we'll be here to answer questions and be available, but want to stress to you again the importance of following the guidance that the team from CAL FIRE and the Forest Service in unified command are issuing related to this latest of evolution of this fire. So thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you, sir. With that, I'd like to go ahead and bring back up our Ops Section Chief, Eric Schwab, to answer some of the questions that were submitted about the fire itself.
A lot of people are curious about the map and how to read it. So we break span of control. So we don't have too many people working for a supervisor. We try to have no more than 7. So we break that up by branches, which is this symbol, and divisions, which is this symbol. So within the branch, there's divisions, and those folks call the branch director when they need something, and then the branch directors call me. Otherwise, I think we're going to be up to like 17 divisions, and my brain, I just can't have that many people calling me and be productive. So that's how that's broken up. As far as lines and stuff go, all the X's are dozer line, black X's are dozer lines that we put in. The shaded gray ones are proposed dozer lines. Then we have hand lines. We have symbols for everything. This tells me there's a repeater. That's a symbol for a repeater. We have drop points that are on here throughout. That's just helps us navigate. The H's are helibases where we're landing helicopters. Incident command post is where we're at. So that's some of the map symbology and how to read it on there. Someone asking for an update on Strawberry and Twin Bridges. Again, we've been engaged. The fire came into Strawberry last night. Again, we were nursing the fire around all the structures, both on the east and west side throughout the night. And we're very successful. There was a ton of equipment up there. It was literally a traffic jam with fire engines up in Strawberry. And then the fires moved on to the ski resort and the additional structures on both sides of Highway 50 there, excuse me. And we're actively engaged. We're not actively trying to control the fire right now. We are in a defensive mode, just trying to do structure defense up there. And again, bringing more equipment in there to do more structure defense and structure prep even further out away from this incident. Someone's mentioned Echo Lake has accessibility issues. How are we doing that? We're walking fire hoses in. If you went up 50 right now along several of the tracks, we're just laying fire hoses in right to Highway 50 where we park the apparatus, and we'll drag hose physically into people's houses and charge those lines when we need them and utilize them that way. So that is how we're getting in there. And last question, are we doing burning operations during the wind event? Typically, no. We don't like to burn in heavy wind unless the wind's in our favor. But if we have to do defensive firing operations to defend homes, to save lives, we will. But typically, like I said, in a 40-mile-an-hour wind, we don't want to put fire on the ground. So thank you.
Doing that around Leek Springs Camp.
One of the questions that came up was how do I check if my property is damaged? We did post a link in the Facebook Live, but also I will give you the Linktree web address. That is linktr.ee/IMT6. So that's the best way I can get you guys to that website without giving you a longer website. If you go to that Linktree, there's 16 websites on there. The first one that shows up is the El Dorado County and El Dorado County Sheriff link to the site that shows you where you can go to check if your property is damaged or destroyed, as well as gives other information to you for help if you've been affected by the fire. Additionally, the other links in there show you the evacuation warning and order map from El Dorado County, as well as email signups for any of the updates. The NCWeb website to check from the Forest Service on the fire itself, as well as the CAL FIRE website, so you can not only check this fire, any additional fires that are in the area that you're curious about, among other websites for you. With that, I'd like to go ahead and bring up one of our Unified ICs, Dusty Martin, for some comments.
Good evening. My name is Dusty Martin. I'm one of the Unified Incident Commanders. Standing beside me are my partners as we go through a challenging and difficult day today. All of our agencies are represented, and all of our agencies have been in close communication and coordination to get additional resources and to keep moving forward with this incident. There's been numerous questions about resources. One thing to understand is that there is many other fires going in the state, just not in the north, but also in the southern part of the state. We're all competing for the same resources. We have placed a very large order for resources to come in and assist the Caldor incident with the new spread of the incident. Please heed to all the evacuation orders that have been placed. If you're in an order, please leave the area. If you're in a warning, please make sure you are ready to leave if that turns into an order. We are working constantly and tirelessly daily to see a mitigation to this incident. Each and every one of these agencies here, we are all working together to see that to an end.
That's
Each
nice.
of us play an integral part. We have talked throughout the last couple weeks of small wins, and some days we get the fire outpaces where we are. Today we didn't have a lot of wind on the fire, and it's gotten up and ran pretty good. With that is what's caused the additional evacuations. I want to ensure you that all of us standing here will stay engaged and continually be engaged to see this incident to mitigation. We do have additional resources coming in and additional personnel to help us with some of the span of control issues that Chief Schwab talked about. With that, please stay on our social media accounts. With the press releases that are coming out, pay attention for changing information. We have one heck of a firefight going on today and will be for the next couple of days. We are trying to get the information to each and every one of you as soon as we can. And as we do, we will push it out to every platform. With that, thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to reiterate with what Chief Martin was saying. Please stay in constant contact with us through our social media websites, our email sign up, so we can get all that important and immediate information out to you as soon as it comes out. With that, I'd like to say now we're going to have this in a condensed version of Spanish.
Buenas tardes, Ricardo Tlapala, vocero, California Incident Management Team 6.
So I'm sorry we got to go back to the radio because this is such a rapidly escalating situation that the radio is going to tell us what's what. We heard about the evacuation from Kirkwood long before these social media sites they're talking about. Radio is the #1 way to stay informed, get early information, and stay alive in nighttime situations. So I'm going to turn that on back now, and we will We will go ahead and continue tracking the Caldor fire. It has the greatest threat to life and safety at this moment. We're going to try to look at the Dixie too, but listening to the radio is really the best thing to do. So the inadequacy doesn't begin to explain what their communication with the public, but hopefully they'll fix that in the future. Let's go back to monitoring the situation.
Right on. So we're going to stay off of their dip, is that okay? You're clear direct from present.
Right now somebody was...
Romeo Hotel, make sure you got eyes on that tower up there as well. Sorry about that.
Somebody in chat was saying, why would I listen to your channel rather than CAL FIRE? I'm not saying listen to my channel rather than CAL FIRE. I'm saying listen to the radio like I am, because that is the first sign of what they're going to do. That's how I get heads up before CAL FIRE gets information to the public. We do. It's because we're listening to their chatter live. I've had the great privilege to give people 6 and 12 and sometimes 18 hours of advance warning that their community is in danger before CAL FIRE decides to get around to explaining that. So we just look at the weather, look at fire behavior, look at the radio. If you can't tune into me, tune into Broadcastify. We've got fire here at the ski lodge. They're trying to defend it with a small crew. We are seeing...
Oh man, they're all fair game. We just got a ton of them out here.
We're seeing fire on the ridge, southwest of Tahoe, on the infrared. People probably can't see that live because there's smoke, but this camera sees through the smoke.
Rotor. Yeah, 2 Hotel Tango. Okay, yeah, I just missed your call. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are going to be RTB. We're Bingo Fuel.
Bingo Fuel, RTB, let me know frequency change, outbound black route.
2 Hotel Tango.
My request is for 25 gallons of gasoline. My last order was incomplete. I need 25 gallons of gasoline to continue operations at runway 26.
Good afternoon, checking in 25 miles to the north.
Yeah, you...
Division Papa, can you repeat the drop point you want to deliver to?
Sending 9,500. You're cleared in 10,500. Charlie 1 transitioning with Bravo 4-5, 8,500 below. Multiple tankers. Scoopers 8,000 below. And North Elko 5,000 with rotors below. A large power up by the lookout.
Yeah, no worries. That's fine. Bucket was under the bed. I was just flying the Jackson with the guys just to pack it up. And it's not holding water very well. So I'm going to go re-dip and see what I can get up there.
Okay, and you're real hard to copy on the air-to-ground tactical. Not sure if you copied that.
Roger.
Roger. And we're going to be outbound. 4-5 is going to be with you.
Yeah, 9 Romeo Hotel, this is Bravo 4-5. I've got you from here on out, and just let me know when you're out of the dip, and we'll... Don't quite have eyes on you crossing or through there, but just keep doing what you're doing, and I'll pick you up.
Tango positive, comms elevate, so long.
Is that going to be a fuel and hold?
Okay, I'm getting reports that traffic is light currently at South Lake Tahoe. The situation at Sierra Tahoe is there's a small crew defending it. There's a small crew and lots of aircraft defending the Leek Springs lookout. We've got a major pyrocumulonimbus cloud here that has formed, and it's cooking up good. We just heard on the meeting that all the crews are going defensive and just sort of retreating away from the advancing head of the fire, and they're going to come back when it's safe to do so, to try to stop the fire. It's spotted over lines in multiple places, too many to keep track of, mostly up by Horsetail Falls, in those areas. That's why we're seeing the flames cresting the ridge here at South Lake Tahoe. This is a live movie camera image from FLIR. Even if you can't see through the smoke, we can with this magic camera. We have heat detections large enough to be seen from space, inching ever closer to Myers, Christmas Valley, and South Lake Tahoe. But I want to remind people this is the margin of error. Within each one of these squares, it could just be several acres or something in size. But this updates around every 20 minutes. Red is a heat detection from space, which is like a flare-up that has happened in the last 10 minutes of whenever this was taken. So look at the minute mark and look at your clock. This is 24 minutes. We're at 27 minutes. So there's just minutes ago. So orange is heat detections from the last hour, and yellow is 1 to 6 hours ago. So all these places will flare up red as wind flares them up again. It's not really a fire tracker, it's a heat detection tracker with a big margin of error. Each square is like 4 square miles or so. However, it's not looking good, and they've said that the fire has spotted over in these areas. So these communities are not getting, they're getting late warning. We saw Christmas Valley and Myers and such just go to red instead of yellow. But I recognized as soon as at 2 in the morning or midnight that fire climbed up in the Sierra Tahoe area, that nothing was going to stop it from going east based on these maps that I've been studying. These are their attack maps and their defense maps. And once it got into Lover's Leap here, they have incomplete and partial lines, and that's it. There's nothing that really would protect the communities from going like so and like so. So I was calling at 4 in the morning for people to get ready to leave and leave early this morning today. And just time and time again, I hate being right, but they just are telling people late. I don't know why they don't recognize the danger with the forecast being abysmally bad. But that's the situation we're in. We can take care of ourselves and just use common sense to keep ourselves safe. The best course of action is leaving before told. That is what CAL FIRE's advice is. If you feel vulnerable or unsafe or have a bad feeling, leave before you're told. Don't wait. Too many times we see the reverse 911 system fail. We saw that earlier on the Caldor. We saw it at Janesville and Milford. It's not their fault. It's that crumbling infrastructure and the fire moving so fast that it severs communication lines. It's not their fault. So the best course of action is always leaving early, but nice and calm, nice and orderly.
Bravo 4 Zulu, I believe. That's correction 45. Bravo 45, you'll be in a Daisy with 8182. And caution, 9 Romeo Hotel, Red K-Max, working at a Bear Dip, same target. You guys will be just west of the Leek Springs Tower at the November Papa Break. 283 flight checks. We'll be looking. Bravo 45 right here, taxi far.
5 Tango Alpha, did you copy that 5 Papa Tango's on their way in?
This is fire.
Tango headed this way, copy.
Airpack 14, Hotel X-Ray, Lake Village, TFR, south of Private Butte, en route for Jackson.
14 Hotel X-Ray, caution, Scooper flight 283-284, just at Jackson now, 8,500.
For that, we'll be looking for traffic for Hotel X-Ray.
Please repeat the website.
Which one? Hotel will be coming in, be advised.
Division November, can you repeat your walk-on?
And 230, airpack, back with you.
Copy that. Did we open up Jackson again? I'm not seeing that on my 220.
Jackson's open because Kirkwood's closed.
Copy that. So all this Kirkwood stuff has transitioned to Jackson.
That's right. 11 November 4 Hotel X checked out for Jackson Gonna work 9 Romeo Hotel till he's bingo, and then Jackson.
Bingo means low on fuel. So they got a flurry of aircraft by this area trying to save this tower.
22 was on scene 15:15, so they're 2 hours in. Break. Ready for the Helco rundown? So they came in at 15:50. Now they run in 4 hours as well. So we're looking at basically 19:15. Yeah, they're on their second cycle, so that'll affirm. In Helco, Division Delta 509, bingo 1800.
We'll keep you working then as long as you're good with it. And if we can set up a checkpoint on that major ridge as you're climbing out of the dip, as you cross that ridge, just call it a ridge check, and we'll sequence in.
Yeah, I don't know. Water down to 2,000. I think it might have to bug the jack. I don't much have anything trying to get up there.
Oh yeah, okay. Let's do that. I'll turn you over to break air deck. You listening to this?
Break.
Air attack Bravo 45 on rotor.
For the turnout.
We got him in sight.
Romeo Mel Dip and 48 Yankee 73 uniform MRB.
Uniform 7 MRB.
Copy 5 Tango Alpha, working for all of them are working for Caldor 1 and 4354. Out of the Mel Dip, 5 Tango Alpha, 5 Papa Tango, 7 Delta Romeo. Working out of the MRB is 48 Yankee and 73 uniform. Affirm. And he may have one additional Type 1 on order and perhaps one additional Type 2. I think he placed that just a few ago.
Let's go do it. On the exit, I'll be a hard right. You come go straight out and then head to the south, same routing.
Condor 26 was up at 17,000, and 17 Victor, I believe, flight level 23,000.
Okay, tankers are exiting out at 8,000 or 7,500 if you can stay at or below 7,000.
Yep, I got him in sight, and I'll just keep that one.
Copy, thanks.
Cooling off the edge inside as a retardant. And just be caution with those Type 1s above the road and making their turnout. Be looking for them.
Okay, good.
You got it, brother.
Okay, we'll keep the turn coming, show you what the project is. Fire, if you got your ops map open in India, has progressed past Horsetail Falls, which was our containment line north of the 50. Break.
Departed Placerville inbound for MRB.
3002 cleared in out of below 4,500. Black route direct MRB. Roll over to the to the Rotor Victor. I'll pick you up there.
3 Single Cell, 3002, 4.5 and below, and down to Rotor, Northern Rotor.
Oh, good. Moving pretty hard east. Pyrocumulus getting rather sporty. Yeah.
Bravo 45, Tahoe.
Yeah, Helicopter 9 Romeo Hotel is working with 17 Bravo, is having bucket problems. They have to return to Jackson Helibase. Would you like me to try to get another helicopter out to replace them?
We'll take whatever we can get here. Make sure we can wrap up the spots we got.
Okay, sounds good. I'll get with Air Tech, see if we can get something launched down here.
Yeah, sounds good.
Section 13, let me know when you have the white box there.
4-8, and I'll show you the ropes.
The return project is initially just hold what we have And then if able, although visibility is slowly degrading, doing some structure protection there. Break.
Copy. And for reference, is the fire line basically up against that dozer line then, running all along that Leek Spring area?
Yep, it's slopped in. Retardant now is coming out to the 88. It's about our 4, green side. And when conditions subside here at Leek Springs, we'll be looking to continue green side moving northeast.
The rotor Victor. All right, cleared in out of below 4,500, 2 Delta South, talking on rotor Victor.
Multiple structures in there, down weren't going to be able to do anything.
Elko, Guard 866. Guard 866, Elko, CFR.
Guard 866 off of Placerville, Black Route, Jenkins Dip.
3002, cleared in out of below 4,500 for Jenkins Dip. Meet you over on the rotor Victor.
Guard 866. Any questions thus far?
That'd be a little loop there. Structures, I mean, I saw the Leeks lookout, but I didn't see the structures. Were they more interior? Is the fire already past them?
Yeah, they're in the meadow, kind of tucked against the timber. I doubt with the way the wind is blowing, you're going to be able to see them.
Copy that.
There's another set of structures in the Shaw Flat area, just 2 miles northeast of the branch break. Also likely impacted by smoke. Probably not going to be able to get in there, but something of concern.
Black route to Jenkins, caution the wires north and south of the lake. Pick up some water, comes to Delta. We'll be working with these with the water drop. Have you been in here before?
866, apparently we were there last night.
Copy. Caution, you will be working with multiple other helicopters at or below 4,500. I'll talk you up when you get a little closer.
866, at or below 4,500.
Level 8, sir. I'm going to use you from the tower to the west.
Caldor air attack, Bravo 45 on.
Bravo 45, go ahead.
I don't know if you copied that, but the 9 Romeo Hotel had bucket problems. They're headed back to Hella Base. Can we get another one to replace them?
9 Romeo Hotel for Jackson. We're in a transition now. I'll pass it along.
Okay. In the meantime, we're going to work some retards there where Tahoe is on the west side of the tower.
How many would you like there, Isaac?
So far everything is held, and we're still trying to get a good solid red line road to the ridge above the road on the kind of right shoulder.
For November, that's really all I have for you.
Pretty smoky. I don't have a good measurement for you.
If you wanted to check out with, we'll go ahead and send that.
Okay, the only thing to add, looking at my iPad here, looks like 866, the guard, is in the mix there in Delta for Helco.
Okay, from your perspective, how are we continuous red retardant all the way from the top tied in to the bottom to the road?
Bravo 45 Tahoe.
Yeah, we're coming over there right now to try to put some retardant in there on the west side of the tower. You just want it right up against the tower?
Yep, we could just start from the tower and start just beefing up the retardant line that's already in the down the hill as far as we can.
We'll pick it up at the tower and go as direct as possible. I'll have it work for you as that line clear.
Yep, we got a couple dozers pushing in there. I don't think it should be a big factor. It's just we'll try to backtrack them out a little bit.
Okay, we're coming over right now. If you see explosive smoke, that's what we're looking at. If it doesn't look right, let me know.
Copy.
Tango Alpha, how come?
You have plenty of time to get into position.
Air taxi 07, Placerville.
The remainder, 9 Romeo Hotel, Bucky Dixie outbound, Jackson. Thanks for the work, guys.
Tango Alpha for the drop and get the Daisy train. 5 Fox Tango go to Felden. Just to the east of the dip, and we have the inbound traffic in sight, and we'll follow you in. 5 Fox Tango's off the drop. Tango Hotel, I'll go. Are we working forward down where those other lights are working, or are we stopping before this? No, you'll be on top, above the road. You'll be working with 7-3 uniform and 4-8 Yankee from the road to the ridge, making sure that's all buttoned up. Yeah. So the top of the ridge just to this road where I am, and those guys are working downhill from there. Yeah, got the sun on you. That's you on target now. I got you there. Yep, from above that road. Yep, just off the road, that ridge line under the smoke down to that mid-slope road. I just want to make sure we've got everything.
Romeo's out of the dip.
Bravo Sierra's off possibly home base en route for Helco release.
7 Bravo Sierra, Helco 3002 cleared in 5,000, meet you at Delta. Multiple copters out of below 4,005.
Copy cleared in 5,000, 3002, we'll meet you in Delta. Hotel, off the drop, down the back. Caldor Helco, Caldor Air Taxi, FR. Caldor Helco, Caldor Air Tac on Rotor Victor South. Yes, sir, I believe I'll head all back in to space for fuel.
I got you. Caution outbound 7 Bravo Sierra. Let me know positive comms.
7 Bravo Sierra, looking for him. We'll call positive.
Yeah, how'd that fall in there for you?
That was a good line, but if we could release a little sooner and try to get some of that retardant up higher here, closer to the tower.
Start a little sooner, try to get it closer to the tower.
For Helco. 866, got you out Jenkins for Delta. Give me a call when you get closer. We're going to have you work on the top above the road from the ridge down and make sure that you're cooling direct on the fire's edge, making sure that we've caught everything with the retardant.
And the tower
was Charlie 1, working on. Okay, so we can work them in that tower area, just main mission, just the hottest stuff there next to the tower. Is that what they were doing?
Base 3 fighter, you going straight to the dip, to the scoop?
Helco, Caldor air attack on TFR.
Cobra in sight, Helco in sight. Helco in sight. Okay, so we're turning over your target area. I'd like you to be direct with that water on the heat. Caution on your turnout, as we do have the mediums working below the road.
Going really direct under the tower and also on both sides of the tower.
On Helco, correction on rotor south, 12407.
767, will be 1098, check secure.
Continue with the lineup real quick if you're ready.
Go ahead.
48 Yankee, 73 uniform, and 3 Tango Hotel MRB with the red stuff in Delta.
Copy.
3 Tango Hotel fresh, 48 Yankee, 73 uniform, good through 1830.
On there, and then coming over here, getting on final. I'm kind of on a dog leg to final right now.
At your right door there, I'm sorry. We keep an open flame. I know it's pretty well on the black, but we'll kind of want to see what you think about it.
You got walked on there, try again.
Yeah, right out your right door low, there's some black smoke popping and some pretty good open flame. I know it's in the black. I know what your concerns were with it.
Copy. I'll take a look at that. Let's just perimeter secure. Let's continue with that mission. I see that smoke you're seeing. Thank you for pointing that out.
No problem.
Starting to drop here next to the tower.
The ridge line coming down.
Next tanker drop 2, just staying direct on it, bringing it into the last one.
Four Yankees off the drop, right turnout.
I think I have you in sight.
Copy, looking for you.
Continuing, 7 Delta Romeo, good for 1815, 5 Tango Alpha. They have already departed, haven't closed them out with Helibase yet. 5 Papa Tango, 2 Delta Hotel are fresh out of the Mel, and then we do have 866 that's working out of Jenkins with the water.
Yeah, where's 7 Delta Romeo working?
Tango Alpha, go ahead.
Positive comms with the Helibase, sir.
Positive comms, thanks for your work, so long.
Good night.
Traffic for Helco, got walked on, go ahead.
David, 1394 copies.
And reinforcing the retardant area, picked that edge all the way up, tied it back in, had one area that popped out mid-flank. Everything else seems like it's inside.
For the EOC, all North and South Division teams that have not been sent to Tahoe are to hold in place until otherwise directed.
Hotel, 5 Papa Tango, 7 Delta Romeo, who's timing out at 1815, all working out of the Mel Dip below the road, keeping that cool.
Correct.
Type 1's working out of the MRB, 48 Yankee, timing out 1830, 73 Uniform, 1830, and 3 Tango Hotel, who's fresh.
Correct.
And 866 coming out of Jenkinson Lake.
Correct all.
Alright, so we're just continuing down, doubling up that retardant then, I guess?
Affirmative. I was kind of looking at switching to water, but we just came to that position to where I think we got everything held inside the red stuff.
Copy that. Did the dozers start working up from the bottom?
Negative. Those dozers were not able to continue above the road. They were pulled out. Haven't re-engaged with them.
Anything working direct below the road?
Negative.
Alright, and I guess the plan is just to run everything so far like you did the last couple times?
Yeah, whatever makes sense for visibility. Contacts have been the Caldor 1. Looks like that spot fire we did catch. We haven't been servicing them. 4354 above Caldor had a spot that we beat up pretty good. They may need some more work, but they haven't asked.
Yeah, 4354?
Correct. 30 minutes remain. Copy. And we'll be transitioning out of the new Helco. Thanks for your work. Any questions, Tony?
No, I think I got it, and they were comfortable working the 3 mediums and the Mel Dip with no issues.
Affirmative. The caution is their approach to target and the turnout for the Type 1s up top. I've just been mother henning a little bit, but they're doing well with announcing up over the ridge and doing their turnouts and calling their turns. They're doing good.
Copy all. I think I've got it, and we'll be able to finish out the day.
Okay, brother. We'll get dispatch. You have the fire.
I got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Helco, Caldor Air Tech on to you first.
Yeah, go ahead for Helco.
Yes, sir. Copy that brief. We're just coming on station ourselves. I do have one request. Copter 9, Romeo Hotel, has been working up on the November side. They had to check out for bucket issues. They've been requesting a Type 2 to Type 1 with a bucket. I don't know if you have something available or if you know if anything's available in station.
And that's up in Division November?
Yeah, affirmative. We're going to sync them in with the scoopers up there at Leek Lookout.
Copy. I'm not familiar with that. I haven't seen much more around the fire than this. There's stuff on base available if you want to order it.
Copy that. That was mostly I was getting at. If we wanted to reallocate something here, go straight to base. I'll go to the base for that, and we'll take the helicopter. I'll control them.
Aircraft calling for Placerville Heli Base. Go ahead. Helicopter 509 completed transition. 7 Bravo Sierra is now Helco, and we're inbound for Placerville. Heli Base copies all. Your winds are light. No traffic in the area. Land at your discretion.
Do the dewdrop check, and then bring them in from there. And since they'll be working for you, you're going to put them on the south rotor.
Yeah, from that looks pretty good.
Yeah, from just let me know their identifier when you get them in there.
I got that.
That'll watch the drop.
MRB? Base.
I'd like to replace, or order 2 replacement Type 1 for 48 Yankee and 73 Uniform, 1830. They'll be utilizing the black route, MRB Division Delta.
Helco from Helibase. We got replacements for 48 Yankee, 7-3 uniform at 1830, Black Route, working the MRB, Division Delta, and I'll get back to you with your numbers. Copy that. Air attack from Helibase, go ahead.
Cresting 1, Type 1 or Type 2, bucket equipped helicopter. Use tank route. Check in with air attack on rotor south. They'll be working in Division November.
Just be up at 8,500, air attack at 9,500. Bucket equipped. Tank route, or tank check. Checking on rotor south, working in Division November. So, on south rotor.
Type 2, if that's always available.
And air attack, we're going to send you 3 Charlie Hotel. That is a Chinook with a long line.
3 Charlie Hotel, thanks.
North Helco, Placerville Helibase, Air to Ground Command. Base Helco, go ahead. Yes, sir. Your replacement helicopters will be 2 Hotel Tango and 8 Charlie Hotel. 2 Hotel Tango and 8 Charlie Hotel. Work with you. The only reason I picked that is because that's what the 8-1 and 8-2 were doing, and it seemed to be going really smooth, so I just left it. But if you need more, let me know. Okay, I might need 8 on the first one here just to... You bet. Just do what you got to do. I mean, I've been going through there 7,600, 7,500, so if you need higher, just let me know, and I'll coordinate with the other tankers. I've been having them at 8,500.
Okay, I'm off the phone. Thanks for your... Hang on. Okay, looks like they're silent on the radio for a moment.
Off the drop.
Or not. So, the reason there's so many aircraft down here is they're trying desperately to save the Leek Springs cam. This is the southeast portion of the fire.
The drop up high where the Type 1's portion up here.
And they're trying to hold 80 as a line down here. And it's maybe not going to work. That's why they evacuated Kirkwood. So at least they can save this lookout tower. This is a fire lookout tower here at Leek Springs. There's people there.
Any units copy me?
They have to save it. Do everything they can. There's crews in the area too. So if we look at the map, here it is right now. Some of that is there, like you heard on the meeting.
X1387.
They're setting fires in front of the fire as a desperate move to try to stop the main roaring body of the fire, which can have hundreds of foot tall flames sometimes, from reaching the area and just toasting up all the trees. So if they get a moment, like 10 minutes of a break in the wind, they'll light an individual tree to try to burn off of its dead branches and such before the other main fire reaches it. So there's police chatter right now. That's why I've taken the time to talk. We've got fire up here trying to eat Sierra Tahoe. A small crew, last I heard, was defending it. They were pulling all the crews and everybody out of the Twin Bridges area. And we're seeing here on the FLIR that the fire is this close to South Lake Tahoe, approximately here. They didn't give people enough warning in Myers. They just said, everybody out now. So I'm trying to keep up with this best I can with the evacuation info. Please help me keep up with it. I just talked to a couple of fire experts on the phone, and they are chipping in on the situation. And there's a lot of speculation by old timers that indeed one of the ways that Tahoe could be affected is if it crosses over, and then at some point wind would push us up from the south. I mean, but that's not to say that there is no threat from this direction. It's I mean, as we can see on the scary cams, that's huge.
Okay, the spot's on the west side of the tower there.
Hey, affirmative. Josh, the doze's working.
Will do.
Tower is, of course, Leek Springs Tower, this thing. So we're mostly hearing the aircraft working here.
Next drop, can you go direct on those flames that are to the west of the tower? I'm sure you saw them as you were in the turn coming up. They're below them to the west there.
Thank you, everybody, for...
I can imagine you'll probably need to do that out of a left-hand pattern, but whatever you need.
So sorry. Thank you, Mons. I know that was crazy. When thousands of people come in here, it's pretty dang difficult. So we're calling for a chat silence in general, unless you're contributing new pertinent information, chiming in. Locals, you know, your information is golden. People who are fire experts, your information is golden. And thank you so much for the people respecting that. When people have questions, go ahead and put them here. We'll do our best to answer. I've got a terrible sore throat, but I'll do what I can. Mostly we should listen to the radio for the latest information. And I wanted to make a note here that this is red, as I was trying to draw while I was on the phone. There's a, if you look at CalTopo, excuse me, which this here at CalTopo, if you look at, there is a button. And it will show you the key. The button is down here. You press it and it goes satellite, the square one. This is your color code for, if you're checking this out yourself at caltopo.com. It's a heat detection big enough to be detected from space, usually 1 to 4 acres in size at least. This is the margin of error. So you can have just a small area on fire, or you can have the entire thing on fire and you wouldn't know the difference. But it's not going to flare up unless we know that the fire is still in there, but it only detects new detections. So it's deceiving. This is not a fire detector, it's a heat detector. And it's just telling you how long ago heat was detected. And it'll fade out and show nothing after 6 hours. After the 6 to 12 hour window closes. So this is 6 to 12 hours ago there was heat detections here. So
7:30 to not exceed my 8 hours.
Okay, pilots are talking about timing out. Just like a truck driver, they can't fly forever. So
To double them up what we got in there.
Okay, they're still talking about pilot chatter. So, and we've seen more red and red and red and new heat detections marching closer and closer to South Lake Tahoe. So that's why I'm saying don't wait to get out or be told to leave, because they're just telling people way, way, way too late. You know, causing a panic. Just make your arrangements is the best course of action, because today's mild weather compared to the next, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts that we could be seeing on Echo Summit. In the next course of days. This is an appetizer of the hellish dinner to come. Sunday is the appetizer, and 10-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Green is like less than 20 miles an hour. This is a gust chart. This is current. This is like right now. And orange is like up to 30 miles an hour, and then 35 is a darker orange, and then we're going to get into reds and purples tomorrow with 35 mile an hour wind gusts to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. The key parts of the day are 8 to 8 basically. Low humidity recoveries overnight, so it's just extremely dry. Everywhere that you see red and purple on Tuesday is basically going to be a day of hell. A little bit of it still on Wednesday as well. And this is just forecast. This isn't as set in stone accuracy. This could be worse. So day by day, the forecasts are just looking really dismal for the entire area of the Caldor and Dixie fires. So with Caldor being the worst, the red is just going to be insane. So Tuesday is going to be called Terrible Tuesday for a reason. So this is the appetizer. If you think it's bad today, just wait and hold on to your butts for tomorrow. So if anybody needs to know information about this,
Division Hotel, Division NGS Command 109.
Hang on.
No,
there are many links in the video description, and my mods are here to help. I'm here to help. So, but thank you for being so calm.
Division India, Division Hotel on command.
Can you confirm the water tender moved from Strawberry down to Kybers?
Affirmative. I have a water tender 20346 in my division now.
White puffs means it's cooking.
India, do you copy?
Seems like a fuel tender, not a water tender. Sorry about that.
So hopefully
Division India from Hotel. I'm headed to Kybers now. I will check and I will let you know.
I copy. IAP says it's at Kybers, so it's not Strawberry anymore, so they're looking for it up in Juliet.
You can see the cloud here. Remember, this is looking that way.
Bravo 45 on air to ground command.
That's looking from Placerville, and you can see the outline of that humongous pyrocumulus cloud, and you can see the incredibly tall flames here. I don't know my geography of the region well, but we know.
Tahoe, Bravo 45, air to ground command.
We know it's right here.
Bravo 45, Tahoe. Alright, scoopers are coming in for another drop. They're going to focus down there on the spots west of the tower. We also have helicopter 3 Charlie Hotel. It's going to be heading up to replace 9 Romeo Hotel, working with you guys. Do you want the same contact, 17 Bravo?
Yeah, affirmative. 17 Bravo for 3 Charlie Hotel. Copy on the scoopers coming in.
Yep, 3 Charlie Hotel. We'll have them pick up 17 Bravo on the air ground tactical 164-1375.
Copy.
Okay, so Daniel Kearns has an update for us. Okay. We don't know about structures at Sierra at Tahoe unless you're here. Unless you hear them say something, we don't know.
6 Telco. Yeah, kind of looking for you guys to carry us down the ridge, just taking care of the most active smokes that you can see.
Oh yeah, I forgot about donation buttons. Gosh, not too worried about that right now. I have a link, pinned post as to the official donation sources. Worry about me later. Come back and see me later. I don't have time to go and screw around with donation buttons right now with the chat. I thank everybody.
We're looking for. We'll just keep that. How much longer do I have you guys on station?
About another hour and 15 on station.
Perfect.
So
I'm working with right now.
Kudos Hotel is off the drop.
Romeo's out of the dip.
Okay. Does anybody have a current question that I may have missed?
No, we're out of the MRB.
Yeah, the fire is east of Horsetail Falls. That is confirmed. I don't know why that message got deleted. I don't know why Tahoe Matt Media was timed out or something. Sorry about that. Okay, I'll check out the webcams around South Lake Tahoe.
Delta Romeo 5 Pop Tango, slide up to the drop here. Smoke down there, couldn't tell if it was a spot or not.
Whoa. Alright, new view on Sierra Tahoe cam. Hopefully they save this place. So it's now looking northeast. Wow, you can really see that this is a flame, this whole area by Lower Echo Lake and above it. That's the same thing we're seeing on the FLIR. So the flames that we're seeing is this.
Yankees just coming up on the ridgeline. We're going to be turning downhill to the south. We've got other traffic. We'll be making a left turn now.
Okay, I'm sick as a dog. I have an extremely sore throat. I'll talk when I can. Are the spot fires below the main blow up on Echo Summit?
For Yankee Oko.
At this?
I was told you're timing out at 16:30. Is your next one going to be a wash? Correction, 18:30. Copy, we'll just make the last drop, the watch for you. Yeah, break 7-3 uniform, same traffic.
I think what we're seeing...
7-3 uniform. We have a... Oh, say that again, sir?
For Yankee, you're done on the drop?
Best I can tell.
We're just turning out.
Blue is where the fire is,
yeah,
best I can tell.
Uniform, just make your last drop to your rent cycle.
7-3 uniform, copy.
Go for Bravo 45 on air, Doc, command.
That was it.
That's 3 Charlie Hotel, CFR.
Yes, dropped up there.
The south aspect of Ralston Ridge.
Clarify, do you want our next drop to be a rent and to go back to Placido, or do you want us to just keep working and then on our last drop do it?
Up a little higher and rolling it down into the spots. And then we're going to continue after that down the dozer line and patch up what Charlie 1 was doing.
Talk to Bravo 45 at the do check, and can you say our altitude restrictions?
Clear down 5,000 to do drop. 5,000 up. We'll each give you a 5,000, but we'll get you a hard altitude on it.
3 Charlie Hotel.
Aircraft.
Division Hotel, Tinder 285 on command 104.
I'm sorry I switched rapidly, but...
I'm just going to do 360 to come get you.
Josh says there are reports of spot fires as far ahead of the fire as Ralston Lake. Remember, a spot fire means that embers lit a fire significantly ahead of the main body. Fire is burning intensely on the divide between SAT and Strawberry Creek. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Batman, I mean. Yeah, these are steep cliffs from Echo Summit to Myers, and they are not in front of the fire trying to stop it. They've gotten out of the way. Ralston Lake fire spots. Thanks, RJ.
Hey, Charlie Hotel, Helco on the North Rudder.
Alright, I just 12 o'clock. Give you a nice big wing flash, you can just fall in behind me.
Yeah, thank you for the well wishes.
Go ahead, 3 Charlie Hotel. 73 informs, off the drop base 56 in sight, we'll circle around to your section.
We hope this ski resort will live. We can keep listening whether or not they're going to pull the crew off of it, but I don't know how long it would take to get off of this mountain. They may be kind of stuck there. At least there's wide open spaces on a ski resort for sheltering. Let me look at Daniel Kearns' thing, but I don't think I can pull away from this to show his video. Do you guys know what Daniel Kearns said? Well, it's already in Twin Bridges. They got everybody out of there. They said, get the media out, the PG&E trucks. There was a crew. Yeah. Everything's going to get worse with the...
Let's do it. Should be about a 235-ish, starting the drop at 7,600, pushing over. Probably no lower than about 7,400.
What I mean by that is the lower humidity, higher wind speeds, higher wind gusts, and it's not going to switch back and blow to the west in general like it does every night, which makes the fire kind of almost stop in its tracks at night in some points. It's going to take direct aim to the northeast. Like southwest winds will be blowing towards the northeast in general, with, well, the fire creating some of its own weather possibly, with some other swirling wind factors around Christmas Valley. Maybe some wind coming out of the desert, it's hard to say. Kind of making unstable, treacherous, shifting wind conditions. Wow. Now you know it's bad when the sky is red. So this is the appetizer. Tomorrow's going to get worse. Tuesday's going to be insanely bad. So that's why we're here, and I'll be with you guys. We're trying to help each other and keep each other abreast of the situation. Please do not fail to understand how bad things can get. What I like to do is give people the reality check. Now, this is what happened with Greenville. This is a time lapse the night that the winds were only 40 miles an hour to 35 to 40. When they lost Greenville, it was around 9% humidity, 35 mile an hour wind gusts to 40 maybe, with some sustained winds. People think this time lapse is occurring all day. For the night we lost Greenville and Canyon Dam in the Dixie fire. And this is the night that the Dixie fire expanded 100,000 acres in size in a single 24-hour period, maybe slightly longer. It was spreading at the rate of 50 acres per minute, 1,000 acres per hour. It marched past 4 different control lines due north, straight past Chester, almost to Shasta County. It spread 19 miles in a day, 24-hour period, day to night. We lost 2 towns. We almost lost hundreds of people. They barely made it out with their lives. CAL FIRE, I don't know, did not make the evacuation decision. It seemed to be the sheriff's decision. But he said he based it off of what CAL FIRE's info was, with modeling and forecasts and all these fancy tools. But it doesn't take a rocket science to see that judging by the Camp Fire and the Bear Fire of last year and mass fatality events that they were, where fires roared, 19 miles, in 24-hour periods, that's perfectly what fires are capable in this terrain and in this drought. So this is what happened. Just what was it, the 3rd?
At the Caltrans yard. and the fuel tender is one of those pieces of equipment staged there.
Yeah, they can't access that area. Can you let me know if there's one at Khyber?
Hang on.
Delta Hotel out of the Meldip.
Well, they're talking about rearranging vehicles. One of them going to those areas. But the point is this is not a time lapse of the day. This is the time lapse of 1 hour, 300 to 400 foot tall flames, maybe 500 feet tall in some portions, judging by the height of the trees being around 75 to 125 feet tall. This is what can happen in an hour with the similar red flag conditions that honestly weren't as bad as was forecast for Tuesday. So please understand that there is grave danger. We've got a big, large population center. The wind's blowing towards it, just like it was with the Dixie fire. There's many survivors of the Camp Fire and the Bear Fire in chat who can tell you, don't wait to be told to leave. It's your best option, because this is the worst case scenario and a very, very probable possibility that we don't know where the wind will blow, where the fire will go, but pretty much where it wants. We don't know what communities will be impacted or where or when or exactly how bad, but this is the worst case scenario that we all have to prepare for. This is why I do what I do. It is always your best course of action to just calmly make your way out of town and help your neighbors, help your family, because this is within the realm of possibility, very much in the realm of possibility. So that's what happened in an hour. So this fire will explode in size. I don't see what would stop it. The next couple of days. We just don't know if they could steer it around communities or protect individual communities like they did with Strawberry. But just bear in mind that tiny communities are easier to defend than large ones. So we know the wind direction, the way it wants to go. So I'm telling people, get out of the way before you're told. And I did that before the mandatory evacuations of Myers and Christmas Valley here. I was doing it a long time ago. So I don't know why they delay so much and what the problem is with their evacuation information, but it has not been giving people enough time. It has not been, their communication has not been reality check enough to give people a sense of the real danger. Now, what are we seeing? Are we seeing very similar flame heights right now? This is live. This is not bad. These are mild wind gusts right now. They're going to get very bad. And the nighttime might give them little opportunities of lulls and, to help things out. But err on the side of caution is the best thing. So, yeah, when things get bad, they will get bad extremely quickly. It'll escalate very rapidly. Do not think that they can go door to door to 20,000 different dwellings, making sure everybody's out. If you have vulnerable people there, elderly, disabled, people that don't get on social media and don't see these messages, share the stream with them. Walk them through how they can sign their phones up for alerts and emergency alerts. We're here to answer your questions. Make sure that you text people and call them and let them know how serious the situation is. These are live images. We are seeing this rapidly expand. So that's what we do here. Maintain a calm sense of orderly evacuation, and do not depend on the authorities. We already saw the reverse 911 system collapse earlier in the Caldor fire and earlier on the Dixie. This fire can shoot through phone lines, power lines. You could suddenly be in the smoke, in the dark. Pick up the phone, it's dead. Flip on the lights, it's dead. Look at your own cell phone, and there's no service. Then where will you be? AM radio is the last resort. But that's why a lot of people might be asleep. What if that happens during the night? Those people would be dependent on a knock on the door. So please think of everybody that you can. Let them know about things. Help your fellow man out. Help out your neighbors. Offer people rides. Make sure their cars start. Make sure they have gas. Check on them. And make all the decisions you can live with. So Silver Lake Camp, sure, I'll be happy to look.
215, I'll come get you.
What region is that?
You want to just go straight to the base with me and go do it?
Remember, the center of these clouds, those pyrocumulus, is this. 1,000 foot.
2 Hotel Tango, CFR.
Sometimes multiple 1,000 foot tall
2 Hotel Tango, Helco, go ahead.
firewalls.
Just lifted Helibase on our way to the MRB. Copy that, Helco's 5,000.
Containing possible fire tornadoes. It just really depends on, we can't see inside them with, this is what the human eye can see, this is what people would see, this is what the cameras can see. Yeah, and so David Nemi, sorry, I will tell you this. When I was a hotshot, we would be doing firing operations. It caused us huge stress for us to know that people had not evacuated. Your house could be replaced and not your life. To save neighborhoods, that's a good point. And they just said that on the meeting. They might light fires in the trees in front of your neighborhood to try to save your neighborhood. You have to be out for them to do that. Your remaining behind may cause them to not make that decision, and then the fire just approaches the neighborhood and the whole thing is lost. They're doing desperate measures right now, and you need to be out there to give your neighborhood the best chance to survive, and yourself included.
Black route, and advise when you have positive contact with the Helibase.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Commando's advice is good. Charge all of your electronics. Charge up your extra battery things. Make sure that you have dark mode on, battery saver mode. Turn off extra things that you don't need on your phone, so you can keep it running longer. Dim the screen, and take all your chargers and such. That's one thing people forget to evacuate with.
Echo 2 Hotel Tango on the Victor when able. 2 Hotel Tango, go ahead. How many aircraft we got working out of the MRB?
Fire broke out in Marietta? Oh, man. It's going to be bad all over the state, but particularly bad on the Caldor.
That's just too much congestion, and they can't keep up. Can we go up to Jenkins and Colorado? Yeah, firm, you'll be working with 866 to establish a route to and from Jenkins, and then what I'm looking for you guys is working all the smokes inside the retardant line. Do not put any water on the retardant and wash it off to what we've done. We won't wash the retardant off. 2 Hotel Tango. Perfect, thanks.
Where's Silver Lake?
2 Delta Hotel out of the mountain. Okay, 7-3 uniform, that's positive comms with Placerville. And 7-3 uniform, frequency change approved, thanks. I will see you.
It's not a cakewalk over in Delta either.
Alpha 7 Delta Romeo is in contact with Helibase. And 7 Delta Romeo, Coco copies, frequency change approved, thanks. 7 Delta.
Right, what Helen is saying is correct. She's the local. The first people that should evacuate Tahoe should be along 89 areas north of Emerald Bay, 50 to 89. Embers from the high ridges could rain down on 89, starting multiple spot fires, which would impede evacuation. Right, the East Shore. In a nutshell, evacuate to the northeast, correct, Helen? Is that what you're saying? And Helen is saying that Daniel Kearns is not too worried about Taylorsville. A lot of white smoke is forming. The column from black spots, which is what? Okay, that just got deleted. Okay, that just got deleted. Okay. Carrie C says, as a former hotshot, my advice is to leave South Lake Tahoe now. Fast-moving wildfire is fast, loud, and disorienting. Kathryn made a good point about being asleep in your home in the path of this fire. If you are, for some reason, needing to sleep downwind of a mega fire, sleep in shifts with your family. Someone should always be listening to the radio. Broadcastify.com, like I'm displaying now, or an actual handheld radio that you have. Keeping the TV on for the emergency alert tones, and sleep in shifts. But don't sleep on this fire. But get out of the way is the better option so you can sleep.
Check, Coco. I'll see you, bro.
Okay. Thank you, Helen. So Daniel Kern is explaining the Dixie column, which is visible northeast of Quincy. It's blowing away from Quincy in general, which is where the winds are going. I mean, I was more worried for Janesville and Milford still. And he, we heard great progress on them working to protect Greenhorn, Taylorsville, and Genesee yesterday. So I'll try to cover that as much as I can, but let's look at the Caldor. This is a rapidly escalating situation.
Grab a dip and give me a shout. We'll guide you in.
3 uniform and 7 Delta Romeo.
A couple loads. On the top of the knob, there's a tower. You'll be right near that tower.
Copy that.
Okay, Commando is saying KCRA says the evacuation route is get to Carson City on 89 and head east along 50. Most cell phones pick up FM broadcasts when you plug in the headphones. That's right. You know, you can Scanner Radio app is what I use to pick up this broadcast of 5 feeds.
After 863, Command 1, Zone 1.
But you may have a radio app, you know, on your phone. But AM radio is usually...
It's here between the fire and your dip. We'll call that a ridge check, and you might need a little more than 7,000, maybe 7.5, but let me know.
821 and 864 with a 15-minute ET.
Okay, ridge dip is Delta. They said it was flaming up over. I know where Mill Dip is, Gulch, Saw Dip, Perry Dip. I can't find Ridge Dip. It's where the helicopters will get their water.
Helicopter, 2 Delta Hotel.
2 Delta Hotel, go ahead.
Delta Hotel, we're at 30 minutes left.
Copy that. We'll just run you to the end of the cycle in RTV.
Just follow them in, and they're going to be dropping right where your target is as well. And again, ground contact for you is Tahoe 17 Bravo on air-to-ground tactical.
Fire's over the ridge at Ridge Dip, which is by Jackass Canyon. So when you hear the helicopter stuff, that's over.
283 flight, we're also monitoring rotor south, so if you ever need to go direct, you can.
Yeah.
Perfect. You guys, Scoopers, 283 flight. If you guys don't mind on the rotor, Victor, if it's not too much for you, just give him a shout as you're coming up for that dip off of yours, the bear dip, so he knows you're overhead.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Appreciate it.
We're well outside his pattern, too.
Oh, okay. Awesome. That'll work then. No need.
Yeah, it's not a cakewalk in Delta. Delta is the west flank of the Caldor fire. They're still doing structure protection. They're desperately maneuvering as much craft as they can here, but it's congested airspace. And they've been fighting that battle for days now. Sweeney's crossing Pleasant Valley and all that. They lost structures over in the Camp Creek area, the drainage, last couple of days. And that was when the weather was good. So it's not a cakewalk over on the left side of this fire. We don't know how it started, John. It's under investigation. But
Everything from the ridge to that mid-slope road, the Type 2s are working below that mid-slope road.
they only work where there's visibility. They can't work up
He's
here.
following the Scoopers in. He'll be contacting 17 Bravo on air-ground tactical. Perfect.
There's a mega pyrocumulus cloud.
It'll be clear. VSO and Route Tahoe.
There's a small crew defending it, but they may lose some structures here in this camera.
Out to you for additional help. I don't know what kind of work you've got in there, and I know you've already sent me a lot. I'm losing all the 12-hour resources, and we probably have over 100 cabins in here that have fire at the back of them. Is there any way you can go to a skeleton crew and send me more resources?
Oh my God.
Let me work on it. I'll get back to you.
In the front parking lot and carpool at 50.
Engines, and I will work on that. Give me a moment.
Going around via 80. Firm is priority law enforcement. The fire has cleared us.
Yeah, they were pulling people out.
And I also have the Chinook flying overhead of him right now, just off the, probably leads 4 o'clock.
But we'll be watching now.
For 283, flight Bravo 45, did you copy that?
Charlie Hotel, how do you copy?
Clear, sir. What are you looking for?
Okay, we're kind of working a big flop over we had kind of west of the Leek lookout. Just kind of trying to get you to check up as much as you can, prevent any spread to the south or east.
Sounds good. How about that torsion tree putting up black smoke? Is that a good target?
No, it'd be a great target.
Division Lima, 9235 Golf on command.
9235 Golf, Division Lima, go ahead.
7.5 then, I take it.
Yes, sir. Currently at 7.6.
Yeah, no worries. We'll give you up to 7.5 and we'll just sequence. We'll be sharing the airspace, no problem.
Charlie Hotel, and also drop up and to the right. Is in a 6
Thank you for your service, David, by the way. Were you one of the hot shots? I can't recall. While we are not at record high ERCs, 1,000 air fuels, we are dang close.
That whole edge is deck. I'll grab if I got any specific targets for you.
Charlie Hotel, copy.
About 10 off drop.
I keep going between the still image and the movie camera image. This is the movie camera. On the left. This is the still image that shows you. Yeah, thank you for your service, David. Thank God we have the resources we need. Great work, Dixie Fire. I know it's we don't really have the resources we need. This is so bad because of the unnecessary fire called the Dixie Fire and the Fly Fire that merged with it.
912, let me know you're coming. Thank you, RK, and pick up cover 88, please. I might be tagging extending off of RK's truck with you.
That was caused by the power company. All of those resources from Dixie needed to be on other
It's gonna be
fires.
right-hand pattern, okay, guys?
That's what the expression is by the firefighters in chat.
Onto our back.
Others, we don't need this. They don't have enough people. They really don't have enough people.
Yeah, the visibility's crap trying to do anything going to the east right now, or the west.
3 Charlie Hotel, Bravo 45. We've lost you on our run there. Are you off your drop?
Yes, sir, off the drop. Final for the dip.
Okay, do me a favor, just call we got tankers inbound 2 VLAPs, just call your dips, drops, and that ridge check at the top of the hill.
3 Charlie Hotel.
Okay, I'm going to give you a big wing flash here in just a second. 8,000 and just follow me, and that way Dan can come over and watch on a left-hand turn.
Drop on the opposite side of the ridge, guys. Almost stand here. To the black box coming.
on command.
The north side of the ridge line.
Wow, Commando.
It's going to be about a 075 for this drop. We're going to be starting on the top, kind of pushing over RK.
Division India, 9235 Golf in command.
Go ahead.
Are you utilizing any other resources?
True, Paul. Not all the yellow is flames.
Ground, command.
It is poorly calibrated. Some hot smoke.
That's a message to Division Juliet. It's following module 20,140 off the line.
Some of the hot smoke is not the flames.
Is entering the drop.
It can be hard to determine.
Division Hotel in command.
But see the brightest. These are the flames. And we see a lot of swirling. It's a smoke, but this is flame. It's
India.
pretty
Hotel
tall.
on command.
Hotel, India, on command.
Yep. Nevertheless, that's really tall.
I'm going to send you Task Force 4250. Got 4 Type 3s and a water tender in their task force. They're up on Granite Springs, and their drive time to whatever location you want them at.
Not far.
Copy that. Black route. Refuel and hold. Advise positive contact with the elevation.
Yankee Wilco.
Have them tie in with some cabins up here. Thank you.
That's what we're looking at. They said there's 100 cabins in danger, but I don't know where. Hi, Robin. Thank you for subbing. Thanks for sharing this. Yeah, please share the video with others who might need this information. That's the way to help the most. I'm actually really sick right now. My throat is horrendously sore.
Ready for a base?
I'm going to do a lot of typing for answering questions.
Here we go. 7070. Starting around 75. Just kind of very gentle descent. We're going to start in that clear patch.
Trying to do a 1-hour time lapse. I'm going to order food right now. I'll be right back, guys. I'm here at the keyboard. But I got to have some blood sugar, so I'll be right with you. Oh, the Camp Sacramento cabins are in immediate danger. That's sad. We may lose here at Tahoe the buildings, but there's a small crew probably protecting this individual building or which one is most defensible. Be right back, guys. I've got to order food.
Elko for Yankee is up with possible holidays.
For Yankee, Helco copies, frequency change approved, and thanks again for the work.
Yes, sir. Have a good night.
We got the hotel off the drop.
Charlie Hotel just coming around, going live on the next one. We're going to drop both the labs just to get them out of here, but so if it's going to be a minute.
Mike, Scooper 8 flight, Bravo 45. How far out are you guys? I got a DC-10 that's exiting at 75.
Target behind the 2 scoopers. We'll put you behind the 2 scoopers and then put the second VLAT later.
3 Charlie Hotel copies. Ridge check inbound.
You have the scoopers in sight. 3 Charlie Hotel?
In sight.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's about as good as we're going to get with the snag in there. We'll just bring you back over the other side of the ridge with everybody else. Charlie Hotel coming up, center right over the ridge. Charlie Hotel, end of the MRB.
What was the pilot sorry for?
I just received a call from Sergeant Schofield on the East Division. If you could relay to any of our units headed to South Lake Tahoe Code 3, they can reduce and continue Code 2.
When you hear the chirping, that's police. Code 3 means sirens and ambulance type, sirens and lights.
866 center in the drop. Charlie Hotel, lead plane's got you in sight. We're going to do a join up and we'll be behind you for the drop.
Charlie Hotel, copy, got you tonight.
We'll probably lose you in the smoke, so we'll just listen for you off the drop and then back to the dip. We'll be behind you.
Charlie Hotel.
Okay, you can pick that up like smoke, and then Tim, we're gonna slide in behind him here. We'll keep our.
Where we had units earlier that were going around, responding Code 3.
If you don't mind, I'd like to do a quick show me, buddy, and we'll stay inside of the knob, like no further west than what we are now, just so we don't interfere with his travel to and from the dip. We'll get in before the scoopers get back, and then you'll be released for the evening after this drop. Ended. We're going to stay on that right side of the highway. There's a dozer line on the other side of the highway, actually, and we're going to stay to the right side of that. There's a truck down there, so we're going to have to be a little bit wide.
Georgia.
Charlie Hotel's off the drop.
3 Charlie Hotel, thank you. We'll be climbing out and doing the join up, no factor.
Delta Hotel out of Melbourne.
course, they don't talk when I want to rest my voice. Be right back. I'm ordering food. Because there's worse days to come with the weather.
Tango's coming up to the ridge for the drop.
I gotta rest as much as possible. It's real painful. But we're here.
Hotel off the drop.
Hotel Tango off the drop, right to turn now.
There's Tanker 911. That's our favorite.
Hoco.
That's terrifying.
4-5, Tahoe, early ground command.
Tahoe, Bravo 4-5, go ahead.
Hey, just curious, how long we're going to have the scoopers for?
6, we'll go left. Alright, sir, you got headlights on that thing? Thanks, sir, appreciate that.
Are you guys up?
Okay, here we go. Exit, I'll be a hard right, and you can start climbing up the step.
East Charlie Hotel, good 866. Second will be number 2.
We're going here, it's looking good.
Okay, a couple more scoops. I'll let them know.
Copy. Contact, Caldor communication, loud and clear.
Yeah, copy, Caldor. Contact clear.
Okay, I copy. If we could put them right in the corner there, east of the tower, we're kind of keeping that corner in check there for us. That's what I'm thinking. The last few drops there.
Okay, we'll do. Just right next to the tower on that corner.
Yep, affirmative. Just want to keep it in check and not let it progress to the east there.
Get air attack if you need anything. So anything else that's up.
Sounds good. Thanks for the help.
Sorry for television.
I've popped back right about this. 5 right seat. Air check on rotor bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got 911 headed to McFarland. You know the destination for 912?
Sorry, you're blocked.
Destination for 912 tonight?
Lean forward any more than we already are here. So are you going to go back to our
I'll be that to McClellan.
Hotel off the drop.
Lima trainee, Chipper 20611 on command 113.
You got about 40 minutes or or so that we'll be able to work the rest of this ridge. We've got retardant basically from the top all the way down into the spot in the bottom where Caldor was at. Not sure what your plan is for tonight, but you guys at least get some crews in there for tomorrow. Make some questions. I think we can hold it. Yeah. As long as you guys can support it for the ground.
20611 on command 113.
You do have retardant out in front of it, and it's starting to lay down right now, so I think you got a pretty good opportunity to go in there and pick that up.
Yay!
Thanks, sir.
Aircraft really helps.
911, 914, and 912 will all be going to McFarland tonight.
That's correct.
Copy that. And 914 is coming back for one more run, right?
Yeah, we're checking our sheets and we're showing that's it.
Alright, copy that. All of us, all three.
Hey, firm. We'll stick around for a minute just to make sure, but that's our notes.
Yeah, copy that. I thought he said he was going to try and make one more run, but I may have missed that.
2 Charlie Hotel, we checked number 3 behind the scoopers.
Yeah, he mentioned he might try, and then we said no, it's not going to work, so.
Copy that. I will release all 3 to McFarland. Thanks.
Yeah, and then, get back with me when you're done with that. We'll go with the handoff on the scoopers and helicopter if you want it.
Copy that.
3 Charlie Hotel, where you at?
First check inbound, number 3 behind the scoopers.
Yep, you're clear to target.
3 Charlie Hotel.
Zero Bravo Romeo is off Hell Base, requesting permission into TFR.
Helco, can you repeat your intention?
Roger that. Recon mission, want to go direct down to Happy Valley Road and Accolum Mountain area to start, and then follow fire line down around the south.
What divisions are those?
Got a little bit of retardant on it. Just caution that for the guys. Sorry about that.
Delta. Can I bring you in at 5,000?
Roger that. Climb to 5,000 at this time.
Copy, you'll take the Flout route, and then air attack, or Helco will bump up to 55. You'll have 5,000. Copters are working 4,500 below. Altimeter 3002.
3002 will go to North Helco for further, and up to 5,000 at this time. 0 Bravo Romeo.
Firm break. Air attack Helco. Attack Helco on the TFR.
Okay, I'm ordering my food.
You can run opposite direction to the west.
North Elko, helicopter 0 Bravo Romeo.
0 Bravo Romeo, go ahead.
0 Bravo Romeo climbing 3,800, climbing up to 5,000. Want to head down to that Accolum. Down to Delta for recon. And TFR set me up to 5,000.
We're back in a few.
You cleared in 5,000, I'm at 5,500. I got 5 copters working 4,500 and below, altimeter 3002. Be advised we're over in Delta as well.
Roger that, 0 Bravo Romeo, 4,000 to 5,000.
Control over.
Copy that. And the 281 flight, are you guys aware of where they're based out of? Or do you have that knowledge?
I believe they're based out of McFarland.
Copy that.
We're asking them right now.
Air attack Helco in the CFR.
Okay, great. Thanks for that help.
So 281's en route to McFarland, and 283 will be Chico.
Yep, affirm. 281, 282, McClellan, 283, 284, Chico.
Copy that. So we'll keep a flight, a 283 flight with 284, 3 Charlie Hotel until they're done. And you guys can release if you'd like.
All right. Do you got it from here? You got control of those and want us to go, or what do you want?
I'm sorry, you guys only got about 15 more minutes or so of gas anyways, right?
Yeah, we got probably a little more gas, but if you needed something, that's up to you.
No, I think you're good. We've already checked out most of the parts of the fire that we can fly. Let's go ahead and you guys are releasing. Where are you guys going out tonight? Are you ready?
Reading, yeah.
Copy that. Thanks for your work. ETA?
ETA to Reading's about 30 minutes, and you have control over our aircraft, 3 Charlie Hotel, and the Scooper 283 flight. We'll see you later.
Copy that. Thanks again for your guys' work. Have a good flight.
I'm still arranging for food delivery, so I'll be right back with you. I'm really sick. Thank you for holding down the forts, mods, and people contributing in chat. It's a lot to keep track of when I'm just kind of,
310 Hotel, Adam, MLB. Put Alpha Hotel off the drop.
Chief Alpha. Copy, I didn't see anybody down there. Thanks for the heads up.
And 2 Hotel Tango number 2 behind Michigan.
Caldor Communications, Branch 1 Safety on command. Safety, Caldor Communications.
Back in towards, staying north of Mel Dip towards DP 27.
Copy that. I'm in the area. You're cleared in at 5,000. Copter to 4,500 and below.
Cleared in 5,000, 0 Bravo Romeo, and grand check this time.
Caldor Communications copies ALS ambulance to the address of 5321 Overland. 39-year-old male with right arm weakness. You request him code 3 or code 2?
Coming up, right over the ridge.
Branch 1 Safety from Caldor Communications. Additionally, would you be able to provide us with some of the box 6 information when available? Caldor Communications, you were scratching on reading.
Try again.
2. Caldor Communications. Can you provide the patient's unit ID?
It'll be just you two and 3 Charlie Hotel vicinity.
Cleared inbound and check the traffic.
Kudos Hotel off the drop.
Branch 1 Safety, Caldor Communications.
Romeo. Oko, we're just off here at 10 o'clock.
I got you inside 0 Bravo Romeo next.
Is Ops looking at what this, or Branch 1 looking at what to do with this piece?
Yes.
Alright, is he listening?
Branch is listening.
Alright, as you're coming up, probably just off your nose, you're going to see a dozer line that goes indirect between the ridge to that mid-slope road. We've got retard to the west of that, from the top of that ridge all the way down into the bottom where there's 3 fire engines parked. As you come around up here 6 o'clock, you'll see it.
Affirmative.
Alright, punching up from where those 3 engines are, they made it about a quarter of the way up the slope before it got too steep. Talking with 32 Charlie, they're trying to come up with a plan to go from that mid-slope road down into the bottom and tie that all in.
17,500 will be working in the east side of the TFR in Division India and Juliet for mapping and spotting.
Traffic for aircraft on TFR, re-identify. Say again your mission.
We're Condor 2-6. Our current tasking is to map Division India and Juliet and do spotting as well.
Copy that. Say again your altitude.
17,500.
Copy that. Thank you. Right there.
Bravo Romeo is back up TFR.
Alright, were you guys able to pick up that dozer line?
No, I couldn't quite tell the dozer line. Branch like to come back around and come with another pass through, I believe.
Left door, and I'm looking for it as well.
Okay, Branch is looking.
On that, can you repeat the identifier? Also, what's the location of the patient division currently?
But you got the, looks like a trailer up on the ridge. It's directly under us now. We're right under 6.
Let me turn around and get eyes on you.
Caldor Communications. Patient is at the address 5321 Overland. ALS and engine is on scene. Treatment is started. Patient is off task force SCO 6211 and brush 2317.
If you follow that through the opening, you can see it's like a 3-blade dozer line that runs all the way down to that mid-slope road with a little bit of a hairpin in it.
Good copy, thank you.
Update on patient status, mild, moderate, or severe.
hardened them, and we're working it with water interior all the way down into the flats. You'll see a big meadow with a couple engines down there. They're just going to need to tie in from that lower, basically from the ridge down. But I'd say the primary is that mid-slope road all the way down into the bottom. You'll see a dozer line that comes up about a quarter of the way the slope and then it dies out.
Looking.
There's it.
Branch 1 safety. Caldor communications copies from Division Delta. Additionally, Medic 19 will be coming up on Cal course to coordinate. Branch 1 safety copies. All units have already switched to Cal course. They can reach it. Task Force 6211 on Cal course. Caldor communications copies.
I'm sorry to report this, but seeing on Twitter, I'm not going to share this image. Firestorm near Camp Sacramento. Significant property damage. We're seeing some cabins lost. Craig Phillipott's Twitter feed. So I'll link you guys to his Twitter feed if you want to see such things, but it's too heartbreaking for a lot of people in chat to see that kind of thing.
Fill in some of the blanks. This is a minor patient located in Division Delta near Slide Park. You have the address. Still a minor patient with just some right arm numbness. We did have ALS already on scene, and you do have the ambulance already started. I copied the 5-minute ETA, and we'll run it on Caldor.
Drop last, drag it towards the smoke.
He's also saying tragic losses 26 minutes ago. At least Camp Sacramento and the Sierra Tahoe turnoff. Unknown east of there. He's driving on 50, taking pictures. So if you want to check out this stuff, he can tell you with the most up-to-date and accuracy what structures are in danger. But it looks like Camp Sacramento might be overrun. Much of it. Really devastating views.
There, drag this bucket towards you if you'd like.
Yeah, and he confirmed as of 2 hours ago, law enforcement put in a block at Twin Bridges to stop anybody except essential fire personnel going further east. So my Twitter feed is in the links of the link is in the description of my video. Just hit Control F to search, and then you can see what I'm retweeting. Hopefully we don't lose Sierra Tahoe, but I mean, it's sad.
Throw one more in there and head in. Copy that. Black route, advise positive contact with Helibase.
The fire is extremely just active, just cabins burning to the ground with extreme ferocity around Camp Sacramento. Just completely red sky. Very, flames just shooting out of them. It's It's like a blowtorch on these cabins. And the nearby trees too. There's not as much fire in the trees as you would expect. It seems to have moved rapidly along the ground. But what do I know? Seeing a lot of aftermath. Some of the trees are completely torching, but a lot of them are okay. Well, for now. I mean, they won't be as the next days go by. I'm trying to look at Twitter to get some of the later info. Oh man, see her at Tahoe. Flames approaching the camera. This is just brutal. And this is the milder day. This is the appetizer day for the red flag conditions. I can't tell you how bad Tuesday's going to be. ABC 10 is there as well.
Super 283 flight, you guys are cleared in to your target.
Yep. Okay.
Elko, helicopter 2 Delta Hotel.
2 Delta Hotel, go ahead.
We have positive confirmation with the deck.
Copy that. Frequency change approved. Thanks again for the work.
2 Delta Hotel.
Slide Mountain and Rifle Peak hand crews were engaged in a long firefight last night on Division Juliet, and they are still at it fighting the good fight.
3 from now, we'll call it 0 minutes, direct Chico.
I can show this one. I think it's the work of the government. Walking through hell.
Division, Hotel, Division, India, on command.
India, go ahead.
Hey, we lost a cell tower up here. Relief operator for water tender E, 20,564 is at drop point 21. If you can send them up to drop point 23.
India, can you repeat about the water tender?
Relief operator for 564 is at drop point 21. That was their median location. We don't have cell service up here any longer. Could you send him up to drop point 23?
That's affirmative.
Yeah, what's going on, Rated? Occasionally.
Charlie Hotel, air attack, copy that. Number 3, cleared in and back to your target.
Yeah, what? Whoa. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's actually valid, David. We try not to do victim blaming. That's we're not doing that right now. So that's a valid delete. But
Hotel Tango is off drop, right?
I don't think you're trying to do that, but I think that's what you were perceived as doing. But the informational post, if you hide a person or put them in a timeout, it will go and delete many of their different posts. David is a hotshot, so he's an actual firefighter. We could just, instead of deleting his stuff and timing him out, we can just let him know the rules. He's new here, And mods are just doing the best they can. There's almost 1,000 people in here, so We do our best I can, but sometimes mods just see a post something like, these people need to clean up their yard or something, or didn't do well enough to protect their, and it just seems like a lot of the trolls that come in here and constantly blame the victims, and so, the mods are doing the best job they can. I just wanted to bring that to our attention here. Any thoughts on the spots on the Heavenly Cam? That's Raging Inferno is my thought.
2835.
Looks like they're below Talking Mountain, backing towards Echo Lake. Now the smoke is hard to see in these cams. Like, which way is the smoke going? But we can try to figure out that prevailing wind. No. The up there, if somebody glanced at it, it said, and a lot of people live in the woods and don't do what they need to do to protect their land. That could, if you just glanced at that, that could sound like it's victim blaming. I know that's not the point. It was part of a larger point. But I'm just saying, I wanted to rated that to your attention, that he's a hotshot and a really good expert to, we could just explain things to him, not like time him out and not like delete stuff, So what David was timed out by rated, and what that does is makes it so somebody can't talk for 300 seconds. I can't change that. And it takes relevant posts, the ones that matter, like the good ones, it deletes them too. And I can't get them back. I'm just explaining that, and I'm really sorry about that. I just wanted to bring that to our mod's attention and to David's attention. That was not the idea to squelch you. Very sorry. I wish I could unmute you right now, David, and please, when the 300 seconds is back, come back. But what my mods are twitchy about is there's a lot of negative people coming in here saying, God's punishment. You didn't take care of your land. You didn't rake enough, and all this troll evil stuff. And so sometimes when my mods see something that looks like that, they might time somebody out. So thank you for your understanding. Thanks, Josh. Let me look at the evacuation map. I just retweeted an evacuation map from Tahoe Forest Service.
Copy. Medic 19 on scene at 1924.
The medic is for a minor injury, I think. I think that was over in Delta. So if this is different than El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, that's frightening. That's the Forest Service evacuation map. Let's compare.
Charlie Hotel's off the drop. 3 Charlie Hotel, clear via tank route back to Placerville. Hello base, thanks again for you guys' work.
Yes, sir, no worries. Clear tank route back to Placerville for 3 Charlie Hotel.
This doesn't enlarge.
Come up on Rotor South when you guys are doing your frequency change.
Is that because of the county line? Really? I hate these. We don't see the evacuation.
Route for Placerville. Repeat your identifier.
Warnings down here because that's the county line.
Just check out when you guys are transitioning over to Placerville Base. Thanks again.
Wow.
So let's know if we get a hold of Base for 3 Charlie Hotel.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Josh. What in the heck? Yeah, somebody here is saying, any idea why the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office map doesn't show the new included areas? I'll tell you what. Stupidity. Why can't we have one evacuation map for California? For all different counties included. It's stupidity.
Caldor Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Zero Bravo Romeo, Elko copy, 6 to Black Route. Advise positive contact with Telebase.
I hope people have Twitter.
Turn to Hellbase and advise when we're up at them. Thanks for your help. Sure appreciate it.
Confirm.
Wow.
And be advised, we're going to go ahead and send back to 5,000.
Roger that. I'll stay at 5,000 back to Black Rock clear area.
Copy, thanks.
Helicopter departing via Black Route, be advised, helicopter 3 Charlie Hotel, also departing down via Black Route from the north from November.
Yeah, glad you're still here, not offended, David. And Rated, you're doing okay. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm going to go change the description of the video to the real evacuation map source because apparently the El Dorado one is just. You right back?
Anybody over in Division Delta or in the area you need us talking to, or just want us to monitor road or north?
If we keep you at 7,500, you'll be above everybody down there, but you can switch over to TFR.
What I was going to say is, what do I think about the flames on the FLIR camera? We can't tell which direction the fire will go because there's an intersection of winds around the Echo Summit area coming in from southeast, like towards Nevada, from the southwest coming from the Delta, and there's so many swirls up in there that it's going to be erratic. We cannot tell from one moment to the next which way the fire will go or which way the embers will be blown down. Wow, that does seem to be actual flame on the ground right here. See the fire? That was supposed to be an arrow. There's a small crew up there. I don't even know if they had time to get off the mountain or if they're trying to defend here at Tahoe. They might do a little bit of lighting little fires around the building to try to save it desperately. We don't know. Seeing the dead trees in the foreground is not good for this particular building. But I do not see the ski lifts as being a barrier to the fire whatsoever because of the high elevation. I mean, just the embers would just blow right over. But we'll see. Let me try to update the description of the video. Yeah, what Dusty says is what we could tell from the FLIR cam. Whoa, there's fire on the ground right there at the ski resort. Is that there will be a very long fire front up there ready to be pushed by the red flag winds. Couldn't have said it better. There's an inferno southwest of Tahoe ready to rain embers all over the town and Myers. And by the time tomorrow comes as well, we'll probably have fire on the east side to the southeast of Tahoe. I don't know how it wouldn't cross the canyon.
We'll get you more once we make those.
Yeah, exactly. Witchy is saying the lift runs are no match for the fire activity. Nothing is a match for it. This fire will run with the wind in the direction that it wants. And we don't know exactly where it's going to go because wind can change and the pyrocumulus clouds and fires can create their own weather. But day after day after day, the wind is pointing, southwest winds are pointing to the northeast, and that's not going to change until like Friday, even throughout the night. And so I think it's going to go establish itself well east of South Lake Tahoe and southeast of it. I think they're going to dust off the Tamarack defense, and it's going to be hell to try to defend that. It'll probably try to run towards Carson City over the next few days with the winds. It'll probably go to the north past the west shore of the Tahoe in the next couple of days. We just don't know when, where, how. We just have to wait and see. A lot of what they're going to be able to save is if they get lucky breaks in the weather, like we just heard an hour ago. They said, hey, there's a break with a helicopter. Go put that little small fire out in front of somebody's front yard. You know, that was basically what we heard on Delta. But they can only do what the weather allows them to do. They have to get breaks in it. And when they do, they pounce, and then they retreat, and they pounce, and they retreat.
Positive holiday. Caldor Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
But the weather forecast for the next few days, especially Tuesday, is nothing short of apocalyptic for this fire.
On Command 105.
Air Division Tango Whiskey, Caldor Communications.
Squishy 654, we don't blame victims. If you think that people shouldn't live where fire occurs regularly, that's the entire western half of the United States. The fires are different now.
2 additional night resources, all day resources are off the line, returning to camp.
If you think that if you're listening to the mainstream media about fires, you're going to get the impression that people are building out further and further into the countryside, and then they're just getting in the path of fires, where fires should naturally burn and blah, blah, blah. Absolutely not. That's BS. These fires are coming towards major towns and erasing major towns off the map. Tahoe is not the countryside. You know, these fires are so huge, they're spanning 5 different counties at the same time. There is no safe place in the West, and do not blame the victims.
It's definitely outside the retardant.
All right, is there any immediate down here?
Can you repeat that last?
Any of the lights or immediate helicopters down lower?
Negative.
It's not that we thought Desolation Wilderness would be a speed bump. It is. It's acting as one right now. I mean, the winds could be blowing at South Lake Tahoe right now, but a lot of these embers and such are finding granite instead of fuels. We see the little spots all over the place right there, but it could have swept into the town already if that wasn't the Desolation Wilderness. You know, see the little spots.
ETA is 25 to 30.
I mean, it has been a speed bump, but how much of a speed bump? We just don't know.
En route to hospital at 1932. But additionally, can you give us a destination and a code status?
Hold on a second.
Copy that. And then your next one will be a rinse.
If you're saying we thought it would be more of a speed bump, well, it was always a big question mark, but a lot of people did think it would be more of a speed bump, and I mean, that's an accurate statement. I'm saying, though, that it still is one. It's just not the big brick wall that people in general thought it was going to be.
MRB, tracking inbound Placerville.
Copy that. Black Route, Placerville, advise positive contact with the helibase.
Okay, they're just chattering about redirecting helicopters, and so where are the guys now who kept telling me yesterday, fire will never get up there? Come over and say that now.
Advise positive contact with the helibase.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
You too. See you in the morning.
Exactly. Don't live where there's earthquakes. Don't live where there's hurricanes. Don't live where there's floods. Don't live where there's fires. Where the hell are you going to live? Excuse my language. Yeah, David, that's pretty much what myself and others here who are educated are thinking. It's the fire's coming through the gap and it's not stopping. So yeah, it's a speed bump, but probably not enough. Can we lose Tahoe? We can. That's the scary thing. We can. We hope not. Be right back.
Alright, we'll take a load of water. I know you got a rinse. Roger that. See the same spot. Division Delta, Delco on air to ground command. Alright, we got one more drop coming out of the Chinook. We've got one spot outside the line. It's about, 500-600 yards up from the end of the dozer line, below the mid-slope road. If you got a visual, you'll see him come in. We should be able to put at least one more bucket on it, and then if you can follow up with some ground personnel. Additionally, we got retardant all the way off the ridge into the flats at the end of that dozer line. And then we did what we could with the Type 1s and Type 2s, hit target's opportunity to keep that in check. So it sounds like Branch 1 came up and flew it, so hopefully you guys can come up with a plan to cut that out.
Copy, base. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, I wanted to make that abundantly clear, so I had to answer the door. If you feel like your gut says, wow, I'm nervous, I don't have a good feeling about this, trust it. What CAL FIRE, what firefighters, what retired firefighters, what people who have survived these fires want you to know is that the best course of action is to leave before you're told and before things get serious. And you can return to a pleasant surprise, but be prepared for the worst. We tell people the best case scenario, the middle ground, and the worst case scenario. You have to make your plans for the worst case scenario, because what happens if you make them for the best and the worst happens, though? So you don't panic. When you're prepared, you're not scared. Be prepared, not scared. And what happens with panic and real fear-mongering is keeping people in the dark. Then they see flames over the ridge and they go, oh my God. And they start panicking and driving like maniacs and doing foolish decisions and traffic jams. Where we had a spot by Big Meadow, it's 300 feet up.
Get somewhere and give me a cell phone call.
Ah.
Under the retardant, and it's probably, I don't know, 10. It's just creeping right now.
Curious to see the camera view? Sure. Oh my
Good,
God.
yep, I'm in cell coverage for now, and I'll wait here until you call me.
Okay, we got fire all around. Leek Springs. Hopefully they can save the tower. The pyrocumulus is so huge, it's overwhelmed the Armstrong Lookout Tower. It's
3 Charlie Hotel is in contact with Placerville Helibase.
We have to zoom out to see the cloud, and it's visible for hundreds of miles.
Copies as well, 3 Charlie Hotel, thanks.
Okay, Bo has to go. Good night. First of all, I gotta eat for a second. I have to go get the food. I'll just leave it here, and hopefully they're able to save Sierra Tahoe. If you just tuned in, the Camp Sacramento cabins.
Pleasant return to base, go ahead, regard.
Some of them are just burning straight to the ground right now. It's really sad.
37 vehicle fire, 1215 South Front Street.
Yeah, that was the last load of retardant. The 47 should be grabbing a load of water. You guys can go ahead and shut down for the evening when he departs.
It's about time we lose aircraft as we lose the light. I don't show devastation pictures unless I really have to for some reason. There's no point to it. It's just sad. But I can tell you what I'm seeing on Twitter. I have retweeted these things if you want to check me out on Twitter. I think it's in the description of the video. Maybe my mods can repost that as I try to get food here. I'm really sick with a sore throat and trying to talk minimally. But people really need... Don't know what's going on.
Vehicle fire, 1215 Front Street at the McDonald's, across the Bedford Road,
So the police butt in, and that could be something happening in Placerville or like somewhere else. Unfortunately, it talks over the fire crews. But the point is that we're seeing all hell break loose in the mild wind days, and we're going to have a couple of days of hell ahead of us. And this is the appetizer for the much worse banquet to come tomorrow and Tuesday. So it's what I only tell you what firefighters, retired and otherwise, want you to know. I don't make stuff off the top of my head. I consult with experts, and I've been doing this now for a while. We need to learn the lessons of other disasters.
And she reported the engine compartment fire, and the vehicle is parked next to semis.
We saw the Dixie explode.
Caldor Communications. Do you have traffic?
And almost kill hundreds of people in Greenville.
They're straight through the roundabout.
They barely escaped with their lives. Some of the fire engines melted in that town, and Cal Fire is still making decisions.
Here's your traffic. You were walked on.
They're just as poor as those decisions of that day.
Send contingency resources off the line and route to ICP.
Not in firefighting, but in communication with the public. They're just not telling people
1942.
in a timely manner that they're in danger. It's always too late for the best situation to happen. And so what we can do is no blaming, no pointing fingers. There's something wrong with the system. It seems like it probably worked in the past when fires moved slowly, but they just haven't updated it to err on the side of caution. And whatever the problem is, we take care of ourselves. And that's what the purpose of the channel is here. And the best thing about doing this is it's really sad for me to watch all this happen. But people come back and say, I got out early, thank you. Thank you so much. And that's why I'm doing this. Every day since, July 14th, except for 2 days off. I sometimes stream for 14 hours, 22 hours at a time. I'm trying to take care of myself better. My throat now is completely ragged.
Operation, go ahead.
But I'll be typing whenever I can't talk. And my mods are more than they're more than mods. They're volunteers.
Copy that. Up on
They're angels, helping people to a crisis.
November, return line was completed all the way up past the Leek spring and all the way up to drop point 17, right at the branch break, about a half a mile short of the highway.
Please give them applause and full support whenever you can.
Lines up there. Going up towards Lima. Current fire line is basically running between section
10. To the helo base, and we will be in tow. Black route, advise positive contact to the helo base.
We hear helicopters.
There was some swap over. Delta Division is aware of it and working on getting some dozers in there. They do have the retardant line around on the lower side, holding most all that with the spring.
We hear helicopters. They're over here by the Delta side. That's where they have visibility.
Delta, air attack on TFO.
There you go, sir.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on that conversation with operations to give a little bit more detail on the Delta stuff on that air-to-ground command.
Can you repeat your walk-off?
Yeah, I don't know if you were copying that conversation on air-to-ground command with operations. I wasn't able to give a real good definition on the project work you guys are finishing up at Delta. I don't know if you want to go direct with him on that.
Yeah, we just finished. We got retardant coming off the ridge all the way into the flats in the bottom where we had the first spot. Branch 1 just flew it. They're trying to come up with a plan to pick it up. I've got one spot that was burning through the retardant. We did get 2 drops around it, so if they don't get anybody in the ground, most of what we did for today is going to be for naught.
Copy, understand. And that was in, is that section 3? Section 2.
Range 20.
Yeah, thank you for banning that person immediately. Somebody...
Division Delta training, Caldor Communications on command.
There's some weirdos in this place. I'm out of breath in it because I'm absolutely sick.
We're looking right at, probably right around between 36 and 31 above section 1.
Not excited. I am worried to death.
Division November, branch 20, you were walked on repeat.
So today's ops map's a little bit off, showing that fire line all the way down to Butte Creek. It's not quite there yet, and that's where you guys are working, section 1 and 36.
Yeah, I did make it all the way down into Butte Creek. I don't know if you saw it, but there's a couple of orchards and stuff around there. They kept it up in there. There's a big meadow to the west end, correction, the east end of that, and we tied into that meadow, and they're just kind of taking it mid-slope all the way up. There is a dozer line a little bit indirect, probably a quarter mile in front of the fire that they're improving, and then they're bringing another one down as a secondary. They're going to hopefully go in there tonight and cut it out right on the fire line.
Copy that. Thanks for your thing. Yeah, tie back with him, and I figure we'll hang out here. So you just have 8 Charlie Hotel as the last ship out for you guys, right?
Yeah, firm, and we're following into the helibase now. I'll let you know when we have positive contact.
Copy that. Thanks for your work.
Yeah, firm, thank you.
Oh my god. Fire is right up to the cam.
If you need me right now to call.
Division Delta training. That's affirmative.
Got my food, got my vitamins. Thank you guys for taking care of me.
It'll be a few minutes. I need to get some cell phone coverage.
I'll talk when I can.
Caldor Communications copies at 1948.
Okay, I'm muting to eat for a moment. I really do need a co-pilot or a team. I've been trying to figure out if there's anybody else who can trade off days with me and run their own stream and have the fire knowledge. I have no idea. If anybody does, contact me. Doing better with what I do. Going with what we have now. But yeah, last year I did it for 31 days straight during the crisis, and then my voice just ended. Couldn't talk anymore. Trying out things now. I got honey. We'll get by. Oh, the donation button, I didn't hit that. Not worried about that right now. There's an official link to the charities. I would have to go back and press buttons and take time away from monitoring the fire, and don't worry about me right now. They give Broadway actors steroid injections to their vocal cords. Oh my god. But I might have a sore throat from being sick. I really can't tell. It just didn't hurt like this last night. I'll get my nutmeg and honey. I can't believe what we're seeing. It's hard to switch between the two. The Leek Springs fire lookout is surrounded by flames. So is Sierra Tahoe. There's massive flames. Okay, people ask me, how can you tell the difference between the flames and the smoke? Smoke is wispy. The flames are going to be the solid white to solid yellow. And sometimes they do go whoosh like that, but that's just like for a moment. The actual vegetation on fire is the real small stuff.
Operations. Caldor air attack on air to ground command.
but when there's a tall tree,
let's go short final for the helibase.
flames can be up to 2 times the height of the tree itself. And then when there's a pyrocumulus cloud, they really can be hundreds of feet tall if they're going up in the vortex. But what you need to do is just train your eye. If too much of the vegetation is a yellow, then that means that the camera's not calibrated, and a lot of the smoke has heat in it. We're seeing heat, not an image. That's the nature of these infrared FLIR cameras. And so all the smoke all this is the heat. In fact, up here, the lighter purple is hotter sky, and the blue up here is what the entire sky should kind of look like. So just train your eye as best you can. Let's look at the Sierra Tahoe cam. Colin says, I might know somebody in college studying wildfires. He reports on the weather and is studying specific. Are you talking about Hanley the Kid? That's my nickname for him. He does awesome work. Holt Hanley kind of picked up where I left off last year on the glass fire. And I was like, yay, you guys are in good hands. Is it somebody else? Well, my email, email me if you have ideas. If you guys have photographs you want to share with me and stories, please email me as well. I'll be happy to show them on the stream to help educate and show people what's going on. But you have to write in the email that I have permission to do so and identify you. If you want to be anonymous, say, I'm anonymous. Oh my God, the horrible sounds. That's why I muted it. It was just a bunch of police chatter. Okay, I unmuted it. So we're seeing that we may lose the Sierra Tahoe building here with the cam. There's a small crew there helping to protect the area. We just don't know if they're still there.
David 1291, can you return to Twin Bridges?
Roger, 2 copy, we're right there.
Trying to contact 9 Whiskey. It's calling branch 15, you're unreadable.
I think they may merge eventually, sort of, or at least touch their borders, Tamarack and the Caldor. But that might, I don't know what they did. I wish Cogito would come back. He could tell me, speed dial some of the people who fought the Tamarack. They must have prepped southeast of Tahoe to fight the Tamarack there. Maybe some of those lines will help protect that area. But I see it going to Nevada. I don't see what will stop it. The Zone Haven multi-county map only shows a map of the counties. What?
A couple neighbors there, they were kind of investigating a suspicious subject up on the road. We'll do an area check.
Here's what's going on. I copied most of that. Just information, the vehicle does return clear to that area.
You have to click on the county. It doesn't have all counties. That's the big problem with it. So there's nothing in Sierra and Yuba anymore. Here's the ones for Lassen, Dixie, Butte, Tehama. El Dorado County is not in the multi-county, so there's a different one for El Dorado County. And guess what we found out? It stops at the border. It's not accurate for the entire fire. I just absolutely can't stand that. So this is the accurate one that just came out of Tahoe.
Air to ground ops, Condor 26, radio check.
United States Forest Service. Which I should look at their...
Condor 25, Condor air attack on CFR. You'll get your last clear on that TFR.
I want a direct link. I want a direct link, and we don't have it. We just have their Facebook. A lot of people don't have Facebook. I don't know what to do here. Josh, is there a direct link, Batman, to this? That's not Twitter, not Facebook?
Air attack, Caldor 2-6, radio check.
Caldor communication, copies at 1957.
6, radio check.
Is we're on the area check.
Yeah, the black truck in question is one of the neighbors. Him and another neighbor were checking the area. They had a suspicious subject who left on foot, so we'll do an area check.
Wow, it's real close. I'm looking back up chat. Yeah, I would definitely want a partner helper. I would. Anybody else wants to volunteer to be mods, especially during the nighttime, early morning hours, please see my email. I'll try to check that. I'm so behind in emails. Let me try to eat.
Caldor communications, Placerville Helibase on command.
Placerville Helibase, Caldor communications, go ahead.
And I,
Placerville Helibase, Caldor communications on command.
Yes, sir. Placerville Helibase will be going out of service for the evening.
Out of service, 1958.
of course, the moment I eat, like, you know, they stop talking. Looks like our fire lookout is still there at Leek Springs. Yeah, this one will be the one to look at. You know, it's an eerie thing. They relocate.
Central David 952. DA 48 will handle the call on Fly Park Road.
They relocate these cams. We expect to have a front row seat to fire, and relocating it to South Lake Tahoe was a big ooh. Wow to me. Relocating one to Susanville from Iron Mountain on the Dixie was like, oh, okay. Yeah, Bob, I did look at the tower. Thanks for the link. I mean, it can be okay, but they had to burn a lot of the trees in front of it today. We saw them light those on fire.
1098 GOA, and we'll be backing around to the SO for equipment.
DOA? Does that mean dead on arrival? What are they talking about with the police? It's probably unrelated to fire, but DOA? Lemon syrup, strawberries. I'm allergic to strawberries. Fresh lemon juice based with honey, thick, lots of lemon syrup. That's pretty good. Hey, good night, Squelch. Come back and see us. Yeah, Oh, GOA gone on arrival. Oh, I hope so, because DOA, that's a scary thing. Whew, okay. What we're watching is here at Tahoe Can. This building might, whoa, and Leek Springs.
X-17, go ahead.
Leek Springs Fire Lookout. At least the wind's dying a little bit. They're most ferocious from 11 to 5. Every single day from, starting a little bit earlier, probably 10 to 8 p.m. You should watch because that'll be chaos scenes. Today was an appetizer and everything went to hell. We've lost many, many cabins at Camp Sacramento. They went defensive.
Closure point is being moved from Twin Bridges to Strawberry.
They just said, be advised, our hard closure point for Highway 50 is being moved back to Strawberry, not just Twin Bridges. They're not allowing anybody east of Strawberry anymore. Oh, excuse me. I almost hiccuped. So they got everybody out of Twin Bridges that they could. Just essential fire crews are the only ones who can pass because it's critically dangerous. So even throughout the night, we may have a lot of things that get out of control. Don't go to sleep in front of this fire. Sleep in shifts, have somebody monitoring it. The best thing you can do is get out of this SLT Basin area and get a little bit into Nevada or Carson City or somewhere else. Gardnerville has right now their evacuation center. There's links in the description. Ask if you need any. Just so you can sleep well at night. Because this could move at night. The wind gusts will continue throughout the night. And we saw things go to hell last night, up above Strawberry. And that was a milder day. So monitor the fire very carefully throughout the hours of 11 a.m. to 8. Check back in on the stream, or, of course, maybe just have Broadcastify and Scanner Radio on all the time to know what's going on here. Check Twitter. I retweet the best people with the best info. Stay abreast of the situation. Look at all their meetings. But remember, all their meetings are like hours. Usually it's data that's hours old. Remember that you've already lost a bunch of cell phone towers. When the fire comes to you, or...
Radio check.
Oh my god. Condor 26. You're really loud. Remember that just like with the campfire and other things, the Dixie, and even earlier in the Caldor, you may want to call 911. You may not be able to. You may not get any knock on the door. There's too many structures for them to reach everybody. You may not get a reverse 911 call. The fire may chew through all the phone lines and the power lines, and if you're asleep, you could even leave the TV on, but it would turn off. It's just better to, in the evening hours, be somewhere safe. It's the best course of action is leave before you're told, especially if you feel unsafe. Just Cal Fire and others are trying to tell the public. If you feel vulnerable, or if you move slower, then leaving before you're told is the best course of action. We see these evacuation maps just getting closer and closer and closer to the shore. And all the people in Myers and Christmas Valley today were not told ahead of time to evac, or even under warning. They just went mandatory. And when that happens, when these high winds, especially like 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., when the high winds pick up, it's wind driven. It's sustained winds plus 45 mile an hour winds. We're going to have maybe 50 mile an hour winds on Tuesday. Everything is going to change extremely rapidly. You might think that the fire moves one step at a time along the ground. Heck no. It hopscotches. It hopscotches ridge top to ridge top as embers start lighting stuff on fire ahead of it. We already saw under less windy conditions 3-mile spots when live on camera and confirmed 3 miles. This stuff wasn't even on fire before this stuff was. This was first. Stuff in between wasn't. So that is the big danger. From high elevation, the embers raining down upon a town or a valley, starting fires in the valley way before the fire actually goes down a slope. So this is the situation. Don't go to sleep in front of the fire. Many survivors of Brush and Berry Creek will tell you that. Campfire survivors too. They will want to inform you. They will want to dial reverse 911, but we already saw that fail here in the Caldor, plus on the Dixie, plus on the Campfire, plus on the Bear Fire. All the recent mega fires. So that's the idea, is err on the side of caution. Don't panic, be prepared. Be prepared, don't be scared. Prepare for the worst, you'll get a pleasant surprise. We're here to guide you through it if you have questions about what you're seeing, about what you're hearing. We don't allow non-verified information here. We only show you what really could possibly happen. Urgent Leek Springs cam, sorry. Whoa! See what I mean? You can't turn your back on the fire. Now, throughout the night, as you watch these cams, you might think, oh, the fire's died down now. Time to go to sleep. No. With wind gusts at night, sometimes the wind goes to a dead calm at night, but then there's a gust. So you'll see a huge flare-up of activity, and it'll die down. Huge flare-up of activity, then it'll die down. That's typical. But if the wind gusts become more frequent, you might just see a nighttime march like we did last night, where it climbed past Strawberry, despite all the hundreds and hundreds of firefighters there. Went up above the ridge and got up here by the Sierra Tahoe camp. Now Sierra Tahoe might burn to the ground tonight. We don't know. So we'll continue to monitor this. I'll be here for several more hours, of course. But the best way that you can stay abreast of the situation is listen to Broadcastify, like I am. Caldor, the feed is Caldor Fire Special, I believe. Let me make sure. Caldor Fire Operations. If you don't watch YouTube and you don't have a lot of data, then I recommend this app, Scanner Radio, on this Play Store. It's generally pretty easy to use. It's free. It looks like this. And you can add different feeds, start, stop, record, and you can mess around with the equalizer. The equalizer will look like this, and you can make it sound better than what we're hearing. I wish I had an equalizer. So I'm just going to show you guys real quick. There's human voice frequencies. Whoops, I need a different color. Human voice frequencies are in the center, and just take down the extra stuff, like the highest and the lowest. And that will cut out a lot of the static. I wish I could do that for the stream. Maybe I'll look into it in the future, but, And so you can monitor, put a star to favorite different places, and put on an alert if more than 100 people are listening or to something, then usually something's happening, or more than 400 people. And then the phone will buzz, start listening. That's wonderful. Do that for the Dixie, for all over the country. They even cover Australia. I listen to Australia fires sometimes with this app. So that's one of the best ways you can stay abreast. It uses a lot less bandwidth than, say, YouTube with videos. It's a really good resource. Now, they're really quiet on the radio right now. I'll turn it back on in a sec. But they were just kind of talking about airplanes and stuff. What is the threat to South Lake Tahoe? Dire. What is the threat to everything downwind of this fire? Serious. Very serious. Traffic jams are the worst thing. In my opinion, they should have asked the population of SLT to reduce so that they could evacuate it within 3 hours. I see time and time again on these fires, traffic jams take 7 hours to travel what usually takes 20 minutes. Drive slow, drive calm, get out early. That's the best thing. Never ever panic, never get excited. Nice and easy, headlights on, check on your neighbors, make sure that they know about the danger, make sure they have gas, make sure their car starts if you're going to leave together. Check on the elderly, disabled, the most vulnerable. Make your phone calls, and as things change, don't assume that anybody in the area knows anything. Time and time again, there's just some people that just took a nap, or they didn't charge their cell phone, and they didn't know anything until fire's on their doorstep. So yeah, the best evacuation route is US 50 east to Carson City. The 4-lane road to the I-580 freeway. So we're all here to help. Yeah, don't forget pets and such like that. Cal Fire says, why don't you just leave your door unlocked? And that's probably a good idea. I can't tell you to do that for liability reasons, but that's in Cal Fire's information. You have leave your door unlocked so they could just run into your home and save it with a hose if they need to. Usually leave a note, help yourself to the fridge, firefighters, because you might lose power anyway. Make your Wi-Fi without a password. Just make it open so they can use it, because they're losing cell phone towers. And keep your lights on in your house so they can find your house. That's been in general what they've been saying. So you can put in your window if you want evacuated, just depending on how likely it is to be seen. But let law enforcement protect things. I mean, why would you lock your door thinking that people might break in if that keeps the firefighters from coming in? It's up to you. But I was surprised, but that's what they advise. So I'm going to eat here for a moment. The radio has gone dead silent. Help me keep track of the other fires too, guys, and tell me which cams are showing activity. It's hard to keep up with them because all of them are very compelling right now. So please, never ever drive through flames. Remember, leaving by car is a window of opportunity that closes. Now, if there is a traffic jam, please pull over to the next biggest parking lot that you see. Without any tall trees that could fall on your car, just ride it out in the parking lot. The big box stores, the casinos and such. Wherever there's a big wide open place without any vegetation, like a construction site, recently plowed field, open lot, those are perfectly safe shelters in a vehicle. You need to be prepared with a pole like a broom, or take a wool blanket, wrap it around your foot, kick away from your vehicle any rolling debris that comes up against it, and get back in your car and read a book. Don't get in traffic jams going somewhere where you can't verify the fire is not in front of you. That is a better option if it comes very quickly towards you. Now's the time to look at, Google images and satellite images and figure out where's the best, biggest, safest parking lots. Just assemble there and write it out if there's a traffic jam. Don't jump in the lake. Don't try to evacuate by boat. You'll just get lost out there. You'll have to be rescued on the water. It's not a good option. So you're at Tahoe Camp. Yeah. So hopefully they defend this building, and they defend Leek Springs Lookout. There's not much chatter because the pilots, I think, just all kind of turned in for the night. Night shift crew is coming to relieve the day shift, but I have a feeling that a lot of the day shifts might pull extra duty. Condor 26 is running around mapping. And fires approaching Sierra Tahoe's camera. We also see this. Here's the link on YouTube. Monitor the FLIR. It's the best view of what might be happening in South Lake Tahoe. So the view from Placerville's on the right, South Lake Tahoe's on the left. You can see the beam, like when you open it in your own view, the beam shows which direction it's looking. In general. So yeah, leave your Wi-Fi open. Disable the passwords, or just write in a big piece of paper, this is the password. Put it on the front door so you can sit on your porch and get the Wi-Fi. Move all your barbecue propane grills away from your house, like into the driveway. That's a good spot for them. But at least 10 feet away from your house. If you're leaving, turn off the propane to your house. There's a bunch of guides online how to shut off propane feed to your house. And, do what you can. Take down the curtains. Keep them away from the windows. There's just a bunch of little things. Go to readyforwildfire.org.
Contact 26 on air to ground free.
37.
There's a bunch of handy little things. I think they're talking. Let's listen. I'm going to eat here for a sec.
David 1883, we're 1019 FM.
Yeah, welcome back, Siri. How are things in the Dixie? I wasn't able to monitor it. Can people inform me in the chat? We continue to watch here as I'm just eating. Radio is on. Fire may try to eat Sierra at Tahoe Resort. I think there's a small crew there to defend, but I don't see anybody on the cams. Same thing with Leek Springs. This will probably be fine. It's more of a metal tower. However, it's a sketchy situation for them, for sure. So we'll go back and forth between this and this. It's real hard to figure out which one is more compelling.
Night operations, branch 20 on command
1. I'm not going to show destruction of buildings if I can help it. I mean, we might watch this.
Night operations, branch 20, command.
But on my Twitter, as we've already reported, an hour and a half ago to 2 hours ago, the fire swept through Camp Sacramento and cabins are burning to the ground. Don't know how many, but it's been significantly impacted. They called for help and didn't really get it. There wasn't anybody to arrive in time. At least to save the ones that are burning. They're probably doing what they can now, but it's bad.
Branch 20, go ahead for operations.
Night operations available for a landline.
Affirmative.
Unit calling night operations, go ahead. Repeat.
Branch 20, safety on command.
Branch 20.
20, confirming all Division Lima resources are heading to Peddler Hill Fight Camp.
Caldor communications engines.
Affirmative.
Safety coming.
4, go ahead.
Engine 634, go for Caldor communication.
Central DA, please.
Last DA unit time.
48. 497, code 4, I will make it be fine.
Copy 97 code 4. Engine 634, go for Caldor communications.
India.
Pretty dang close to SLT. However close this is, I don't care about miles, they're a number. Too close. Of course, they're dead silent when I want to eat and not talk. But thanks for the reminder about the Myers traffic cam circle. We may be watching the burning down of this building unless they do something extraordinary to protect it here at Tahoe. And this is the Leek Springs battle to save the lookout tower. They've been, for the last 4 days, hitting retardant around it, doing fire mitigation, and now there's a crew trying to save it. Hi guys. Yeah, I've got an extremely sore throat and I'm pretty feeling sick, so I try not to talk, but you know, the FLIR camera is showing the fire cresting the ridge above Echo Lake in the Becker Peak area, that close. And yeah, I keep trying to tell people, don't even look at containment numbers. They had a 39% containment or so on the Dixie when on a day milder than Tuesday is forecast to be. It exploded and spread 100,000 acres inside in 24 hours. Could we see something like that? Yeah. Yeah, we can. We could see the Caldor explode 500,000 acre growth in 24 hours is definitely possible on Tuesday. In which direction, we don't know. Wherever the wind decides to go, and when it gets huge and makes its own weather, that can change. Thank you, Andrea M. and everybody donating to me to keep me fed during this, and I'm just volunteering and not working, Really appreciate it. I'm so remiss on thanking people from PayPal. Make sure, if you're doing PayPal, to send money and not request it from me. I got a bunch of requests for money. But pinned in the post is charity, their official charity links. That's where I want the majority of the money to go. Just pocket change afterwards after you've donated, because they're going to need a lot of help. That's why I disabled the chat stickers the other day, and I forgot to turn them back on. I'll be with you for the foreseeable near future. I'm
Caldor
here.
Communications Division, India. Command.
And I don't even know how to turn it on in the
Division, India, go for Caldor Communications.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the people here.
I have a dozer, I believe, left the line without checking in with me. Dozer E259. If I give you a phone number, can you contact and see if he left the line?
You know, I don't need much to keep this going.
Affirmative, go ahead with the number. 530-693-5693.
Throat coat tea, I do need some.
Caldor Communications copies 530-693-5693. Affirmative, and thank you.
Josh says, Batman says, fires also looks like it's becoming more established on the ridge above Christmas Valley, just east of the Sierra Tahoe Cam. Are you seeing that on Twitter, Josh? But thanks, guys. I do appreciate the support. I'll go grab a bunch of the honey. Yep, I got my D's. I got my B's. I'm gonna order some more things to be delivered. Wow. For those just tuning in, I gotta show you something bad. This is the night we lost Greenville.
Division India, Caldor Communications.
This is a 1 hour time lapse.
Central DA 54.
DA 54.
This is the best.
I was one in Crystal View. Code 4.
Affirmative. Copy, thank you for your help.
This is how fast fire can spread under less serious conditions. 1 hour. This isn't all day. This is in 1 hour. We are about to lose Greenville. Hundreds of people are running for their lives. Fire trucks are being abandoned in the streets. They're melting. 90% of the buildings are raced off the map. One of the biggest towns of Plumas County. Probably the second largest after Quincy. People were told to come back. They were told that it was safe. Just be ready to leave. That's why we don't trust CAL FIRE. And I'm not saying we don't trust them. We don't trust the timeliness of their decision-making process. We get out before they tell us. We don't trust them to be able to psychically anticipate what happens with bad weather, because they're not psychics, they're humans. There's something wrong with the system. They're not telling people to get out fast enough. They're issuing evacuation orders just way too late. There's too much, as much as CAL FIRE might want
to err on the safe side, there's law enforcement and there's other factors that go into a decision-making process for evacuation orders. And they may want to just tell you, guys, potential for disaster, and they can't. They can only tell you what's approved. It's a bureaucratic nightmare red tape thing. They probably want to tell you a lot more about your vulnerability than they can or are allowed to say. They keep stressing, if you feel vulnerable, get out before you're told. It's great advice. You take extra time, get out before you're told. There's nothing wrong with that. There's everything right about that.
DA54, 29-1.
So once again, that was the night we lost Greenville.
WMA Elastic Inman, Ida Nora, Mary Adam Nora versus Stephen.
Now, that was around 35 mile an hour wind gusts with like 18 mile an hour sustained winds, but 9% humidity. What do we have down the pipe? Today we got a taste of it. Tomorrow's worse. Tuesday is going to be insane. We're going to have 50 mile an hour wind gusts at Echo Summit, potentially, maybe even more if there's a pyrocumulus cloud. We could see fire whirls and maybe fire tornadoes, depending. In these kind of conditions, we'll have 9% humidity again, but fiercer winds. That night we saw the fire roar past Chester, 19 miles in the distance, unchecked, unstoppable. We went past not only Greenville, went over Dyer Mountain and started to threaten Susanville and Janesville. It went into another county in a day. It almost reached Shasta County, so it spread from Plumas County to almost Shasta and all the way into Lassen in less than 24 hours. It expanded 100,000 acres in size in 24 hours. That's generally a rate of spread of 50 acres per minute, 1,000 acres per hour. So that's the difference between here and there is they only had to evacuate 800 people. That's how they got saved. They barely saved people. They had missing people. You have a bigger urban interface with the same kind of thing ready to happen. And guess what? Fuels are drier now because that was around the 3rd. We still haven't had any rain, so fuels are even drier right now. That's why we're doing this. We're monitoring this. The idea is to give people a reality check, the kind they're not really getting that they need from authorities. This isn't fear-mongering. Fear-mongering is telling people to be afraid of something that isn't real. This is reality check. Stay calm. Recognize danger. Move out of the way of danger ahead of time. That is exactly the right thing to do. I'm just telling you what fire experts, firefighters want you to know. And sometimes they're unable to even say. Whatever's wrong with the system, we blame the system. There's no individuals to be like crucifying here. That doesn't do anything. But system is lagging behind in telling people about danger and then giving them enough time to avoid it.
All Division India's 12-hour resources are off the line.
All Division India 12-hour resources off the line. Caldor communication 2035.
Okay, guys, let's not fight and chat. Whatever happened, just chill it now. Just cool it, end it. We're all very stressed out. We're all going to lose our cool sometimes because we're really stressed out. And so we will rub each other the wrong way, ruffle feathers. But best thing to do is we go, whoops, sorry we offended each other. Let's move on. And then we do that. That's just it. So I don't want to wade into chat and have to settle arguments. I have a bigger task here. So yeah, some of those flames were about 500 feet tall. We saw the fire whirls, multiple fire whirls, which could have actually been F1 tornadoes. This was around 1,200 foot tall. We saw about 18 of these spawn one night. We saw flames that were well beyond 300 foot tall because these trees are around 70 to 125 feet, and the flames went off the chart to the sky with multiple fire tornadoes in here. I can't find my footage, but I think it was around August 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. You could go back And look, somebody looked at my footage and said, yeah. And here's where the fire tornadoes begin. So only a meteorologist and a crew can declare them fire tornadoes. They have to be an F1 tornado. They have to be 75 miles an hour wind gusts, sustained wind speed, and they have to move. A whirl doesn't move. A vortex doesn't move. They can get huge. They can be 0.6 miles high in the sky. For the first time as human beings, we're able to see through the smoke and see these giant fire whirls. This is the center of the pyrocumulus cloud. That's why embers are flying up into the air and doing long-range spotting. It's starting to all make sense. Longer than in non-mega fires. Is this camera dead? Nope. 838. Okay. It's just stationary. So we have potential for more than 3 miles spotting. So when people are saying, like, oh, Tahoe's 9 miles away from the fire, like it was yesterday, it's a lot closer now. That you can't just count the math and say, oh, it's moving at a rate of 10 miles an hour, and therefore, no. These embers get thrown up in the air, and they get dropped 3 miles away. 4 miles, 5 miles. Absolutely possible. You could have an ember go from Echo Summit here and go and just light a fire that far away. That is absolutely possible. We've seen things like that before. It'll be downwind in general or just go like that. So from a peak, it's theoretically possible for like over here to be affected long before over here. That's why I have no idea whether or not you're doing a mandatory evacuation of the whole area. The fires, every single day, the fire conditions are worse. They lost control of the situation days ago in multiple fronts when it was really, really mild wind and not red flag. Red flag is also low humidity and extreme dryness. It is now red flag. You know, this is what it doesn't take a rocket science. You don't have to be an expert to forecast and understand potential for danger. You just need the basics of fire. That's what we try to teach here. The basic understandings. And then you can pinpoint your own and identify your own specific vulnerability. Long before anybody tells you about it. So, yeah, a lot of it's hot gases, tepid. A lot of it is. However, we know that the flame height can be triple the size of whatever is burning when the winds are really going. That's not out of the question. And when you have the fire whirls in the center, that's when you can have the flame heights reach 300, 400, 500 feet tall. Because during some of the whirls, that was around 1,200 feet. We were eyeballing other peaks in the background, not visible here. We had a good scale on some of these. So what we see on the FLIR is you see smoke with the naked eye, but then we were seeing another one form, another one form, another one form, another one form, and then it chewed through the landscape that way. And some of them moved or formed in different sections like so. And the flames really and truly can be 500 feet tall. It depends on if you see that characteristic swirl. You know, it's going to twist. It'll be a clear twister. So you just have to see. It's too brutal for me to show people. The survivors of fires in this chat don't want to see some of the video footage. I could back up my statements with. Just trust me. Some of it's hot gases, but you can see the some of it's not. So, yeah, let's see, going back to chat. Mostly, even these fire experts have been after days after disasters, they get up and they say, sorry, we've never seen fire behavior like that in our entire lifetime careers of like 38 years fighting fire. That's because this terrain is, hang on.
What's your 20? A laundromat, Pollock.
10-4.
Okay, that's fine. That's police stuff. What's your 20 is where are you at? You hear that chirp? That's the police stuff, unrelated. So, this part of the world, the High Sierras and Cascades, create some of the biggest mega fires of the world. And now we're in a mega drought. It's terrain. It's the crazy winds. It's the the fuel buildup. Tahoe hasn't seen a major fire since before the 40s. It's insanity. It's a perfect storm. They don't have good lines to defend the population centers. There wasn't enough time and not enough crews.
Central D48 10 checklist.
One of their best options. One of their best options to protect the population centers, since there was not enough time to make good dozer lines. They needed, first of all, they said they needed 5,000 to 6,000 people, and well, the Dixie had 6,000 people on it, and there was nobody else. They've been understaffed, so that was a strike against them. Just, they didn't have enough time. A second strike against them is, second best option was to throw down retardant. They make stripes across the landscape and then burn the fuels in between the retardant to make a scorched earth area to contain the fire. But they weren't able to do that because day after day aircraft got peeled away for other projects and poor visibility. I mean, look at the other fires that we're starting. Terrible Tuesday, as bad as it is, could be even worse because other fires could erupt across the state and become giants, especially in northern California. So we don't know if they'll even be able to fly any aircraft around this stuff. They'll just go defensive. They'll retreat to their safe spots. They'll let the fire go past them, and then when it dies down, places in the night like now, they'll come out of their hidey holes and do what they can to salvage the situation. Save as many structures as they can, put out as many smaller fires, smaller spots as they can, or contain them. But this fire could expand massively in a variety of different directions. It'll be up to Mother Nature. Yeah, it's 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. Yeah. Please don't pay too much attention to the containment thing. And containment is percentage of lines which are black. And black means nothing anymore in high winds. The only thing I would say is kind of solidly contained, asterisk, is the south flank of the fire by the Omo Ranch, because the wind hasn't been blowing it that way, and it was even hard to do that. Contained, asterisk, as far as we know so far. The public equates containment with safety and progress, and you shouldn't think about that anymore. That's why I don't read those numbers anymore. They're irrelevant. The mass fatality event of last year, the Bear Fire that became the North Complex Fire, it had 68% containment by Bucks Lake, and all of a sudden it ran down and tried to eat Oroville in less than 24 hours. I think now's a good time to show you guys that video. It's a second reality check. Unfortunately, the victims that died equated 68% containment when they saw the numbers jump, and they decided to not evacuate. They went to sleep. There wasn't enough time to give them a warning, so they woke up with an orange glow in the window and the sound of the fire, the roaring sound, went outside and their vehicle is on fire and their house is on fire. That's the way a lot of victims find out when these things move. So it's called the historic run of the North Complex. There's several different videos, several different parts. Lexington Hill camera Here's part 2 of it. Time lapse. It was affecting Oroville before it was affecting some of the smaller communities. So people that were driving from Brushenberry Creek towards Oroville had no idea the fire had gone in front. This is what can happen Tuesday. I don't think it'll go down towards the valley. It's not aiming that direction. But this is what happened last year. Remember, this is Labor Day. This was not during a mega drought. This was completely insane. The camera is in daytime view. It's like 9 o'clock at night. See the miniature tornadoes / whirls forming in it? This is pretty insane. I fully expect us to see stuff like this on the cams. You know, this went miles and miles and miles. Very, very fast. And do you see this? Do you see that? The fire spotted ahead of itself miles downhill. So people are driving. They meet the fire, they turn around to meet the fire.
Senator, I see on command.
Senator.
So,
Fire Captain of Avila will have 9 operations. IC will be off the fire.
That I was explaining the last year's North Complex fire, another one of the mass fatality events that happened almost a year to the day from now. It happened right about Labor Day. So that was the Lexington Hill camera, and I'll give you guys the if you want to watch that, you should probably watch video number 1 first. It's called the Historic Run of the North Complex fire. Lexington Hill was a different camera, and there's several different views. If you want to start with the first one, it starts innocently enough. Here's the first one. Yeah, and that was a fire that was 68% contained, and then the wind picked up with red flag conditions. So I'm showing you guys what the potential for the Caldor is. Same kind of cams, very similar areas that we were watching. So the beginning of all that chaos was just innocent like this. This is what time lapse on the cam was. This goes 11:44 in the morning, 11:45, 11:46, 11:47. Just that kind of a deal. So it's 11:52. Fast forward it. It's 2 o'clock. It develops fast. It's 2 o'clock, 2:20. And they speed it up a little bit. It runs at various different speeds. But it goes from noon, 1 o'clock, 1:45, 3:30, 3:30, and then the camera pivots because you can't fit the entire fire in the frame. There's the smoke covering the landscape. It is only 4 o'clock, 5. Just chewing up the landscape. This is last year. This is the Bear Complex. It started at Bucks Lake, which is kind of where the Dixie is now, but it ran for Oroville down the hill and erased 2 towns and killed many people. I remember there was like 30 missing people, and they eventually found 12 to 15 bodies. And that's the seriousness of the situation. That's why I do what I do. I give people a reality check. People shouldn't be scared. They should be prepared. They should get out of the way of these fires because that's what they can do with similar wind conditions. Yeah, it never really was contained. The other two, the Claremont and Sheep, did. Well, they called it a complex and said that it was 68% containment, and that's what the old text messages did from some of the people who died. They said, guys, it's 68% contained. We'll just be packed and ready to go at a moment's notice. I don't think we'll have to leave anymore. Containment numbers mean nothing. We had 49% or 39% containment on the Dixie. Remember what they were doing? They said, we're not going to have daily meetings anymore. The Dixie's winding down. We just closed up shop in Westwood. We don't think we need 3 headquarters anymore. Remember that? Everybody can come back to Greenville. Things are winding down. Remember that? They didn't look at the forecast. They were looking at their modeling.
Central David 1883. We're 1010. Good night.
Good night.
I don't know what the problem is with the system. Late mornings. Sorry. Still trying to eat here. I forgot that I'm not muted. So, sorry. Chat's been flying by. This is currently Caldor. And at night, things get a little bit less intense. That's usually when they come out of their hiding holes and fire crews try to salvage what they can. Go back into the neighborhood, salvage what they can.
Division India, Division Hotel on command.
But they're still battling hard right now. As you can see. All about nothing. You live in a city, so there's no stress, unfortunately. Paradise was a city. Santa Rosa was a city. Cities aren't safe. Santa Rosa was almost burned to the ground twice. That was a fatality event.
Division Hotel on command.
What are the chances, Brett says? Sly Park West Fire will reach the houses on the north side of the lake with the winds going north. I have no idea, because I'm not there seeing what they're doing to protect it. But what firefighters are telling me, anything can happen. We just got to take it one day at a time. Just one day at a time. What survives one day may be gone tomorrow. Or things will just continue to survive.
Juliet, Night India, ma'am.
Witchy says the East Flare camera showing fire starting to get a spin and a tornadic look to it. Yeah, some of them will. There'll be pockets of dead trees. There was a big windstorm and a bunch of them blew down and they're dead and kind of ripe for whooshing, you know. So right now the wind is calm tonight with big gusts, especially at the higher places like Sierra Tahoe.
Juliet, Night India, command.
And Leek Springs. So these peaks will be extreme battlegrounds. There's people around Sly Park, Pleasant Valley, the whole area, prepping the structures for defense. Or at least they had helicopters today. But in the milder days of day before yesterday, they lost structures around Camp Creek area and Butte Creek, excuse me. It's you just level out your expectations and regulate your emotions to the center. Just be cautious. Don't give in to despair, and don't ever celebrate the don't go up, don't go too far down with your emotions, because you can get. I made that mistake where I celebrated Greenville being saved and I woke up and it wasn't there anymore. So But remember, they always save what they can. There's always some little buildings that they're like, hey, we could defend that, and they just sit there. They let the fire wash past them. Firefighters don't run from a fire with their engines, not very often. They never enter a place where they think they can get trapped anymore. They will identify some buildings as, if we get in trouble, hey, that has a backyard pool and a defensive space, or there's a big pond, or whatever. They'll sit in the driveway of that place, wet down the buildings, play cards inside while they taking shifts outside. Let the fire go past them, and then they go on their merry way, and that explains why there's one house that's fine, and looks like a bomb went off everywhere else. They'll do what they can. But they won't die for a building. Now, winds don't usually get crazy in September. The Santa Ana wind season is it's usually October, November, December, and January. That's California's worst fire season this winter. What you're seeing was winds coming out of the Nevada desert pushing that fire down towards Orville. Now we're approaching that season, and I think it's going to be a long year. This is the lightning strike fire season. California is vulnerable to wildfire every month out of the year. They're trying to get us to stop using the term season. But really, March and April is kind of wet. Other than March and April, it's fire season. The worst is yet to come as far as wind speeds and such. We could get very, very lucky and get heavy rains and early snows before the Santa Ana winds come. But if these fires are still going, when the Santa Ana type winds and Diablo winds come, we could see these fires run for the valley just like I showed you. So we're just hoping that we get either good containment, heavy rains, or heavy snow, or something. Or the Diablo winds come late this season. I don't know what we're going to do if these are still going, we're still in drought, and then the winds pick up. Last year's wind event at Labor Day was probably once every 75-year event. I don't remember anything quite like that, unless I go back to the 1933 Tillamook burn. That was when all three western states had Santa Ana-like winds. That's almost unheard of. For Oregon and Washington to experience that too. That's why we had Oregon just chewed up. Watching live on the stream, we lost Detroit Lake, Talent, Phoenix, Gates, Mill City, Yvnaha, almost lost Malala, almost lost Estacada, we lost Brighton Bush, so many smaller communities, almost lost Staten and Sublimity, Silver Falls, got really close to those towns, even got close to Salem, it almost ate Medford, it almost ate Roseburg, it almost ate Ashland. We lost a lot of towns. They're just kind of gone unless they rebuild them. That was all happening at the same time. All those fires were worse at the same time. Washington didn't have a cakewalk either. And then we saw the same kind of winds affect the Bobcat fire, very similar ones. But to have that all happen on Labor Day, that was freakishly unusual. In so many places, especially. However, Santa Ana/Diablo winds could come as early as, late September, or, in it. Who knows? So, we just gotta hope that the weather cooperates. How big these things get, it depends on the weather. Yeah, Jimmy Dean says, I watched that fire march from Ashland North Live from the hospital. Yeah, we saw traffic cams get eaten by the fire one by one on I-5. So, there's a bunch of myths, such as a burned scar protects things. No. The worst thing about these is that next year's and the year later, these fires will be worse because right now these trees are alive with thousands of gallons of water in every single trunk. So when people are saying, well, at least next year there won't be as bad, please don't believe that. Especially 2 years later when there's been some bushes that will grow up, wildflowers, all that stuff, all that brush grows up at the base of these dead trees. They'll have a year to dry out. Right now, all the trees, the trunks aren't burning. It's just the branches. And it's the dead ones. And it's the dead trees on the ground. But we would have to have millions of loggers to salvage log as fast as they can to make this area safe again. Because when you get 8 months of all these trees drying out, that's seasoned firewood, and you have an inferno. The second 2 years later, the fire in the same area is worse, or 3 years later. You have to salvage log and get these. Salvage means salvage the situation, not the lumber, okay? If you have a standing dead forest, every single tree can burn for 1,000 hours. You would have a much more bad raging inferno. Just Google the Tillamook burn 3-year jinx. Every 3 years when brush growth, it's like stacking. All these dead trees standing up are like ready bonfires. Stacking kindling at the base of the bonfire. That's how you light it. So it just devastated west of Portland. 1933, 1936, 1939. Every 3 years it just had a repeat because they couldn't log fast enough. Even with a bunch of railroads and doing everything they could. So please don't believe the myth that salvage logging is bad. To save the forest, you have to get the standing dead trees away. They're the number one killers of firefighters when they're underneath these things. We almost lost a crew of 3. One of them fell on the people near Chester. They went to critical condition. We have to hold on to our butts for a long time. There's not really a lot of good news here, except we have a blank slate. We can replant the forest healthier in the future with more diversity of species, some endangered species too. Part of the problem here is that when it was clear cut in the past, they only kind of replanted like 1 or 2 species. Well, that's a lot of the reason why they're all dying together at once. They're all being attacked by the same fungus and the same kind of diseases, and they're very genetically similar. But if we plant more fire resistant trees and a variety of species, we'll have a lot less problems. That's the good news for the long-term outlook. We can be smarter. We can build fire lines before we need them because as it shows, these move too fast for us to catch up. We have new firefighting technology that'll put out these fires when they're really small. It's coming down the pipe. There's reasons to be hopeful, but we're in a tough spot. We're just trying to get over that hump. We're in the worst position that we can be as far as technology not quite being there yet. Down manpower because of COVID and other reasons. Bad climate event right now. Mega drought. The future will look brighter if we seize the opportunity to quickly make it so. So that's why I don't allow downer talk and like everything will be worse from now on. Oh, whatever. This weird heat dome phenomenon is probably a rare weather event too. I mean, yeah, we have a long-term outlook of just hotter and drier in general. But like this year and last year, we're getting unlucky with once every 75-year wind events and such coming around. And this heat dome thing is like a once every 130-year-ish sort of thing. It doesn't mean we won't have a couple back-to-back in a row, but you know how averaging works. This isn't going to be like the future from now on out. That's something that youth and people are getting from ideas from the mainstream media. But it'll take a long time to make the situation way better. It'll take maybe 20 years in the future to really change the landscape too much for the better. But we can start now. if we extinguish with new technology these fires when they're really small, really quickly, we won't have these no matter what the climate's doing. We just have to wait. We just have to demand that we put the money into that kind of technology. There's a lot of cleanup to do, but we don't blame each other. We don't blame groups. We don't blame political parties. We just go, oh, we're all in this together. Let's work together. So, yeah, a burn scar, let's have no crazy debates in chat. I can settle them right now. A burn scar is a blessing if they salvage log all the dead and down timber, or most of it, and if it's kind of recent, and if there's really good lines that they made. We saw the town of Paisley get saved by a couple of previous years' burn scars. However, look at the moonlight burn scar at the Dixie. That fed and fueled the fire. I have my personal photographs to show you because the terrain was too steep to salvage log everything. So you had trees that are huge, thick stands of trees that have been drying out since 2007 when the moonlight fire happened. Oh boy, were they ready to just go up like the massive inferno. Because they didn't salvage log all that. That's what mainly put Janesville and those areas in threat. So the sheep fire was helpful because it just happened last year. There's not as much brush that has grown up, but after 3 years goes by, usually there's enough brush that the burn scar might be very detrimental if the standing dead trees are still around. I hope that's clear. Now they're not saying anything on the radio. I wish we could hear about the battles going on. We could see them. The holy mackerel. So, but yeah, you can't leave the dead trees standing up. You just can't. It's been a bad policy to leave them. You should leave a couple for eagle nests, for the ecosystem, but not everywhere. Like you shouldn't have a landscape of blackened sticks. You should be very, very frightened when you look up and you see a lot of dead trees. You should be frightened for that forest. Like if you're camping and you look up and you see lots and lots of dead trees standing in that forest, you can just shake your head and say, well, next fire that happens here is going to be insanely bad. We're going to lose the landscape. That's my observation of what happened right before the Beachy Creek, and I was correct, unfortunately. Unlike a living tree, when the trunk of a dead tree burns, it weakens, it weakens, it weakens. And the many, many thousands of pounds of flaming debris shatter and explode all over the landscape. Hundreds and hundreds of pounds. Chunks. If a standing dead tree burns for a little bit, and the wind has died down, okay. But it's 1,000-hour fuel. In that 1,000 hours, what if the wind picks up? Then you have flaming embers all over the landscape, causing the spot fires. So I'm going to go back up and look at some of the chat. I'm still trying to eat. But they're saying nothing, so. Marie Rod, there's no way CAL FIRE will let this get to South Lake Tahoe? No, there's nothing in their power to stop it. Of course, they can't do anything to prevent this fire from getting to South Lake Tahoe. All of their lines were just violated today. And it's not even, it's not even the red flag day. They'll do what they can for South Lake Tahoe. It's not under their control. You can't get in front of a fire. We heard that on the live meeting today. They will not. There's no way they can stand in front of that. They will just die. They haven't had enough time or manpower to make any defensive headway. They tried to get a lot of lines. They're not complete. See this? These are some fire lines. That's Desolation Wilderness. You know where the fire is? Here. It's spotted over last night to here. It's right now trying to kill the camera that we keep watching. It's raced up that way last night. It's gone. It's gone beyond all of their defenses. There's no defenses over here, as you can see. This is today's battle map. There's nothing they can do. They can go and man the structures down there, prep them for protection, try to help the neighborhood. But wind will determine where the fire goes, and if it wants to roar right into South Lake Tahoe, it'll probably destroy many of the buildings. Fire progresses until something stops it. What stops a fire? Heavy rains and snow. Impassable terrain, such as meeting like a 800-foot tall granite cliff face, like El Capitan in Yosemite, right? That's not present here. What else stops a fire? Wind change direction. That's not going to happen. It's taking aim at South Lake Tahoe the next couple of days, just directly like that, without a reversal at night. What stops a fire? Solid black lines, many contingency lines, burning the earth in between them. They haven't been able to make that, and they haven't had enough time to do that. What stops a fire? Running out of fuel. Well, it's moving. It's finding more fuel. The best chances that they had were to either drop a retardant. They couldn't. To make a speed bump to buy themselves enough time to make lines and stuff, but you can't really make lines in here. It's granite. You can't. Dozer lines are made of dirt, right? They needed it to never have reached this, and it reached that last night, and that's why I started telling people last night, crap, they should evacuate everything to the east. Today, it was over here at Twin Bridges. They just said everybody leave. Just everybody leave. So fires go in the direction generally with the wind, and they go until they are stopped by something. I went through the checklist of what could stop a fire with many fire experts yesterday. There's nothing. There's nothing. We are now at the mercy of luck. They'll do what they can. They pull miracles out of their hats. At night, they can go direct, as they were told to do, to protect individual structures. I think this lookout's going to make it. Sierra Tahoe might make it. We know that Strawberry did make it. Hang on. Branch 10 India on command.
Branch 10 India on command.
Yeah, true, Barbara. I was talking about a mega fire or a wildfire. Can't remove the oxygen, can we? Can't remove the heat. They've been laying backfires trying to remove the fuel, but they didn't have enough time. Thanks for the well wishes from afar. We'll need the thoughts and the prayers. Just because a mega fire will roar through the area, there's still parts of paradise that survive. They will go in the neighborhoods. They will try to defend some that they can, but anything that's indefensible, they will not even try. That's why it's so dangerous to have any civilians in there. Tonight on the meeting, they said they would light backfires even right up in front of neighborhoods, trying to help the situation. They're doing it here. They did it all day to protect this lookout tower. They lit a bunch of these trees on fire on purpose at their base when the wind was low, after slathering some areas with retardant, so that when the main body of the fire approached with higher winds, that it wouldn't be as bad. And so they'll desperately try to do that in front of neighborhoods, but they can only do that if people are out. It's desperate. High risk, high reward. If the fire's coming towards a neighborhood anyway, there's nothing to lose. If they can burn off some vegetation between the homes and the fire before the fire gets there. It's a speed bump. Gives them time to react. And maybe they can herd the fire around to a different area. They'll make that decision moment by moment, though. And if somebody's in that neighborhood, they can't. They'll just go grab that person and leave with them. So these are desperate measures of last resort, but that's what they explained at the meeting they were going to do in a very subtle way that really didn't impact the public. That should have slammed the public consciousness like a tidal wave. Them announcing that should have been like, holy crap, to the public, but they didn't deliver it in a way that the public understood. That's what their plan is. Light neighborhoods, light the vegetation on fire in front of neighborhoods. If they have to. There's nothing to lose, trust me. If the fire's coming that way, everything would be toast anyway, but they may be able to save some things that way. So, here's the things to become most concerned about. A, is there going to be red flag weather? B, yes. B, is the Army going to come out and help? And now we've heard about 200 Army soldiers. So that means that there's nobody else in the country. The rest of the country is busy with the hurricanes and such. Those fire crews are needed. We've already asked Australia and Canada to help. Mexico helped Canada. They might help us. But we need 10,000 to 15,000 firefighters here. We have, less than 4,000 now? The 6,000 were on the Dixie and couldn't stop that disaster from happening. Hang on. So when they start drafting Army people to fight fires or help the situation, you know that that's pretty desperate. They already did the National Guard, but when it's actually the military, like the Air Force, the Army, quite desperate. I mean, it's good. In my opinion, we should have called upon them sooner. It's a very dire situation. So right now I'm calling for fire-only topics and not too much speculation on what we should or shouldn't be doing right now, like with long-term projects. I have to keep up with chat because new evacuations could come down the pipe because this is so much of a threat to life and property. Chat can't go by faster than I can read it. Okay, what is the latest? Is there a new evacuation situation? Because is somebody saying that? This is the latest from the Forest Service. It's better than the El Dorado map. Josh says mandatory evacuation for the Distillation Wilderness area. Okay, let me go try to update that. Thank you. You emailed it to me. New evacuation warning just issued. See what I mean? I hate being able to predict what's happening. It's just logical reasoning. Anybody can. I'm not special. The only way I'm special is I kind of discipline my mind to not what I hope will happen, but what has potential to happen. Based on these other fires, based on my experience, based on the feedback. I have experts on speed dial to call. I have personal friend firefighters, you know. I have history that I've studied of these areas. I did this last year, year before. So, but I'm not really special. Anybody could do that. There is no up-to-date fire map. We just like the real crews, we are just guessing where the fire is. We can hear them. We can see the heat maps. This is not a fire map. They fly over a couple times a day, like at night usually, to do infrared mapping. And the moment the plane leaves the area, it's already out of date. So what we do is we look at the cams. We look at satellite. We listen for the radio calls Every once in a while they say the fire's in your sector. Juliet, the fire's in your sector, section 23, northwest portion. And then I look at the map and then I find out. But nobody knows where the fire is from one moment to the next. Look at the smoke. Satellite gives us a heat detection indicator with a huge margin of error. That's why we have to get out. You have to get out in front of the fire because nobody knows that. Cal Fire doesn't know that. Only God. So the evacuation map has been updated with the ArcGIS. Okay. Here's the new one. For only El Dorado County, not for below it. That's what's just making me mad. Okay, so hour by hour. See, I was thinking this whole thing should have been evacuated. Now South Lake Tahoe's under watch, and this is now under mandatory. Why did it take them hours? Why weren't they saying this early at 5? Why weren't they saying this at 5 in the morning? Last night at midnight, when the fire got up towards Sierra at Tahoe, I'm like, what the hell are they waiting for? The firefighters in my channel are like, what the hell are they waiting for? And thank you, Josh, for the update. Now let me try to update my ticker. That's just a bunch of static. Well, I continue to listen to that even though I have it muted for you guys. So, yeah, the GIS one isn't completely accurate because down here, this is all under watch and stuff. So this is what the county sheriff's office is getting us, though. This is expanding from what we saw. So let me go try to update it. Guys, stop arguing in chat. What? Guys, evacuation orders are being called and people arguing in chat. Cease that immediately, please. Okay, let me go back to what I need to be doing. I hope the Forest Service will update their map because it's better. Let's see if they have. Yep, it's behind. So let's go to the Facebook page for sorry, mods, having to deal with this stuff. But guys, really, this is not the time to argue and be all personally offended by stuff. If you are, go take it outside, fist fight or something. Really, not here on my channel. Email each other to death. Nobody deserves to be mistreated in chat, and if people start taking as well as receiving personal insults, just if somebody insults you, there's a 3-button thing. Just block the user, and you won't see anything from them again. I'm sorry I can't keep up. I'd like to play referee, but this is more important. I still have a half-eaten pizza in front of me from like an hour ago. Let's see. Cal Fire Facebook page. "10 minutes ago." Okay. Updates to evacuation. Here we are. Evacuation order, Desolation Wilderness from the Watershed Ridge to the wilderness boundary, blah, 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 from El Dorado, Placer County lines to Echo Lakes. In the Alpine County, evacuation order, Highway 89 south from Luther Pass to its Pickett's Junction, which is Highway 88, west on Highway 88, to Kirkwood, south to include Kirkwood Ski Resort and Caples Lake. Okay. The remaining area of South Lake Tahoe Basin is now under evacuation warning. Now, here's the thing that firefighters want you to know. Evacuation warning usually goes to mandatory. It's your get prepared stage. I mean, get prepared to leave, not if you have to leave. It means get prepared to leave. I'm absolutely sure that they're going to make it red at some point, probably in the middle of the night or some inconvenient time. Could be tomorrow, but heck, it would be better to leave now than to sleep on this fire. So, Randy McKendrick, I'm in Fort Jones. We have the ghosts of Pine Needles Pass falling like snow everywhere. Yeah. Exactly, Kelly, Andy, too. Why would they call the whole basin to evacuate at once? It's basically what they just did. That's the thing, is they should have been over the last couple of days calling for the evacuations to start. Not just right now when the fire's upon the town. That's why I'm critical of this, Callie, Andy, too. Now they're basically saying that the entire area should be ready to go, and then when that goes red, they'll be telling like 15,000 people at the same time to go. This is not right. Ripsy Lee, I live on Winnemucca Avenue across from Hifty, and still the map doesn't even show a yellow warning to evacuate in my area. It's crazy, and I can't believe there's no warnings. I know. That's why I'm here. I can't stand this. They're not doing the public any favors. Here's the fire trying to eat Sierra Tahoe. Here's the heat detection maps. You know, you panic the public when you don't even tell them to get ready, and then all of a sudden flames crest the ridge like they did today, and you can see the fire from Tahoe. Yeah, well, Sister Goldenhair, they're not allowing anybody by the Myers roundabout. That's already been mandatory evacuated hours ago today. Yeah. Why at 9:30 at night? Did they just call for that? You know how many people are asleep already? Oh. I'm gonna have a seizure. Anyway. Oh, they're talking. Let's listen. Or not?
Get some meals or keep the kitchen open. Affirmative. We'll advise kitchen to hold 23 hot meals at 21:29.
I'm typing up the evacuation stuff. Alpine County, Highway 89 south from Luther Pass Road to the Pickett's Junction, which is 88 Junction, which is 88 west on 88 to Kirkwood south to include Kirkwood the resort.
Central 14, wait, can you show me do an expert patrol on incident number 22?
10-4.
Okay. Do we have an update at Sierra Tahoe? Well, fire is still trying to eat this building. Exactly, Ryan, you're totally correct. Let's be honest here with the wind forecast. SLT should evacuate tonight, if not tomorrow morning. I suggest tonight. They just at 9:30 at night went to a warning, and I've seen fires where 15 minutes later it's mandatory. Let's see when the wind is supposed to really pick up again. This is what is now 9:30 at night. Wind is blowing almost due north, 17-mile-an-hour wind gusts with almost a dead calm though. This will continue. Wind will blow almost due north until 8 a.m. Still almost a dead calm. It starts to pick up to 20 miles an hour. And then somewhere between 9 and 11 a.m., winds pick up drastically. 11-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 34-mile-an-hour wind gusts going. The southwest wind blowing to the northeast. That will continue until like 10 at night. And it gets worse Monday night. Even though there's 5-mile-an-hour to 7-mile-an-hour sustained winds, it's going to continue to point towards the northeast. Oh, there's that shouting guy again. Hang on. So, 8 a.m. Tuesday, hell begins. 29-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 8-mile-an-hour sustained, up to 15-mile-an-hour sustained, and 44 to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And it just gets bad until 11 p.m. And they're still going to have Tuesday night wind gusts 28 miles an hour to 32 miles an hour. Every single day, the wind direction, every single day.
Hey, what's your current location?
Starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow until Friday when it goes east. Look at this. Look at the red. The 45 to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts Tuesday at 2 p.m. It really starts up around 8 a.m. on Tuesday. I don't know that I'm going to be able to sleep.
Good, I'm headed down 50 towards you. Just want to get with you here and make some plans for the night. I'm taking a shot cruise in Iron Mountain and figure out a spot to get them bedded down for the night so we can have them for days tomorrow.
For copy 10-10.
Westbound 50, headed towards Sierra Tahoe area and stuff.
Okay.
Sierra Tahoe.
Callie, Andy, too. Nobody's in immediate danger. Okay, that's one of the most foolish things you could say. That's dangerous. Because you can put people in danger. You know what happened? You know what happens in the middle of the night when the wind picks up? We've seen fire crews in danger and running for their lives when there was fewer wind gusts in the forecast. That was just the last couple of nights. You just haven't been here long enough to say, oh, nobody's in danger right now. Absolutely not. Not true. Clearly, the fire is not taking over SLT tonight. Did you know that 3-mile long-range spotting is very possible? You know, you could have these embers rain down just a couple of neighborhoods, just a couple of homes burned to the ground with people inside them. You have no idea what's going to happen. Please just think about what you're saying. What we don't allow in chat is people to make statements of authority, especially in my chat, because people oftentimes repeat what I say when I don't have the ability to talk too much. Then people think that it's me saying that. You are allowed to say, I think, I assume, I presume, or I question, or could this happen? You're not allowed to say in my chat when people are safe or not and what they should do. Because people can confuse, their trust in me and me with my official sources where I get my info and my experts where I get my info. With your random opinion. That's dangerous. We're here to give people the best chance at survival, not give them a false sense of security like the media and the officials are giving people. They told 1,200 people to come back to Greenville, and they almost got killed in Greenville. They almost had a mass fatality event in Greenville, and that was the authorities getting really super optimistic about things. If you think you're safe downwind from a mega fire, you have not been paying attention to what mega fires can do. Yeah, it's not a new normal. This is actually a new abnormal. This is not the new normal. It's completely abnormal, but it's new to have these many abnormal conditions. Most of them are caused by humans, mismanagement, some of it's nature, drought and this and that. However, we're in a new kind of a climate. They haven't really adapted their own response to it yet, tragically. These fire behaviors are surprising them. Why? Because they just didn't study them like I do, like the people who lived through them. Nobody should be surprised about what these fires are doing. They got up after they lost Greenville and Canyon Dam and almost lost a crew of 20 there, and almost lost hundreds of civilians there. They got up and said, "Sorry, these fire behaviors surprising us. We've never seen these in our 38-year careers." That's because they're mainly from around the country, but they really should be required to look at what has been happening since 2014 here in this area, and they would not be surprised. Look at my videos from last year. You will not be surprised. I'm not surprised in one bit about what's going on here. Not since my friend burned alive in his house in 2017 in the Cascade Fire, the same night that Santa Rosa was impacted. That's the day I woke up and realized what could happen. Then we saw the Car Fire, the Zog Fire, the Glass Fire, the LNU, the August Complex, the Bear Fire, the Paradise Fire, so many others that have reacted pretty much the same way. Why they're surprised is they haven't been studying recent history very hard or looking at these cams. So whatever the problem is, bureaucracies that are entrenched, traditions that are entrenched are hard to change. We're not blaming anybody. We're blaming the system because we can fix the system. When we take responsibility, we can change things. Blame means you can't take responsibility, therefore you can't change anything. The system is broke, it has to be fixed, but that's not going to be overnight. In the meantime, we can take care of ourselves with common sense. And common sense also tells us that when the authorities are wrong again and again and again, or a day late and a dollar short with their advice and their expectations, then we should listen to them, but also err way on the side of caution and do things long before it occurs to them. There are experts here in the chat. There are firefighters here in the chat. There are survivors in the chat.
Ambulance standby at drop point 23. Is there one available?
Uh-oh. Yeah, Mr. Jeweler Sr. Scariest day of your life, that Santa Rosa fire? Yeah.
502 at Sierra at Tahoe. I'll make contact with them. Stage at drop point 23.
Lots of activity.
Yeah, I think they need the one up country. We're requesting an additional, the one at Sierra Tahoe. I don't know, the last I heard, we weren't able to access it from the India side.
Trinity United Office Command.
Yep, all of SLT is now under evacuation order. Yeah.
Team Boy 98, Susie.
Well, thanks, Susie Cat. Thanks for the pats on the head. I mean, the next year, after my friend died, the Paradise Fire happened.
I wanted to meet up with you. He's requesting an ambulance standby at Station 23 due to the ambulance in the area is all the way up at Sierra Tahoe.
You know, the people of Bangor and Loma Rica, they never got a warning about the fire that descended upon them. It was red flag conditions, and boom, it was on their doorstep. They woke up with their buildings on fire. The next year, my brother's a missing person in Paradise. Same thing. They never got a warning from the authorities. They had a watch. They never got the warning. It's all of a sudden people were burning to death alive in their cars, and traffic jams and chaos and pandemonium was breaking out. And then the death of 85 people followed over the next couple of days. With me listening live to the feed, hearing, please go to those residences. The elderly have no way out. They don't have cars, and the heartbreaking dispatch calls and the firefighters responding, saying we can't get there, crying on the microphone, trying to reach them. I'm not going to go into more detail about that. That is why I do what I do. Yeah, Sierra Tahoe, the best we could tell is the building that this camera is on is okay.
There. I was just asking if there was another one available that we could put at drop point 23. The quest of Division India. Did you copy operations traffic?
Yeah, what's going on? Let me check out.
Hey, affirmative. Night Ops will reconcile with the medic unit at 2142.
Well, the western half of the United States is the one that's most prone to getting these fires, but they can happen around the Great Lakes and such too, with events of extreme drought and such. It's where the wind is the most windy, is where you have the most fire danger, especially if it's gets dry. And they're harder to put out, contain, and keep small if they're in rugged, steep terrain. So California is one of the worst places in the world to have a wildfire because of the Pacific Ocean winds, the desert winds. They mingle, they mix. The high Sierras, the rugged, that steep terrain, the difficulty of everything concerning it. So there's very few places in the world that can be worse. It's the same climate as Greece. It's Mediterranean, but it's the size of Italy. In these mountains, you can't have north and south roads. You can have kind of diagonal roads, but you can't have north and south because you'd have to drill a tunnel through the mountains. Yeah, thanks for the well wishes here.
Drop point 21 at the 76 gas station.
Thank you.
Trinity, copy.
Yeah, and we're going to be upstaged by a hurricane.
X1193.
But that's why I'm here.
I've been relieved by K383. I'll be en route to the EOC.
I'm sorry for what's going on elsewhere in the country, but I'm here because the media isn't here, and neither is the government for us. Moved to Toad Town for peace. Toad Town was almost erased by the campfire. That's Butte County. It's a private joke. I made the front page of a newspaper with a picture of me standing in a building in Toad Town. I tried to do an inventory of historical assets best I could after the campfire and went to mines and ghost towns and historic places of Butte County. Yeah, does anybody have the...
Anyone respond to the vehicle accident? Highway 101, Highway 198. 21%.
I just refreshed. Susie Cat says this fire, this isn't reported much on the world news. Yeah, I don't get it. That was the firestorm of the century last year. In my lifetime, I don't know that we'll have a worse event. I lost count of the amount of towns that were erased off the map by last year's fires, mostly within a 5-day period of Labor Day. And the world and the media just kind of like covered it for 5 minutes in their local nightly news broadcast. Hell, when there's a snow day and schools are closed, you know how the scrolling evacuation thing I have right now for school closures go, even though Lassie and Law and Order come on for daytime, crap TV. They didn't even do that with evacuation orders. And so I had people just calling me up saying, where do I go? What do I do? You used to cover fires last year, like the Paradise one. And so I just took to the air and thought that I could just show this stuff and not be at the computer. And what happened was so many towns were impacted and the fires expanded so rapidly. I had to sit there and talk for like 26 hours in a row. As town after town after town were erased, and the authorities weren't telling people to get out ahead of the way the wind direction was blowing. So I did that, and people were like, "Oh my God, thank you." And this year, I didn't have the time to do these fires. I didn't cover the Beckworth. I was in a life chaos. I was really ill. I'm too sick to be doing this, and I was begged to come back. So here I am. I don't want to be begged to come back. I want the government to do this. I don't know why they don't, but I'll do my best as long as my voice will hold out. Yeah. I wish we could hear more at the radio. Yeah, Scott Fuller says if you think you're safe because you live in a city, the only thing that stopped the Berkeley fire in 1923 was the Bay. It started in the hills and burned straight through 584 homes. Well, wasn't the Oakland fire really bad too? I mean, what about San Bruno, which blew up because of their stupid pipeline? Wow. Which structure damage map is that? The one for I think the master link is what you want. This is what the best things that they've done to provide to people. It was during the meeting. It's here is the link tree map. This is like the master link website. Please bookmark it, guys. Click on it and bookmark it in my chat. Local Assistance Center, Caldor Fire Shelter Information, El Dorado County Evacuation Map, Structure Damage Map. Here is the top link. I don't want to show that. Amador County Code Red Sign Up, El Dorado County Code Red Sign Up. If you know seniors, please walk them through this. Just downloading the app is not enough on your phone. You have to do a sign up and register your phone number for those emergency alerts. And a lot of seniors just don't know how to do that. You're very right. 3 fry 2. It's scary. If the wind picks up more, fire can move football fields in less than a minute. Yeah, the campfire did that. It was like 8 football fields per minute. It was the most insane rate of spread. Ouch. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to try to finish a meal here. But that's not the sun, that's fire. They're trying to save this year at Tahoe, at least some of the buildings. But I haven't seen a living human being walk in front of the camera. Same thing with Leek Springs fire lookout. I'm going to try to play a 3-hour time lapse and shovel more food in my mouth. Be right back. Oh, Josh says Barton Memorial is evacuating the hospital patients. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm calling for an end to chat ugliness. At the first sniff, anything I smell blaming victims, getting political, blaming this group, that group, the left, the right, this party, that party, saying that such and such should cover the cost of this, like the victims. I'm just going to ban you and I'll God's wrath. Let's start a climate change debate. Do you believe in CO2 now? Any kind of that crap where you're rubbing stuff in the nose of people who are traumatized right now, you're going to be X86 out of here. I will punt you so hard you will circumnavigate the globe before you land. We are a group here, a supportive family. That's what this chat is. And if you cause trouble, I don't care how helpful you've been in the past or how insightful you've been. Troublemakers are not welcome here. We just come together for support. So, once again, in chat, here's the master link for the Caldor fire, as issued by CAL FIRE. The evacuation maps and links are there. And I'm going to try to get some more food. Okay, new food is acquired. I'm going to eat like a horse here, because you got to keep eating to keep up your stamina. I'm going to mute that. Sorry about that. At some point in time, the radio just gets like that, and I don't know why. It could be transmissions, like actual speaking, but the ham radio operator may just be too far away to hear. It could be somebody with an open mic or some sort of a malfunction. So going back, yeah, Ramona, thanks for the sympathy. Is there a troublemaker right now that I need to ban? Just things are just my opinion. Yeah, I make that very clear. But you need to make clear that your opinion is your opinion, and it doesn't come from an official source. And that's the only thing I'm trying to tell you, is when you say, clearly this won't happen, okay, you're making a prophecy, and it's not something you know about. The difference between your statement of, oh, clearly SLT won't be affected tonight, okay, that is a dangerous statement that some people could confuse as some sort of an official thing. Maybe they think you got your statement from an official source, and even officials don't know that. They don't even make statements like that. They don't say, hey, this community is safe tonight. They never do such an irresponsible thing. It's irresponsible for somebody who's not an official to do it, way more so. What I say is this is what can happen. I say this is possible. That is possible, and it's always the truth, because I don't make reckless, wild statements. I know what fire is capable of here, and I have on speed dial firefighters and a bunch of them in the chat here backing me up. I have videos backing me up. I have plenty of things to show you. This is the same terrain. These are the same places. I mean, just go back to my other streams. The things that I say that a fire is capable of doing, it's actually spot on, absolutely. And I'm very careful with what I say. I say what is possible and what is likely. You are saying statements like, this is the way it is. Reckless. That's not allowed here. You can say, my opinion is this. I think the fire will do that. You cannot say the fire won't do that. Because you don't know. You're not God. And unless you can read me all of the winning lottery tickets for the next year, or maybe the next drawing, go ahead and prove your psychic ability to me, then I'll retract my statement. Okay, so you guys have any questions right now about what's going on or what's going on with the fire? I know a lot of people come in and come out. Hey, Dolores, thank you for being here. Exactly. With 1,000 people in the chat, that can be confused with an announcement. Yeah, so that's just that. I think I had to go back over that. I'm not engaging with an individual. I have to go over that to make sure people understand why the rules are in place. It's to keep people safe. And it's not a domination game. I'm not here to be telling people, hey, I know better than you. Absolutely not. It is to be crystal clear so that we get the information the public needs to survive and to make the choices that are good. Wow, this can. So a lot of people come in here constantly saying stuff like that. So here we go. So Kenneth Parker says, Kathryn, appreciate your platform, retired fire chief, El Dorado Fire District. Thank you. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. Very honored to have all the experts in here that come to pitch in their 2 cents and share their wisdom. There's still a lot that I'm learning about wildland firefighting, and there's always much more to learn. And please do share with us thoughts and such. So let's see back at chat. Yeah, John Barney says there's no assessment of the east side damage yet. That's reasonable. The area is still on fire. Yeah. So, oh, fire captain. I'm sorry. I thought FC was chief. But thank you. In fact, I'm not sure which one is which. Maybe you can enlighten me about hierarchy and how that works a little bit. Let's see here. Let's go look at our different map sources. Unfortunately, I think Caldor did his mapping and landed. Oh, is that an EasyJet? Oh, it's a Bombardier Global 5000? Wow. That's the plane I want. Although I want the 6000. That's some executives traveling through the area. I was hoping it was a plane mapper. Fire mapper. So, let's go back up to, if you want to see the Leek Spring view in daytime, check at 1:30:26 today. It was the same orientation. I don't think the structure is burning there at this time. Oh no, the fire tower is not on fire. This is what it looks like here at Leek Springs. And so we're looking away. You can orient yourself pretty well. These are their solar panels. Sometimes those are visible. And it's got kind of a bald mountain top. Today they lit backfires to get rid of some of the vegetation to help it. So this is looking northeast. the way that the wind has been generally pushing the fires. The wind, I think, has shifted to the north. The way we would find that out with the best accuracy is to look at some of these cams and look for the smoke. Yeah, the radios just crackle right now. I wish somebody had a Super Motorola with the 800 megahertz spectrum to we could then hear the battles as they occur. But we only hear what the Broadcastify ham radio operator can pick up. Probably located somewhere by Placerville or something like that. And those are like dispatch channels and grand scheme of things channels. Right now, fire crews are saying, over there, hold the line, get that tender over here, get that engine over here. You know, it's jumped, pull back. There's a lot of excitement, but from what I have heard, unless you are within almost eye shot, seeing distance of those fires, of those radio transmissions, you can't really hear them. That's why we hear the pilots so often. They're up above these canyons and they're talking, and it's much more clearly understood. Is Strawberry Lodge still standing? As far as I know. If you look at my Twitter feed, which is the links in the description, Craig Philippot, this awesome journalist, I think he's a journalist, drove through the area, and they proudly declared the general store saved. Sad situation, though, for Sacramento, at Camp Sacramento. Those cabins, some of them I saw burning to the ground when he drove past, and ABC 10 and a couple other news medias. So, yeah, I like the pilot chat too. So let's see if we can see anything on the west side. This is a nice reprieve if the fire will lay down at all at nighttime, but they're not going to have much in the way of nighttime reprieves if the weather forecast is correct for the next couple of nights. This might be one of their last easier nights. We saw them we see that they lost control last couple of nights in many different sectors of the line, and crews had to be evacuated for safety. They lost a lot of structures over in Delta by Butte Creek. The helicopter pilots are doing their best to save them, but it jumped. So while we're seeing most of the cams on the east side, we tried to look at those on the west side today, but we couldn't see anything, just a bunch of smoke. David says north winds are blowing from the north and blowing south. Right now, I don't think there is a north wind. I think there's a south wind. Do we have a... Remember, there's microclimates in all of the drainages. So if you look at the terrain, you can have wind blowing that way, for example, but some of it gets trapped in these drainages, and then they go. Wind flows where water flows. You know, we have these microclimates, so we have to look at the smoke blowing over where the fire is. Time after time, we have seen Delta over here be slammed with winds. Even the days the wind was going like so, it was blowing like so. Down in the drainages, in the little canyons. So no matter what is happening with the wind, it seems like the west side just gets fanned up. So here we're looking to the south, to the northeast. The smoke blowing to the west. Commando says they were using Canada Air Vikings 5 deep. The first Viking had radar mapping working with the lead plane. That's awesome. David says, so a west wind is coming from the west and generally blowing toward the east. Exactly. So that's why I try really hard to explain to the public what a west wind is. Meaning it's where it's coming from. You know, you look at a, I'm just trying to find a dark part here. You look at the compass, here's north, you know. A west wind means it's coming from the west. See? A north wind is coming, you know, from the north. That would be a northeast wind, right? An east wind is coming from the east. And because that's so confusing to the public, I say winds are blowing to the, right? East wind blows to the west. Try to make that as clear as I can. So right now, forecast with windy. It is 10:08. The winds should be shifting from blowing to the northeast. The wind direction should be shifting. This is what it was. Whoops, let me make it black. The southwest winds, okay. That was the way it was going all day. Should be shifting to more of a south wind blowing to the north. Right around now. And the wind will be blowing almost due north until around 8 a.m. when it goes back to a southwest wind blowing to the northeast. Right now we have almost a dead calm. Forecast for the rest of the night until around 8 a.m. when things get hairy with 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And around 10, I mean, they start to get hairy. Around 10, 11, they will get really hairy with 11-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Southwest winds. Take an aim at Tahoe at 11 a.m. with 11 sustained and around 35-ish gusts. So between 11 and 8 p.m., 11 a.m. and 8 p.m., every single one of these days is going to be the worst, most brutal hours. They may get midnight miracles, which is what happens around 11. Consistently for like 15 days in a row, they had midnight miracles on the Dixie and the Caldor fire, which is where there was much more of a calm at night than they thought, and they had like an hour of almost no wind, like, let's pounce on things. Let's clean up those spots. It went over the line here, squirt it out. Respond over here, squirt it out. That structure is in danger, squirt it out. You know, helicopter, nighttime helicopter, come on in. Dump buckets on this. They can only do that with really, really good clear nights, you know. Some of the nights they've had that. What I call the midnight miracles is we still have a peninsula, we still have Westwood, Hamilton Beach, Hamilton Branch, East Shore, West Eleanor, Prattville, even things like Chester, because when it looked like those towns are about to be erased at night, suddenly the winds died down enough for them to respond and save those towns, save those areas. Same thing with Janesville. Same thing with Milton. Well, Susanville too. Midnight miracles. But we can't count on midnight miracles. People may be getting used to that. And I have to say the word miracle because it's not typical. It's not typical that 200-foot tall marching walls of fire reach a town and stop right around 11 p.m. and lay down. We have to be appreciative of all the lucky breaks we get. It's not all doom and gloom. They're possible, but we can't just count on luck, too. Visible in Diamond Peak Camp. Where's that? I don't think firefighters use encrypted radio. I think that's mainly police sometimes during things like riots. The chat. Anybody else? Yeah, one by one the Caltrans cams are going down. Probably from power loss. It's hard to say. Diamond Peak, Nevada. Showing the fire in the background. Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. It's been crazy how far in the distance you can see this. Bald Mountain, Nevada. Snow Valley Peak, you can see it. Or is that Snow Valley Park? Peak, okay. Diamond Peak. Oops. Steamboat. You guys know what that means, steamboat? That's too scratchy to make out. Now, when they're in these canyons, these fire crews, their transmissions really can't be picked up. We hear night after night that they go to different elevations just to communicate with each other. KCRA is reporting the Barton Hospital is being evacuated. About time. Nothing like waiting until the middle of the night. I don't understand it. The most vulnerable people should be moved out first. The reason I'm saying that is when you keep hospitals open too long, people have appointments and they enter the area. So here was my uncle with his eye appointment the morning of the campfire. He forgot some critical, I think it was insurance cards. Turns back around to get him at his home. Might have saved his life. Same thing with Westwood. Medical clinic there. People, I'm telling people, get out of Westwood. And this one lady comes in the chat and says, my husband is stubborn and he's going to go keep his appointment. So when he was on his way there, that's when the mandatory evacuation hit. It's like, wow. The hospital was evacuated too late during the campfire. That took people by surprise. Although that was a lot more excusable. People were really surprised by what the campfire did. And so they had patients in surgery. They sewed them up.
Accurate street, cross street, so I can transmit this information to them.
Darn. I was hoping that'd be clearer. I'm trying to do a 6-hour time lapse. This will probably fail. The website's been kind of weird. So what I'm saying though is in Paradise, they had patients in the middle of surgery. They just aborted the surgeries, sewed them up best they could, tried to slap their cheeks and get them awake. Some of those groggy patients were like, what? They put some on stretchers, and some of the patients were wheeled out into the parking lot where all the ambulances had already left. Everybody had already left in all of their cars. Firefighters arrived and couldn't put the patients, on in their engines. So they flagged down civilians going by and put people in random cars in the back, laid them across the pickup truck beds and such.
Hey, firm, I'll make sure there's a ground contact in place for them. And will that ground contact be meeting PG&E at drop point 32?
Cool, Commando. The Twitter I linked earlier of Camp Sacramento is on the B. I sent it to my editor. She got permission. I'm sending it to DC to get it viral. When her gained permission. Oh, that's so sad. Well, that's good, though, that the rest of the world might figure out what's happening here. Yeah, I think it just failed. I don't know what the websites are doing. I could try this. I could try the non-beta website to do a time lapse of what happened here at Sierra Tahoe. Okay. All right. All right, let's see if this version is working better. Heck is that? Okay, either that or I'll click the wrong button. Okay, here we go. There we go. What? All right. 6-hour time lapse. Yeah, it's just really stuttering. I don't know what's going on. Okay. There's less static on the El Dorado County fire ops feed. Yeah, it's time to switch to that. Okay. I'm on that one. I'm unmuting it. Alright, we'll see if that one does anything. I don't know what the problem is with this website. Yeah, XYZ Consult says, at the Tubbs fire, they said, we never saw anything like this. At the Camp fire, they said, we never saw anything like this. At the Dixie fire, we never saw anything like this. At the Caldor fire, we never saw anything like this. It's like, were you not paying attention? Required reading. So it's not just me, Kevin? Okay. This is the run that we determined it was at the far east side of the far east side of the ski area. Let's see. So I'm listening to my phone. It has the feed on my desk here. If I hear voices, I'll go back to the Caldor west side. This is probably the east side that we're listening to right now. Okay. Turn off that wind stuff. Alright, it was the top of the Grandview Express, as far as anybody could tell, because there's that restaurant. So, it really is the Smokehouse Barbecue. How dang ironic is that? So that's what all those jokes were about it being the barbecue. I thought that was in poor taste. It was literal. The barbecue is on fire, or next to it. That's just, wow. Okay. Can't make this up. Okay. Did strawberry burn? No. As far as we know, it's alright. God, 6,000 people are listening to Jefferson Parish with the hurricane stuff. I got an alert for Broadcastify. Yeah, we're definitely backseat news to the horror and chaos elsewhere. Yeah, I've seen a lot of horrifically weird, ironic stuff with these fires the last couple of years. Things like, let's see, well, it being called a campfire. What the hell? I'm still like, what the hell, guys? But it was Camp Road. Preparedness fire. I just hate calling it that. It's just ridiculous. Sea Dog, hey, welcome back. Do I think the winds tomorrow will be away from the Lake Davis towards Lake Davis, getting very close to Portola? You know what? Let's check in with Daniel Kearns. 3 Winters says Cal OES for those residents seeking to evacuate South Lake Tahoe. A shelter is available. Ah! Oh my God, that was loud. Oh, my heart. Alright, so this feed is live. Yeah, Gardnerville. Oh my God. Ooh, okay. Hang on. Somebody get the paddles. Somebody get the paddles. I'm in defib. Okay. All right, let's listen to what did Daniel Kearns have to say today. Oh God, that really just gave me a jolt. Guys, hang on. Desiree, the founder of Who, has passed on. They need not do it anymore. Do what? Yeah, Serene Sapphire says my thoughts exactly.
Copy. And with engine 2373, they should be right near you. And then have them go over the plan with you.
Okay, that's good to hear, Doug. I'm trying to get back to questions. We can look at the Dixie in a second, but that's hard to look away from. I'm puzzled about the wind direction. It's real hard to tell the direction of the smoke. Kind of seems like that. So the wind should be shifting around and blowing almost, the south wind should be blowing almost due north if windy is correct in general, but this is a microclimate. And what I think may be happening specifically here is the wind coming up here and kind of trying to go into these drainages, kind of pulling the smoke that way. If I had to hazard a guess. Whoa. Tahoe cam. We could lose this building tonight. Let's see. What does steamboat mean? I'm sorry, guys. So in the 1800s, these 49ers and gold miners were running around, and there's a couple of really popular slang terms. Greenhorn. There's always a greenhorn town everywhere in the West. A greenhorn is one of those newbie miners that walks up into town and says, "Where do I find the gold?" At the bar, you know. So like Greenhorn is up there, kind of threatened by the Dixie fire right now, but they were expressing more hope for it. Mark says here, Reno, the wind just changed from blowing north, now blowing to the south. Huh. Okay. Oh, 1,000-hour fuels, you don't understand that? Okay. So 1,000-hour fuel is like a dead tree generally, just something that can burn for 1,000 hours. Just that much fuel. I can't make that out. So, on the ground, that's bad enough. Creates this incredible smoke that keeps smoking out Tahoe, grounding the aircraft. They explained that on Cal Fire. That if there wasn't so much dead and down, which is one of those dead trees and down trees, like full-on down trees, both of them which are dead, either the standing or the ones on the
We're almost done.
Those burn for so long they create this crazy pyrocumulus
No,
clouds.
actually, I was right above them actually, but I'll head down. I talked to Patrick. That was good. So.
Cause the crazy smoke, cause the crazy heat. So that's why it's so important to remove that from the landscape, even if the timber is worth nothing. After being dead for 2 years, all timber is worth nothing. So that's part of the conspiracy theory crap isn't allowed here. People think, oh yeah, loggers are going to benefit because they could salvage log a forest that was protected before. Record scratch. No.
I mean, I'm heading down.
It might take 6 years, 7 years, 8 years to log a major forest fire, to get the salvage logging. It's salvaging the situation and as much lumber as they can, but after 2 years, a tree is too rotted to use. And plus, if it's too toxic, if like in Paradise, where all the melted buildings and burned up cars throw dioxins all over the wood, it goes to hazardous waste disposal. It's not... Everybody would get cancer at the mill by cutting up those trees. Burning plastic is one of the most deadly things on Earth. Burning vinyl, burning plastic, burning cars. Number one cause of firefighter deaths is cancer. They, even if it's freezing cold, hose themselves off to get that crap off of their skin and off their gear, because it will penetrate through your skin as well as you breathe it in. They suffer greatly. That's why we have to support them. So, what's steamboating? So a greenhorn is a newbie, a gumshoe that walks into town saying, "Where's the gold?" So greenhorn's a popular name. Now, steamboated is when a whole bunch of miners hear a rumor that there's a lot of gold somewhere, and they all stampede that way. Usually, it's upriver, because gold washes downstream. So if you find some mega nuggets, some mega flake, they look upstream going, this is coming from somewhere. Got to be the cliffs up there, maybe there's an exposed vein, maybe there's a lot of gold. And so somebody says, I found a fist-sized nugget. And everybody goes upstream, looking for it. Now if that's a dead end, with no gold, they got steamboated. They got the shaft. Alright, Susie says, fire continues to march down slope. Heavenly IR, incredible. You were unfortunately right. Fires never pass through desolation, wilderness, and over the crest. Yeah. So, are you talking about this on the flare? Going down the hill? That would be rollout, I think. This stuff, firefighters, give me your opinion on that. When you have fire up on the hills, it will go down. It will back down slopes. Because, partially, the rolling, flaming debris down the hill, pine cones, logs, trees that are standing and dead and they shatter apart, and then the pieces of them roll down the hill. Is that not just embers, but roll out? Yeah. So here's the crazy thing. What Dusty the firefighter is saying is, when 1,000 hour fuels are very dry, they burn hotter, longer, more completely than a living tree, of course, releasing much more heat, and that feeds the fire's intensity. It's not good stuff. It's a disaster. What we've been seeing, that I would like to add to this is like not breaking news, but very new to the community, seeing inside this FLIR technology, seeing inside firestorms. What we're seeing, people keep asking me, why are these fire tornadoes or whirls, which sometimes are 1,000 feet tall or more, what's feeding these? Because they spawn and they're burning, and they spawn and they're burning, and they spawn and they're burning. That, in my opinion, logically, is those 1,000-hour fuels, because this was the moonlight burn scar. Huge, mega, somewhat old-growth trees that have not been logged after the 2007 moonlight fire. I shared my personal pictures of those. When you have the firestorm begin, and those are being consumed, I think instead of burning in 1,000 hours, they're burning in 10. They're burning in 12 hours. because these are 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts probably. And that cyclonic wind action is like the same thing as if you've ever seen a fire demonstration of like a stove fire, but what if you took a whole bunch of high-powered fans, like industrial power fans, and you put them on your grease fire on your stove, how that would just blaze? It would consume that grease like way faster, right? So can you imagine tornado force winds?
Dozer 638, 17 Echo. 38.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. If you are encountering people that like don't believe in the danger, who have the ignorance, I've gone door to door, like in front of the Beachy Creek fire, telling people you really need to get out. The senior citizen community. 5 miles to the east was the mandatory evacuation zone. They unfortunately were in another county, and that county didn't have its stuff together. I didn't have any evacuation watches, warnings, or anything. The other county did. I knocked on doors, said, guys, fire's coming this way. The sky is red. It's almost looking like it's midnight. It's 2 in the afternoon. There's hot ashes raining down on my head, and I coughed and coughed, and then had to cover my eyes because embers were hitting my eyes. Hot ash. And I went, oh my God, will you please accept my ride out of here? I've got room for 6 in the car. And these seniors blinked at me and went, but we weren't told anything. And I said, really? Just trust me. Long to explain. Would you please accept my ride? By the time you call for help for people to come get you, I don't think anybody's going to make it to this area because there's only so many bridges across the river. People will be flooding out of this area. Well, and then they said, well, but authorities would have told us something. And then saunters up some know-it-all of the neighborhood saying, well, you know what? I think she's just worried because she has asthma or whatever. And I'm like, I don't have asthma. So she's just talking about the smoke. Everything's totally fine. I've been watching the news all day, and Fox would have told me if we needed to leave. I'm like, I almost wanted to fist fight right then and there, you know? Like, really? You're gambling with the lives of these seniors in this community? That wasn't a young lady walked up, you know, like a know-it-all Karen. Totally, like, the news station, not Big Fox, but the local Fox, you know, would have told us if there was a danger. Here she has a car ready to leave at a moment's notice, and these seniors are glitching out.
We got the going on the road, so we wrap up this spot there. I'm pulling my legs back up to the fire. It's raining. We can just start now. Don't forget to grab it. So we're just trying to start it.
No, Leek Springs here is a fire lookout. It is pretty safe. Why? Specifically, just that mountaintop. It's a metal fire lookout at the top of the hill, surrounded by granite rocks. And they have thrown flame retardant with a DC-10, 2 DC-10s, a McDonnell Douglas MD-87, and about 5 Marsh S-2s and 2 tanker planes today. And yesterday, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before. Plus, they have a dozer crew at the base of the hill that made fire lines. It's safe because they worked for an entire week to prep this tiny tower to save it. It's taken passenger jet drops to save this little tower. So this portion is safe. They trimmed down all the trees. The fire isn't safe. The communities are not safe. You can see the fire roaring past. But this is all flames right here. This is all on fire. They might lose some outbuildings. The closer they park to the tower, the safer this crew is going to be. But they assembled there because they thought they could hold it today. They would have evacuated this if they couldn't. The tinier buildings, the tinier communities are easier to save. South Lake Tahoe is a sprawling...
Fine with you face-to-face for assignment.
Sprawling communities are not defensible. Yeah, Sea Dog, just watch the wind speed for Monday and Tuesday. Bad wind direction. So for Lake Tahoe, better for the Portola and Lake Davis area. You know, we would have to look at the East Zone of the Dixie Fire operations briefing. Let's see here. Bob Fraser, hey, welcome back. Looks like the Caldor made 5 miles of northeast progress today. Yeah. Yeah, I've been quoting you all day. So Bob Fraser said, see, I'm a rambler, right? He's a summarizer. Why did I call it Terrible Tuesday, which is coming up Tuesday? Because of topography. These are the list of things against us. Topography, fire history, heavy fuels, spotting, wind speed, wind direction, relative humidity, 1,000 hour fuels, live fuels, low visibility, crew shortage, temperatures, and an urban interface dead ahead. Recipe for disaster. I would add to that, it'll be Terrible Tuesday as well because of their lack of timely information given to the public.
31, November 6th. There you go. You guys feeling good? We're just walk away from that.
Yeah. It says more fire crews are coming to the tower. They just said. But that's one of the positives is after this we're going to have flowers.
Okay, so are they supposed to work before it's down or something? Where you are.
Back up. Yep, Frank, thanks for the update. We have been covering the hospital. We evacuated.
What's your suggestion? Probably there's only one.
Urban interface there.
It's a little over an hour and a half to get back to
Urban interface says Saddle Run or Ridge running is rolling. No, rollout is not going to the fire. I thought that, and I was corrected. Oh, I can't make out what they're saying. But they're talking about assignment changes. Is that the moon? They're looking for work, which means the night crew just kind of showed up. They're going to the Leek Springs Lookout Tower. Sierra Tahoe Cam has gone wild here. So rollout is not like let's roll out and go to the fire. Rollout means spread of fire downhill from rolling debris down a hill, like the pine cone. That's what a bunch of firefighters corrected me on, and I didn't realize that.
Go ahead, respond for report.
Yep.
What about one side? Yeah, 669. Go ahead, respond for 2744.
From this hose these engines are pulled in, so they just have to get connected here.
Headlights.
It'll be pretty obvious. You'll pop out on the res that goes both directions, and any of the
earlier today, these people working around Leek Springs were, aircraft were watching the back. They were trying to make a dozer line to 88 to protect 88. And they thought they were going to lose control, so they went and got dozer crews off of that. Some of them came here for safety. Then they evacuated Kirkwood and closed 88. So they'll probably try, if they get a little bit of better weather, as the wind shifts and blows towards the north, then they can go to the east side of the fire here and try to salvage the situation to reinforce these lines, but I don't know. They'll probably be lighting backfires tonight. Sorry for the sucking sounds. I found a weird cure for a sore throat. Take some honey and pepperoncinis. Just suck on those. Bite them and suck on them. It's like a hot sauce kind of a feeling.
Get across the hoseway.
But strangely soothing. Mark Finnan is reporting on spot fires in Myers. Oh good, 3 Winters. There's a new shelter available for people in Truckee leaving South Lake Tahoe. That's good. Now guys, there's been mass confusion when they say Truckee is evacuating or Truckee is going over here. That's the Truckee hotshots. They're over here by the Leek Springs camera over in Juliet generally. Our Herbal Homestead just saw a video on Facebook looking at Echo from Christmas Valley in full flames. Can you share that?
2381, 9 November.
I want to verify that before I announce that as something. Can you
Hey,
share
right
that
around your location, there should be a hose cap. See if you can find it.
Sherriff Tahoe is looking at the moon for some reason. These are vehicle headlights. They're calmly talking about defending this tower. Yeah, Herbal Homestead, you should now have mob powers to link. I don't know, Z John, we'll have to figure this out. Boil up lemon, cayenne, garlic, and ginger, and add honey and turmeric. Okay, I have some of those ingredients. But right now, pepperoncinis are amazingly soothing. I don't know why. Yeah. Let's not voice too much despair kind of messages. It's all tough for us.
From Reuters.
What the heck? Alexa?
Businesses financed to be slowed down.
Alexa, stop!
Next week.
I don't know what triggered her. I'm sorry. That just freaked me out. All of a sudden there's a voice in my living room. It's Alexa talking. Okay.
Just give me a second, I'm gonna disconnect his hose and then we'll here.
Ah. Mark Finnan's report. Is that on YouTube? I can find it real quick. Apparently, Fernando says they're transporting the Barton patients out of the hospital to Carson Valley. Okay. So if anybody is about to go to bed, and this is the time of night when the viewers kind of drop, monitor the situation from 11 in the morning to 8 p.m. at least. That's when things will get hairiest. Tomorrow will be worse than today with the winds. Tuesday is Terrible Tuesday, where all hell could very likely will break loose. They'll do what they can at night and take some of their last opportunities to reinforce lines or protect specific structures, but we lost a lot today. Spot fire right now, they're talking about. We may lose this Sherriff Tahoe. We don't know.
Exactly where you guys at with this, where the swamp is.
On the east side, they've got windows of opportunity here.
Walked all the way up the bridge line. I got all the way back to the tower, and I never saw anybody.
Oh, it isn't looking at the moon? Oh, it's looking at a spot fire? Interesting. In Christmas Valley? Yeah, my Alexa is haunted, and that's okay as a message. That's okay. Really, the messages we gotta delete are like the God's punishing you, and you know. That really could be the moon. It's round, you know. As far as my knowledge of cameras, that's kind of what sun and moon look like, but it could be that. Are there any containment lines of a vessel T? None that I think would ever hold, no.
That dozer line down there, we gave up on.
The fire is here. And isn't Sierra Tahoe Cam right here? Isn't that what a ski lift is? The dot? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We have to have some humor, especially at the end of the day where we've all... Evan Davis, you just got an evacuation warning code red from El Dorado County on Ski Run Boulevard. Which is that? Is that in South Lake Tahoe, Evan Davis? Susie, I can't really pin that. I'd have to take the charity link down. Okay, so Harrah's in Reno is offering $79 a night for evacuees, including pets. I know, but it would show as a dot. I know the moon's not full, but you wouldn't see a crescent or something. It would show as a dot for optical reasons on a cam like that. Yeah, Ski Run is in South Lake Tahoe. Okay. Now, is it mandatory, Evan Davis? Oh, moon rises until 12:30 a.m. Okay, well then that solves it. So Leek Springs camera's looking good. We're gonna kind of watch the fire go past it towards the north. We would expect with the winds that the fire will kind of. Whoops, that's a black pen. Chug on that way. Hey, I didn't want black. I wanted yellow. But the rest of South Lake Tahoe, I mean, the mandatory evacuations could come in the middle of the night or like early in the morning. I would leave tonight and then go somewhere I could sleep. The rest easy. Silver Dude, did you sign up for Code Red? Sorry. Still trying to soothe my throat. The pepperoncinis. I don't know. But these pepperoncinis, like, they have a hotness to them, but it's soothing. So, one of the most important things to understand is when you go here, now this is Linktree, this is their official master link that CAL FIRE wants everybody to look at. Click on that. It's that little thing. Now, you can't just download the Code Red app on your phone. You need to sign up and register. So it says Amador County Code Red sign up, and that's the link. See how you enter your account, enter your phone number, make a password, blah, 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 right? Help senior citizens with this. Put this on their phone. That's one of the best ways you can help El Dorado County Code Red sign up too. So I just linked that in the chat. Put the app on your phone and sign up and register your number. That news about Harrah's in Reno seems odd to me because they closed their doors last year to the public. Really? Were they going to shut down? I stayed there before. You want to make sure that info is legit too. ABC 10 is pretty good info. Reporter Van's there with firefighters on Highway 50. Okay. I can't show too much media stuff for copyright reasons. Stuck in the Middle with You. That is the greatest song. Did you see Reservoir Dogs? Oh my god. Yeah, Ski Run Boulevard, South Lake Tahoe near Heavenly Base Lodge evacuation warning. Yeah, well, we did see the evacuation warning went pretty far. The SLT. Oh yeah, that movie's insanely good. If you can tolerate horror. I expect this to all go red within hours. I mean, if sucks that they do stuff like this in the middle of the night, but I don't know why they didn't do it earlier in the day. Branch 20, go ahead, let's listen. I'm going to the kitchen to get some more pepperoncinis for my throat. Yeah, I'm getting the honey. Hoping they talk a little bit more. Just bear with me here. Whenever I leave the room, they shut up. And then leaves me awkwardly talking in the kitchen. Where's that honey? I have nutmeg infused honey. The best stuff. Is agave good for the throat? I got agave. Looks like that would be sweet. I need a step ladder. Let's get that. So go ahead and read the things in the chat. Since I'm in the kitchen, my mods and my contributors, I can't thank you so much. I can't thank you enough for helping me with this. Trying to do my best on a sick day. People who say I just got a code red alert, that's awesome too. Keep that coming. I wish I could sign up with my phone. I just don't think I can. Being out of state. Okay. I was thinking agave because, well, it's a type of sugar, isn't it? Wouldn't that give you a sugar rush? It's not exactly what I need right now. Trying to keep calm. Oops. But honey's a type of sugar. So, I may be doomed with the whole keeping my pulse at a reasonable rate endeavor. That may be a forlorn hope. Okay. All of South Lake Tahoe is under evacuation warning now up to the west shore. Yep. Let's refresh. I bet this will change. Yep. What did we just say? Next it'll go red in the middle of the night, and I hate being right about that. I would like them to have done this during the day when people are, you know, awake and able to see outside and prepare. Now people go outside with a flashlight to turn their propane off and or forget or not be able to. Oh. Alright, I gotta put some of this food away. Thank you for paying for my dinner again, guys. So I didn't have to go to the store and go get stuff. Me manning my station. I really appreciate this so much. You guys are angels. I was gonna go out tonight, but I think I'll just man my station and go to bed. Be a rough couple of days ahead, but I'll be here. And so will my angel volunteer mods and the wonderful people in chat. Media may have forgotten us. Covering hurricanes, but it's not like we can blame them. We have each other. Okay. Be right back at the computer in a second. I was really hoping they'd talk more and we could hear them. Is the other Caldor channel still scratchy, guys? Maybe you guys can educate me. What's a Charlie strike team versus a golf? I have no idea. Is Alphas, Charlies, and golf strike teams? Are there others? People from Nevada are aliens? That would explain things. Just kidding. Okay. One ugly night. Tracy and Doug P. I'm a night owl. Could be here until 6 a.m. You guys are awesome. A much deserving Queen Kathryn. Wow. Ow, don't make me laugh. That hurts. David says, so pretty much the second fire of the season, burning from the west slope to the east. Is that the new normal? No, there's nothing normal about this. But it's a new abnormal. Fires go until they're stopped. And this is a mega drought.
8531, day November. What's the engine number?
This didn't happen in the past because they had
Number 9, Papa Romeo.
every single year that's gone by since the 30s or whatever, when they started. Well, first of all, the United States was traumatized by mega fires, especially the 1933 Tillamook burn. So they had this policy of extinguish every fire before noon the next day or contain it. That was the best possibility that you could have to contain a wildfire before it became mega. And well, unfortunately, that's about the time a lot of the national parks and such got set up, and they had a stupid policy of, well, never allowing fire. You really should have kind of yearly control burns to burn off the pine needles, or bi-yearly, every other year, like the Indians managed the land. We have had since the 30s, what more than 90 years of, 75 years of buildup and lack of fire. So and now you add mega drought and staff shortages and PG&E, the company starting mega fires, so that all the resources are on power company fires all these years that normally would have gone to lightning fires. Things like the tamarack and well, accidental starts and whatever. Now we just don't have the manpower to deal with them because PG&E's fire, just like last year, the year before, took all the resources. So these just kind of go wild and big. In the past, we had sturdier power lines that weren't neglected, and we had less fuel on the ground. It's a perfect storm. We've also had stupid policies of roadless wilderness stuff, where whenever fire lines used to be maintained year after year, and now they have to make new ones. Can't have a road in the wilderness. Well, you know what? You need a fire road, fire access road. You can put a gate on it. You can lock it. Only have the firefighters get the keys. There's ways to protect the wilderness from development, like laws, But there's this weird, stupid idea that we have no roads in a wilderness keeps it protected from humans. Well, okay. It protects the fire from humans. And so we have to go back to common sense, but learn from the fact that it was wrong to put out every fire all the time and never have backfires like the Indians used to do, and ranchers and such used to do. The stupidity of the situation, which a firefighter was explaining to me the other day, was places like the Forest Service suddenly said, yeah, let's let some fires burn that are low level. Let's let some lightning strike fires burn until they become a problem. That's stupidity. That was okay to do in the 40s and such. But now we've had 75 years of buildup, and we're in a mega drought. We can't have that policy this year. We have to carefully over the next decade start doing our nice low-level, non-destructive, fertilizing the land with the ash, low-level things like Indians used to do. We can do that, but it's inappropriate to let things just kind of sit there like lightning strike fires and wait for a wind event to get them into a huge thing. So this is abnormal. This is not new normal. We created this situation and we can fix it. The drought isn't the worst part of this. It sucks. But with the other factors, if we had the manpower, like, because we didn't have crumbling, power line fires, starting with things like the PGE stuff. If all these factors were here, we could have pounced on these fires and corralled them and got them contained, just like we did in Placerville the other day, or Grass Valley the other day. It's a manpower shortage. It's a lack of preparation. So there's a lot of factors here, a lot of which we can control. Mother Nature, we can't. The other things we can. It'll just take a while. But in the future, the new normal will be no mega fires at all, period, except occasionally, because we'll be putting them out immediately with new technology. And then we'll be lighting the fires where we want them to be. We need to take a more proactive instead of reactive approach. So the future will be brighter if we want it. No, I don't think that I should talk to this or that environmental thing. I think the people who are the members of environmental organizations should just write them and say, this is not funny anymore. We do need fire access roads. I won't support you any longer unless you change your policy, because now we learned our lesson. You can't protect the forest if you let it burn down. We just lost the best old-growth wilderness, and it's broken my heart in Oregon.
I copy that. Yeah, just work your way back out the Happy Valley if you think you got all that you can out of it.
We just lost the Opal Creek wilderness, even though it took 30 years of lawsuits and campaigns to protect it from logging, just for the people who took over to let the fire access roads be grown up. And then there was a small lightning strike fire, which they couldn't do hotshot crews in there because, and they watched it for weeks. They refused to send a crew in there that had no way out, no road to get them out, no helicopter pad, nothing. So they decided to err on the side of caution, which was the right move. And even those people who were in there were like whining and saying, why would you want to put a fire out? It's part of nature's plan. And they had let the fuel build up for more than 35 years. All of a sudden, the Labor Day wind event came, and a person died there. Others died nearby. And it completely erased that old-growth wilderness. It killed the old trees. Everywhere I looked when I was there in March, ready to film that ghost town, there were standing dead trees everywhere that they never salvage logged or anything. And I said, this place is ready to burn down. And unfortunately, it was. It did. It's gone. The old-growth trees are dead. They're not coming back. 30 years of lawsuits and efforts to protect them is gone. So it doesn't make sense anymore to have the roadless wilderness policy and to not salvage log. You guys who care about the environment, just like I do, have to write the environmental groups and say, please change your policies. There's a middle ground here. We can protect it from development and still protect the environment. We have to do new things. So we don't blame groups here or whine about them or say this or that group caused this situation. And we only have ourselves to blame. You're asleep. A lot of us just misunderstood the best way to protect the environment. But the best mature thing to do is be like, well, that didn't work. To prevent further loss, let's just change policy. Sanity is in the center. You don't want roads everywhere, but you don't want completely roadless wilderness either. And in the places where you can't build roads, you could do helicopters, and so that would keep it more wild. You can compromise. If the hotshots have helicopter pads where they could escape by helicopter, then maybe that whole Beachy Creek fire would have been avoided. I mean, I evacuated my own family members and got in front of that fire. It was absolutely terrifying. That was where I was going door to door to senior citizens saying, please, please let me give you a ride out of here. That's where there were fatalities. That's where they lost. The Beachy Creek fire took out and destroyed Detroit Lake Town. 75 people were on a boat dock in the middle of the lake calling for the National Guard to evacuate them by helicopter, and they couldn't reach them. You know what? Have you guys seen the footage of what happened with the Beachy Creek cam that got destroyed by fire? The Beachy Creek ODOT cam? This is what it became. It was absolutely insane. They had 90 mile an hour wind gusts, mostly 75 mile an hour wind gusts. This is why when they couldn't reach that camera, or sorry, that fire with that was really small. It stayed about 4 acres in size for weeks. Well, when the wind event came up, this is the Halls Ridge Tower. This is what heavy fuel loads are when you don't set fires for a long time and manage the land like the Indians did. When you don't thin the forest, this was insanity. You won't believe this. This is just completely nuts. This camera should have survived. It's the top of a metal tower, and it will not survive. This is last year. This is the 8th of September. Just like 10 days from now last year. They could have prevented all of this, most of this actually, by getting that small fire out when it was small. I mean, there's more complications. Some of the other towns are wiped out by power lines. In this inferno, they still kept the power lines charged, so it's not just PG&E that makes dumb decisions. Look at this. You can't turn your back on this fire. Look at the wind just pick up. This is the Beachy Creek fire last year. This is this is where people are running for their lives. The survivors that I read the survival tale, they couldn't outrun the fire. It's just like Brush and Berry Creek of last year. They had to pull over and get underneath bridges to escape this inferno, and took shelter in I think it was the Santiam River. And here's the death of the camera, with the dome, the plastic of the dome melting right now. The Opal Creek Wilderness is gone. I don't know that there's much old growth left in the Cascade Range of Oregon's period now. That was the biggest treasure. The biggest treasure that we had in Oregon, and I walked through it before it burned down. Okay, Three Winters says it looks like there's embers in the Kirkwood one. So it's not like we hate environmental groups. We just pressure them to change and grow up. Of course we don't hate them. We don't blame. We just say, hey, change please. There's no one thing to blame. We as human beings are learning. Is this Kirkwood cam live right now? Hate and bitterness doesn't serve us. We just have to learn lessons. And they work together. Extremism is never going to help the situation on either side. We gotta just stop listening to extremists. Yeah, it's called loving something to death? Yeah. What's going on here? I think that's just ash. Is this ash? Because ash will show up as white in nighttime cameras. So will dust particles, and so will insects. And it's just the nature of the night vision cameras. Yeah, I'd say that's ash. Some of it's bugs. But the swirly stuff is mostly ash, the rounder particles. Now, some of it will be needles ripping off the trees, and those will be really, really long. I mean, ash was raining down on me when I was evacuating people from the Beachy Creek, some of my relatives. It was raining down on my head, and the Beachy Creek was still 15 miles away. So, unfortunately, this here at Tahoe cam is like looking at the sky, even though the ground is burning around it. Yeah, that's a good compromise. If a pristine wilderness area is just like perfect in one area, and really you couldn't make roads anyway, making little helicopter landing pads doesn't harm the environment. You know, it'll allow crews to go in and help heal the environment. Check out scientists can go in and check out the tree health, take their samples, core samples, study the trees. You know, release animals into the wild there, whatever they got to do. I think in the future drones will help firefighting so much that we need to reestablish all of the old fire lookout towers that we used to have, that some of them we even decommissioned or destroyed. Can you imagine having firefighting drones? Like here you are, you have your lookout binoculars, and you see the smoke, right? Instead of like calling it in, and then they have to get a pilot to go look closer at it, then they have to roll out crews. Can you imagine pushing some buttons and the drone goes out with the FLIR vision and looks at the one tree that's on fire from the lightning, or the one little campfire getting out of control, or whatever. The one cigarette that just started something. And can you imagine the drones looking at it and hovering in the FLIR vision? And then the firefighting drones are dispatched. Short-range flights, really quick. They go and try to put it out. Or at least keep eyes on it. They know exactly where to go, exactly how bad it is, exactly how to respond. In the future, things will be better. Wow, look at that. And that's the thing, money talks. Unless you change your policy, I'm not giving you more money. Enough people do that and do a letter writing campaign, that group will change. Left, right, or whatever. Yeah, Commando says satellites are being developed that can detect a match lighting. Yeah. We are looking forward to a new era that's better, especially if we learn our lessons. We just have to push for it. We will get whatever we push for. At least we have a democracy and we have a say in things. Politicians will do and say whatever they think gets them reelected. You write a letter and you say, look, you have to have a plan to help mitigate these fires, protect communities. What is it? At the town hall meeting, or write a letter? And if the answer is, well, I don't know. Next. Okay, I'm voting for the next person. Do you have a plan? So no matter what their issues may be on other factors, it's kind of irrelevant if we let California burn down, or Oregon, Washington, Montana, Idaho, wherever you are, Nevada. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, we already. And
plus aliens along the road.
Guys, make sure to hit the live button by volume on my stream. Or else you are like an hour behind, 20 minutes behind what I'm saying. Every once in a while, like somebody remarks and corrects me on something that was like 2 hours ago, or 20 minutes ago. That's because your phone lagged or whatever, or you hit it with your hand and you went backwards in time.
I'll progress with you and just kind of clean up as he goes, wise with you.
Right. Nobody should be flying a personal drone anywhere near wildfire. It's illegal. You will get slammed with the craziest amount of fees. $20,000, $40,000. Jail time. What I'm talking about is firefighters having their own drones in the future. Some of them have their own now. No flying toaster. People are smart enough to govern themselves. In fact, more and more we're seeing our government being way stupider than people. And We're here to take care of ourselves. I'm not the government. The people helping me are not the government. Please read the chat rules. The chat rules are no downer talk. Because I'm here to give people hope. If you're not here to give people hope, tell them the brass tacks, the way things are, I suggest you go elsewhere. Because that's not the mission of the channel. Fear is not a good thing. What I do is tell people worst case scenario so they can prepare for it and then relax and not be afraid. I'm here to give people an accurate view of the future. It's not based on emotions, it's based on logic. People will adapt to the situation to survive it, and this is what they need to do. We have learned from the past. We have all kinds of safety regulations. Fear is the enemy. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. And dreadful despair comments and depression talk. How valuable is depression? Not at all. I have anxiety. Of course, I don't want to see the landscape and people in danger. I have rational concerns. But I have put my emotions under control. They're on a leash. I have my hands firmly on the reins. When they get out of control, I take it back. And then I analyze the situation with logic. That's the best way to do it. Your heart is a stupid thing. It's important. I express my feelings like I'm romantic sometimes. Much more so than a journalist would, or a reporter. I'm not Walter Cronkite. Here to just tell you stuff. Hang on a second. Hey, the other feed is active. I'm going to turn it on. I express my heart. And my feelings are valid and they're important, but I turn them off to think about something logically, then I turn them back on in order to make decisions. Yep, Cindy, yep, yeah, we heard about the hospital. It's not a switch you can flip, it's an exercise. Just imagine yourself like a scientist putting on some nerdy glasses. Imagine yourself in a white lab coat. You have a clipboard, and you write down the situation as if you are observing it. You visualize that, and you say, okay, I fear this or that, or I don't want to believe something bad can happen, right? Those are emotions. Put them aside for a second. But logically, what can fire do? What has fire done in the same region? What is the same weather? What are their preparations? What stops fire? I hesitated so much saying South Lake Tahoe was in danger, that this and that place was in danger, just because I had an emotional reaction where I didn't want to believe that these favorite places of mine were in danger. I didn't want to believe that people were in danger. And I overrode that stupid heart emotion. Okay, a lot of people have it. It's natural, it's human. I don't want to believe that a mega disaster can happen because that's terrifying. So I paused that feeling. And I went through a checklist and I consulted with the experts. What stops this fire? Is there anything that can? No. There isn't anything. There hasn't been enough time or manpower or resources or aircraft or lines created. There's no natural barriers to it. There's been no rain. There's no good forecast. There is nothing that will stop the moving, charging head of the fire. It will go where the wind will take it. And that's most of the factors. So will communities survive? The smaller ones have a better chance. especially the ones being prepped weeks in advance. But the sprawling urban interface is extremely at risk. So what is going to happen will be a lot of what survives will be because of luck. That's the same in many big fires. And so what I did is overrode my heart that didn't want to believe this stuff. And I decided to tell people that I think all these places should evacuate. I'm telling you ahead of time. I think CAL FIRE and others will tell you too late. And I've been correct again, unfortunately. So we just get by with logic. And we think about the future. We get by with logic as well. That's the way you don't give in to despair. In the future, we have exciting new technology. I've looked into it. Firefighting will become easier. We're just not quite there yet, so we're going to experience a couple of rough years. And that's all. That's the way you look at things. Okay, goodbye, Flying Toaster. It was nice having you here. No, actually it wasn't. Chat rules are chat rules. This is my world. This is Kathryn's world. I'm not a reporter. You will obey the chat rules. Everybody can watch, and contributing is a privilege. They're real simple. They're to create a supportive community that doesn't fight itself. We will unite on this hill, or we will die on this hill. I don't allow divisive crap like the left blaming the right and all that stuff that doesn't do anything. I don't allow talk that doesn't go anywhere with a solution. If you want to brainstorm solutions with me, it's absolutely welcome. If you want to help the situation, you're welcome to. If you want to disrupt, divide, and make people feel like crap, you can get the hell out of here. It's okay. So we're a loving community that we've developed here because we kick out the people who are bad. Alright. Wow, look at this. I know, Rispy. I am protecting you guys best I can. You don't need extra stress. Nobody does here. Whatever happens is going to happen. That's why when you make all of your preparations, you relax. This is out of our hands. Stoic philosophy helps us get through this. And the first rule of Stoicism is you divide information that you get into two categories, that which you can do something about and that which is out of your control. When you get new information and you can do something about it, like, for example, such and such street needs to evacuate, you share it, you've done something about it, great. You pat yourself on the back and you relax. New information that you can't do anything about, such as hearing about something going on and it's out of your hands, you don't. You put it in the category of I don't worry about it. Because there's no use. What you do is you prepare, and when you've done all of you can do, that you can relax. You can't relax if you haven't prepared. You shouldn't. You should just immediately take action. But once you've done all you can do, you've done all you can do, and then you relax. The best thing you can do is get yourself away from these fires in case the worst happens. Then you relax. You know, do what you can. And the best thing you can do is help others. I can't tell you how much better I feel helping people. I was feeling like I wanted to just stay in bed and be depressed and just be in despair and oh no. And then I got up out of here and I realized I was helping people and I feel way better. If you can volunteer, even if it's just to watch somebody's dog or adopt, look at somebody's animal, like say, hey, I can take your cat and dog and babysit it till this is over. Donate stuff, take dog and pet food to the evacuees, or take toys to the kids or whatever you can do. That's going to make you feel better. Don't just sit here and watch stuff. There's not much chatter right now.
10 Charles, 20 Operation 1.
Good here.
Charles, go ahead.
10's going to be a male out of Oregon. Last of white, like the color. First of Talon.
Okay. So they're just running, that's the police running some, running the plates to make sure that looters don't slip in. So I mute that when it's like some people's personal info. Yeah, let's look at the cams. There's Leek Springs. Well, yeah. I see what you mean. Isn't that at Echo Summit? Yeah, and thank you for the pats on the head, guys. We're all here to support each other. Yeah, Leek Springs is being fired out some more. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we heard they would do that. So a lot of this, now it's the cool of the night. They're going to fire this to help protect this cam. Well, the entire lookout tower. Firing this means lighting stuff on fire on purpose. Yeah, fire leaders. Fire leaders are the scum of the earth. Well said. But you know what? We've listened night after night. They're setting a lot of ambushes for them, and they've been calling out the K9 units. It's been good.
Southern was advising probation. Is there any way to check for Morgan?
Negative. We'd probably have to call Oregon, but it's not. We checked our probation and Collex. He's not in either one of those systems.
They found that person's vehicle. They'll set that ambush with the K9 units. I would love to see that footage. Wouldn't that be a good show, better than Cops? Like a special show that was catching fire looters? Bad boys. Okay, trying to read back the chat. Thanks, Dusty, for the input. Tracy says, mods and much love and prayers for the UK. Thank you, Tracy. You're all amazing how you're coping. I've been in here in bits watching this. I'm the voice of calm, and I'm awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here and expressing the wishes. We care about Europe too, and all those floods and terrible fires, and but it really helps. Those expressions of kindness around the world help people. Because what happens with the victim's mind is, is anybody paying attention to this? Does anybody care? Especially when the media moves on to the next thing. And that's what helps. It helps more than you know. Thank you. The link for the Sierra Tahoe cam, sorry. Flag me to get my attention. Type capital KAT, and that should be a pop-up if you're on desktop. It may not work if you're on mobile.
November, branch 20 on command.
Well, we know that the wind changed direction to the north instead of the northeast. So, I mean, the wind is blowing to the north rather than northeast, but it's going to be a different story.
Copy, winds are favorable and you're continuing. I'm working my way back toward you.
Cool. Kind of a midnight miracle again, guys. So, they've got some time now to do some firing, try to get ahead of the fire in some spots. Slow it down, buy themselves more time. Time is what they need to prepare. They'll save more structures every free hour that they have. Prepare them. You know, put out spot fires if they can. Look how smoky it's getting. Smoke will put a lid on the fire during the night if the winds gusts aren't very frequent. Looks like it's settling, at least in the north part. Looking up here. Same numbers as Keno. You've got to be back in the past. Okay, anybody hit the live button. Make sure you are current. People are talking in chat. Things I said hours ago. Dixie Fire Helen says looks static on Count Topo. A couple hot spots detected this afternoon on the southwest slope of Ridley Ridge. They have lots of crews up there picking them up, and Quincy seems safe. Awesome. Thank you, Helen. Yeah, Mike. Make sure you are live. Hit that button by volume. Seam behind it feed. Cindy says, I know seniors who live in Pioneer. Yeah, D. Thomas, tell me more about Oregon. I do want to know. If I play the last 15 minutes on Hawking Cam, you can see lots of traffic heading there. Okay. We're having trouble with the replays. Yeah. Thomas Paulson, I still hold out hope for a stand along 50 tomorrow, but we need to be prepared for all contingencies. Says Stuart Polly. Yeah. Good idea. Mark Scheinfeld says, I'm sorry, Nevada is not accepting fires at this time. I love your humor. Oh, man. We have to have some humor. Yeah. Do the scanners always have that static? I tried Broadcastify and thought it was just my reception. Lori, that's going to be up to the ham radio operator. If they have sophisticated equipment, they'll filter that out. If they don't, they won't. We are at the mercy of the volunteer at Broadcastify. There's somebody, with a ham radio uploading this constantly. It's sometimes they have skills, sometimes they don't. Wherever they live can be really great for reception or really crappy. Ah. Oh, I'm choking on a peppercini. Excuse me, let me mute myself. Yeah, I think the whole world's watching these dang cams and the servers are having trouble keeping up. We really can't do time lapses like we were. So all this looks good here at the Leek Springs cam. Sierra Tahoe will probably survive tonight. Now that the wind is pushing fire and smoke and stuff to the north end. And this heavy smoke here will put a lid on the fire, presumably, at least for a little bit. Now, if you're thinking about going to bed, do so.
That's Charles Case, over.
The next couple of days will be rough. You need all of your rest. But don't go to sleep on this fire downwind. Like in the South Lake Tahoe Basin, I would leave and sleep somewhere else.
10 Charles, 7072 7072.
But if you are away from these fires, go to sleep. Don't drive yourself insane by watching this all night, What type of internet do I have? Where's Kathryn? Need her soothing voice of wisdom? I wish I was here. Yeah. Since this morning it was bad at 10 a.m. Yeah. This local cell phone tower got burned up yesterday too. It could be overloading the remaining towers. Yeah. I'm going to check Twitter. Crystal says, is traffic moving okay on 80 from South Lake Tahoe to Sacramento? It's closed. So, in the link of my video, I have
Caldor Communications Branch 10 on command.
I have the link to this map.
Branch 10, Caldor Communications, go ahead. Caldor Communications Branch 10, inquiring if there's been a PG&E request for line removal across Highway 50. Should have been placed by Juliet some time ago. I have some of the resources tied up here, posting up safety on the highway for through traffic. I'd like to get them back to an assignment, and it's an ongoing safety hazard.
Sorry, 88 is closed. That's what I meant. So, to find out the road closures.
Branch 10, affirmative. That request was put in a while ago with a 75-minute ETA. I can call back and try and get a better ETA.
Wow. That truck was called 4 hours ago.
Yeah, we can follow up. Highway 50 is Tamarack. Across the Tamarack is the Sales Canyon area. Branch 10, I copy. Highway 50 is Tamarack. Will advise with better ETA when I can get one.
No, I wasn't ready. I wasn't talking about fist fighting somebody for refusing to evacuate. The community was not under a watch or a warning, but 5 minutes to the east was mandatory. A 5-minute drive to the east. Now, the unfortunate thing was the county line. The stupid county to the west, Marion County, was not as smart about fire as the county to the east, which I can't remember the name of it right now. The fire was burning hot embers, like hot ash was raining down on my head. I'm evacuating my my own relatives, and there's a senior park next door. So I go door to door saying, guys, your county is stupid. The fire is roaring this way. It's unstoppable. The only thing that could possibly save this area is a wind change, and you shouldn't count on that. There's only so many bridges across the Willamette River, and to the north in Clackamas County is taking 7 to 8 hours to drive what usually takes 20 minutes. Come with me right now. I have 6 people that could fit in my car. 4 people could fit in my relative's car. You guys don't have cars. Let me give you a ride. And this will be chaos soon. And at that moment, ash is in my face and like hot ash burning my eyes. And up comes this idiot youngster who was in the area with her car, able to leave whenever she wanted to. And she goes, look, I've been watching the news all day and nobody has said that there's any danger here. I'm like, hot ash is raining from the sky. right now. The sky is blood red, and it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It looks like it's almost midnight. You have no idea. I've been looking at this. So I had just
back unable to locate.
Sorry. I said, that's police chatter. I said, look, everybody is fleeing in a panic 5 minutes to the east of us because it's mandatory right now, and the fire's headed this way. Ash is here. Where do you think fire goes? I don't think you're correct on that because, like, I've been watching the news. They're going to tell us if you're, like, in danger. I said, do you understand that Detroit Lake was erased last night? So is Mill City and Gates, and the fire's coming this way, and the fire crews are running for their lives too. I don't know about that, but she goes around telling all the senior citizens that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and none of them should ride with me. And so a bunch who are about to get in my car, we're going to stay there without a way to escape. That's when I wanted to fist fight her.
Looks like possibly expired 12 of 20 to Patrick Environmental Inc. out of Redmond, Oregon.
I do Valley Girl so good. Oh, you have no idea. When my throat's not sore, I do it way better. This is a pale imitation. All right. Bamboo says my cousin, wife, and baby are leaving to the East Coast, getting a flight from Reno. My cousin's coming to stay with me. Okay, Bamboo Shoulder, keep checking in with us. Thank you for being here. Rose says, can anyone respond to the question when AA mentions returns to MRB? Let's see. I could do it better, really. I don't know what MRB means. Somebody did answer that earlier. On Castify posted on their page, they're aware of the radio scope
the 28th
issue.
attaching it. That was my error on the expiration. It is 2021.
Okay, that's still police trying to figure out if people are looters in the area. We hear that chirp. That's good, Commando, that they're going to get a squelch thing. Cool. What is squelch? I'm very curious about that. Yeah, Caltrans Quick Map is available on QuickCam's map is available on Android. Oh, let me go check that out. So I was trying to tell people, link in the video in the description. If you want me to demonstrate this again, I can show you how to find the best way to figure out which roads are open. So where did it go? Where did it go? Sorry, too many tabs. Did I? There we go. Alright, so you just go to quickmap.dot.ca.gov, and unfortunately it won't save. Like, you have to hit these buttons each time. So you just sort of find your county, right? And here is what you press. Oops, make it black. Here we go. That. See the quick map options? Right there. Left side. Quick map options. And enable everything. Everything. Check all boxes except for snow plow and chain controls. And Waze alerts, yes, you do that too. And now you have on the map down here, excuse me. You click on the little barricades to figure out road closures. This one says Caltrans information. Highway 89 Pickett's Junction. Northbound 89 is closed due to wildfire. And here, westbound 88 full closure. From Route 89 west, Pickett to Dewdrop Road west due to wildfire. This is the bee's knees. You can look at webcams sometimes.
mind to raise me, command?
Yep. Just left us DHP 1015.
2 minutes. He was dispatched out about with an hour 15 ETA and should be getting there any moment now.
Copies. You were a little faint, but about an hour out. Was that my understanding?
PG&E had a 75-minute ETA at 22:30. PG&E linemen should be arriving at scene within the next few minutes.
Caldor Communications, Branch 10 copies. I've advised personnel at the scene. Thank you.
For the love of cars.
Branch 10 at 23:52.
Wow, Bunker Hill. Okay. CB Murray, thanks for your realistic thinking and vigilance. I live in Myers. Thank you. Thank you for patting me on the head. When it gets all stressful and I have to fight with people during the day, I go, and I get my energy drained. But when people say I help them, it goes right back up. Thank you. Wish I could do so much more. Wish I could answer everybody's questions. The not knowing part is the hardest thing. MRB is mobile something. Grizz, I have a cabin on Ski Run Boulevard. Hope it'll be okay. They'll do what they can. Yeah, McFarland has the retardant, the huge mega amounts of it. There you go. That's a good way. That's a good thing, Rhonda Columbus. It's not the weight of worries on you that you carry on your shoulders that kills you. It's the weight. It's not the amount of weight you carry on your shoulder that kills you. It's how you carry it. There you go. I think I said that right. Let's see. Mobile retardant base. Okay, thanks, guys. Yeah, Sky Run, wasn't that where they had a red alert code thing? Negative people are psychic vampires. They seem to thrive on our energy. True, Desiree. Yep. Okay. Yeah, Desiree, I'm sending good thoughts to everybody in Tahoe, especially the kids and the elderly. Yeah. Do I know how Silver Lake and Kirkwood are faring? Well, this is the closest camera to Kirkwood. Let's look at Twitter. I'm looking at it off screen. Wow. We know that we lost a lot of cabins at Camp Sacramento. I saw on Twitter a lot of them burning to the ground. Now, I have a Twitter. Barely know how to use it, but it's in my link of my description. And I retweet stuff. I can't share, a lot of what journalists do without their permission. And a lot I don't want to. I don't want to show people burning structures. That's a bad way to find out. Time and time again, it's hard to play at journalism because a lot of these fire reporters are on the scene and they show on their Twitters and show on their social media this or that home burning down. And the homeowner gets in a rage at them and says, "How dare you? I found out this way. How dare you?" And they're like, "It's my job." Well, I'm not a journalist. It's not my job. And I don't think it helps. So I don't even like looking at it. There's a lot of traumatized people here that don't want to see that. They just want the information. We watch the cams because we're getting information. But if I can just tell you, I see these structures here. There's heavy impact to the community. That's information. I don't have to show it. Let's see the latest Caldor info. Truckee Veterans Hall at 10214 High Street is accepting evacuees. But I retweet a lot, so if you look at my Twitter page, you're going to see a lot more devastation and stuff. I just tell people, go look at it if you want to go look at it. CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service, local fire departments are going to make a last stand attempt at Echo Summit. Wow. So I'm retweeting that. It shows a picture from the parking lot of the holiday market in Myers. I never imagined it would make it this far. Lord help us. The red glow on the hill. You can see the fire from Myers up on the hill and probably South Lake Tahoe as well. This is why I thought it was so foolish of CAL FIRE to wait until the last minute to evacuate people or tell them to go without having South Lake Tahoe being on a watch. It should have been on the watch from like day one of the fire. You don't wait till people can see flames on the horizon to tell them to leave. That's when you cause a full-blown stampede panic. But that's what their policy is. I don't get it. Renee Santos. We're outside of Cox Canyon where flying embers are starting spot fires. Crews are assessing this now. CBS Sacramento. Tay Austin says, "Peeps, no one ever wants to leave their homes except by choice. But a fire is coming at you. That's the only choice you have. There's also limited access to the roads leading out. It makes it all the more urgent. Do not wait. Go as soon as possible." True. Oh.
354, copy.
Sorry, I didn't unmute that fast enough. They were just talking about switch to NIPSI attack 1. There's a radio check. Those are the people on the Mormon Immigrant Trail. So the fire crews are working there right now. I totally forgot about Twitter. Around 4 in the morning, I should have just put on Twitter, guys, evacuate South Lake Tahoe before you're told. I totally forgot I could do that, guys. I did it on the stream. That was that. Yeah, Lori Story-Bella, thank you for being here in the service. I would say my pleasure, but that isn't right.
Delta Trinity, Caldor 6.
Looking back at chat. Common sense is not common. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's okay. That kind of humor is okay. Okay, I'll look back at chat. That's okay, Richard Lamb. If the people were told to leave early, didn't have to, that they would complain? No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't, because you can predict this pretty dang easily, the same way I did. They would see this on the camera, and they would not be complaining about being told to leave. People get upset when they're told too late, and they didn't have enough time to prepare and didn't understand the danger, and they left things behind.
Caldor Communications, branch 15 safety.
That they could have saved. You know, they have to slap the ass of their horse and hope that it makes it.
ETN has seen 2350 hours, roadways clear and open.
Instead of loading it to a trailer and saving it, you know.
Central X1387. Central X1387, 1010.
X1387, Tempo.
Yeah, Kathryn Bigeman says some of the fire reporters are showing standing homes with their addresses. That shouldn't happen. It's a map for looters. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably a good feedback thing. Say, please blur that out. Some people think that they do that on purpose, thinking that'll help people understand their home is still there. It's a fine line. Camp Sacramento is near Sierra Tahoe, Strawberry/Twin Bridges, correct, guys? On the upper right of the Kirkwood cam, it looks like something is burning. Let's see. Where did I put the Kirkwood cam? Hang on. Just close some of this. Did I close it? I think I did. Hang on. Aha. Reconnect now. Remember, white stuff is heat and light. So when there's lights in the distance, they'll show up as white. Yeah, the winds are blowing the fire to the north, and they're calming down quite a bit, pretty frequently. There will be gusts and flare-ups, and then it'll quiet, and there'll be gusts and flare-ups, and it'll quiet, because there's no sustained winds, really, tonight. Yeah, Nicole says I would have hated to see my home burning on the news. Yeah, that's quite a shock. So whenever I looked, and I don't frequently look at this stuff, the destruction maps, I wait a full, 5 hours usually at least for people to figure it out. Like, they come out at 9 in the morning every morning for like the Dixie. I tell people this is what I'm doing. And then I say, here, let's look at what's standing and what's not. And I think that's the best policy. But I rarely do that. I did that for part of the Dixie fire because I was on pins and needles for some of my favorite places that I wanted to film. Like, did such and such survive? Wow, look at Leek Springs. Now, mind you, a lot of this is firing ops. Something they're doing on purpose.
Branch 1, Division Delta Trinity, Command 105.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa, for your son's service. Yeah, Lori Story, Vela, thank you for the pat on the head. Yeah, I learned from people's feedback, and so even if you're mad, do gently tell reporters and fire reporters what your needs are, because I haven't experienced that personally. I've had floods and such happen, but I assumed that people wanted to know what's happening. People look at disaster footage really with a lot of intensity, and I knew that they wanted to know about what's happening. So here I am, just showing as much as I possibly could, thinking that would help people, that they want to know as much as they possibly can about a situation, not realizing the whole PTSD factor, how that can trigger really bad memories, and how it's better to be carefully approached. Psychological preparedness is important. So when a person looks in the map, they're preparing to see their own place gone. When a person is contacted by the sheriff or something, they're prepared to hear my place is gone. But when they're just looking at media, it's an instant shock and with traumatic images. Seeing the aftermath is different than seeing it burn down. And so I was just trying to get as much information as I could, showing everything, and then a lot of people were like, just don't show anything burning. And I'm talking about 3 years ago, first starting out, and I didn't try to show things. It would say, a video would say driving through X area, like with campfire aftermath, and I'd want to know what was in there, so I would just play the video. And then people would say to me, I can't watch. And I'd be like, oh, right, okay. And so that's how I learned. So if you're not there, don't expect people to kind of magically know, things about psychology and reactions, If somebody's doing something that sucks, just let them know gently as much as you can. I've had photojournalist friends who have retreated into a world of depression because distraught people scream at them and call them names and say, how could you, you jerk? Because all of the emotions that they were pent up about the entire fire were just dumped on the journalist unfairly. And like I know people on antidepressants and anxiety meds, it's just their job. It's like they go onto their Twitter, like here I am. One of my friends said, a photographer. It's my job. Somebody shares and retweets my own photo, and then I get screamed at. You know? So I've done my best, and it's because people have gently told me, you know, thank goodness. And most people will accommodate you. Test tube 43, I've had bad memories from the Thomas fire, but I find your coverage calming and informative. I hope so. I try not to get upset with a lot of the trolls that come in here, and I'm glad. I'm not perfect, but I'm trying. Dr. Pass says, I would hate to be the sheriff taking people to their burned homes. They're hoping it's still up, and then boom. God, yeah, some of the, during the Bobcat fire, which seems to have been started possibly by the Edison Company of Southern California, the power company, there were these seniors that were retiring, and the 90-year-olds standing and looking at their homes that they had lived in for, 65 plus years. Seeing them looking at the ashes was hard. Fire brightness is reflecting, hey Susie, on Lake Tahoe for Diamond Peak Cam, and so it's likely pretty bright.
Central K91.
Lake Tahoe, Diamond Peak.
K91.
Where's that?
I'm back on the west slope at 10-8 in the Pollock area.
K91 Temple.
Sorry, where's Diamond Peak? And thank you, mods. You guys don't deserve the crap you get either. You guys really are angels. But yeah, it is horrific to find out that way. Yeah, I know. Richard Lamb, we watched Neighborhood to Neighborhood. Waiting to get back to see if your house is there is a nightmare. Yeah. Jeremy says, anybody have a tally of communities burned down this year? And the last, no, I don't know if anybody's made it. Last year was brutal. I mean, ghost towns are what I study, and there's so many new ones because of these fires. People ask me, do towns bounce back? A lot of times, no. That's why they need our help. Towns exist where jobs exist. People move into a community because there's work. In mountain towns especially, it's tourism. Gold mining has collapsed. Mining has collapsed. Logging has collapsed. People don't want to visit a wasteland. They don't want to visit anything depressing. What have we had? Last year's entire tourism season was lost due to COVID. The fires of the previous year as well. So this is like 3 years of almost no income for some businesses. Even if they get their insurance payout, you have to make the decision. Can we recover? Are there going to be people here to buy stuff at our store? People nearing retirement age will just be like, no, I don't want to start over. The lot goes up for sale. It's very important to point out that there will be lovely wildflowers after the wildfires. Next spring, this will look pretty good. As weird as that sounds. the flowers will be everywhere, especially the spring after that. We have to encourage people to go just spend money. Just drive up here, spend money. They'll need that. Businesses that have survived, they need to stay open. And if people come in and visit and spend money, that'll help the decision-making process of should I rebuild, or reopen my store, or my business. Don't feel bad, even if you're coming up to look at the desolation, to look at the devastation. You're still helping if you go and spend money there. You're still helping if you put your hand on somebody's shoulder and say, "Man, I feel for you." You find somebody walking around poking through the rubble of their homes, just open up your wallet and say, "Here, have a good meal on me." It feels better than you having the meal. Go eat your McDonald's and let them go have the steak, It's weird, but it's something I want to point out. Yeah. Some communities never recover from fire, like Sumter, Oregon, Sumpter, burnt to the ground with a hotel fire that got out of control. Like 2 different buildings survived, that was it. To this day, where there used to be a town of like 4,000-ish, 5,000 people, population about 20, and burned down around World War I. Thing is, about World War I, the men had gone away to the war. Many of them just died. And they were the workers for the mines. And a lot of the mines played out about that time. Or went out of business because they couldn't have any workers. So there was no reason economically to have a hotel, many hotels and many saloons and whatnot, because, well, a lot of those men died.
Yeah, Charlie, clear units 98, report.
And so they didn't.
Rebuild.
But the communities often reinvent themselves as tourist towns. Sumter became a Class E ghost town, one that revitalized itself and brings in tourists to view the ghost town. You can go and visit the ruins. They still have like crumbling brick foundations from some of where the fire was way back then. The bank vault is just sitting there like in a pile of rubble. That's where the bank used to be, the sign says. And then they have like snowmobile and antique events where they have like giant craft fairs. So people come at certain points of the year and spend a ton of money and leave. And that saved part of the regional economy. It's kind of coming back. Instead of letting the gold dredge rot, they restored it, and that's a tourist attraction. Instead of letting the steam trains rot, there's Sumter Valley Railroad, tourist attraction. So even though a town can be a ghost for a while, I call it period of ghost, there's not many people, not much economic activity. Even after a long time, it can come back. People, if people get creative. Yeah, the Sumter Valley Dredge has been restored. I was there in the middle of it, talked to the people. The other dredge is like burned, and you can go see the remains. And part of what I do is try to bring tourists to these struggling towns. Let people know they should come visit. There's something to see. There's some events. And, of course, I have to talk to the locals and see if they want them. Some people move to a ghost town because they don't want anybody around. I've even met hostility when I've gone to some places, and usually that's because they are doing something illegal. And that's when I say, you know how stupid it is to have a legal operation? To something that history lovers want to come see all the time. You could choose the wilderness, mate. Hey, RJ Walters, are you with us? You live in Smartsville, right? Or nearabouts? Or once did? Can't remember. I went to Smartsville. And yes, it's Smartsville. And I've taken photos at a 360 degree, like in the middle of the road. Now, Smartsville had Smartsville and Timbuktu days, where it's a festival celebrating the ghost towns. And Smartsville survived, and Timbuktu really didn't. I mean, Smartsville still has like a store, I believe, and churches and stuff, where Timbuktu doesn't really have any remains. Nothing much anymore. And there used to be hay wagon rides and horse rides and, you know, reenactment, historical reenactment. It was a draw. It was a thing. And then I don't know that they've done any of that in the recent history. So I go up there, and my job is to take 360-degree photos all the way around the town. People like that. When I used to just take a photo of one way up the street or one way down the street, people would give me feedback and say, I want to know everything about this town. What does it look like in all directions? And so here I go, snap, 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 just turning around 360 degrees. And somebody comes out of the woodwork and goes, what are you doing? I'm like, my job. You have a nice historic town here. It's really cool. Stop taking pictures. I'm sorry, what? Stop taking pictures. It's a free country. I don't like you taking pictures. Why? And I just realized, uh-huh. Sure thing, mate. And it was somebody with stupid ideas. Like you just advertise the fact that you're doing something you're not supposed to. You know, if you're smart, you would be like, hey, yeah, welcome to our little tiny town where nothing ever happens and we're just friendly here, right? I came here for Caldor fire information. All I'm hearing is something about ghost towns. That's what I do, mate. That's what I was doing, and I dropped my life in order to cover the fires. This is my ghost town show. That's what my channel is about. I have stopped all of what I do in order to cover the fires. I'm not a reporter. I'm not here to deliver the news. I'm not here to tell you what you want. If you want to know about the fires, then ask a damn question or shut up. What people want at the end of the night is a cool down time. They want to get their minds off fires. A lot of people like what the heck it is I do. It's a totally relevant topic. There's not much to say right now. I'm listening to the radio. They're not saying anything. If I stop talking and there's no radio, people tune out. I'm waiting for people to ask me questions. When they come in, I stop talking about other topics in order to answer them. But this is like Oprah. You don't come on to Oprah's show and tell her what her damn show is about. I'm not a reporter. If you want to demand something from me, how about you go away? Go get this vital information somewhere else. Oh wait, nobody's providing it. Maybe you should appreciate me and kind of shut your trap. Anyway, so back to helping people. Most people find that I'm soothing. Oh, did Pi Pi Valley burn down? It was impacted, John Stoker. It was impacted. But I don't know how badly. The helicopters were doing a lot for it, and we had a lot of crews in there, but I haven't checked the desolation, like the damage map. Okay, I have the mic and good for you. Yeah, and you know what? You have a mic on your own channel. Go ahead and say what you like. It's a free country. You can. It's a wonderful place. I really appreciate YouTube and this technology. Because I can get up here and help people and talk about whatever I want within reason and within their rules. Yeah, this isn't Burger King. You can't have it all your way. But you can. You can open up your own YouTube channel and say what you want. There's things that we run out of talking about. I have a ragged voice right now, and I'm talking anyway because the radio isn't. There's a lot of people who aren't looking at chat. They're dependent on breaking news information for me to speak it. And nobody puts on a YouTube channel on their phone and goes about their business when it's not saying anything. The pressure is on me to say something, whether or not it's about me cooking in the kitchen or whatever it is. I have to be saying something in between the radio. So what I do is I interrupt my story time with all the breaking news information. And everybody in chat generally is helping me out with that, except, well, the whiners. You expect me to drop my life and volunteer here for free to serve them and think that they could talk to me that way. Got news for you. That is not the way you get what you want. It's politeness and gratitude. I stopped my life to do this. I've been on air every day since the 14th of July. You could maybe just kind of understand. Oh well, that's okay. Back to the ghost town stories. Yeah, Helen says, this time of night the fires are usually calm, radio feeds are silenced, and government updates are over. And it's after midnight, and I'm staying awake, trying to figure out what situation's going to be like before I go to bed. Sometimes things really happen right around this time. Yeah, exactly, Doug. There's lots of chatter that we can't hear. The repeater and the broadcastify thing it's just too far away to hear their localized, send the bulldozer over here, guys. The line spotted over there. There's a lot of desperate stuff we can't hear. I wish some of the journalists that were in the area would update that live and then we could tune in. Way off topic of what? What do you mean the topic? My topic is ghost towns. That's my career. That's what I study. Way off topic of what? The topic is whatever I say the topic is. Yeah. I really don't need to explain myself. But I need to explain why I do ramble about this stuff to people. Because that does seem weird. I can't psychologically, since I'm a human being with a heart, devote 100% of my waking hours to fires. I can't do that or I'll go completely insane. I have looked at these fires for like 16 hours a day since July 14th. I didn't even know that the Olympics happened until somebody said they were over. Somebody told me about everything going else in the world. Seeing this much devastation and destruction is hard, especially since this is my homeland burning down. I know a lot of these people affected. I've been to a lot of these places. I was going to film all these history places for my ghost town and history career. Film documentary career that I was going to do. And they're burning up one by one in front of my eyes. And that's what my career is, making documentary films. I was just starting to take off when these fires hit. And now there's a lot of places I can't film anymore. So what I find at the end of the day, psychological good advice is that you have to do something for 1 hour of your day that you like. And I wasn't doing that for weeks on end, and it kind of broke down. So, at the end of my day, when the fires die down, a lot of my listeners who are here with me the entire day too have asked me to read them bedtime stories, and by God I will. Ask me to tell personal life stories, and I'll be happy to. Something to get our mind off of this a little bit. Sometimes we even get silly. Just trying our best to cope. I think it's cool. Yeah. I don't have to let anybody get to me. You're very right. All the craze, going to bed live in Chucky. I'm going to prepare once I wake up and get a good night's sleep. Yeah. Just don't do the mistake I did and just watch the cams all night and get all nervous. You have to get your good sleep. When you've done everything that you can do, you've done everything you can do. Sure, I can go to thermal cam again, no worries. Whatever you guys want to see, if you can flag me, do at Kathryn. That'll highlight my name in orange. I always glance at the chat to see if somebody is talking directly to me. A lot of it's you guys talking to yourselves. So, and then, yeah, Truckee is fine. There's been a lot of misunderstandings about Truckee has to evacuate. And that was the Truckee strike team. They're elite. The Truckee hotshots are elite. When you hear hotshots, they are the elite firefighters of the wildland. Only smoke jumpers are like, well, they jump out of airplanes. They're hotshots that jump out of airplanes. Only those have like a kind of an equal or higher prestige. So, Heavenly is to the left. This is the movie picture of Heavenly. If you do the Alert Wildfire Heavenly, this is a still frame time lapse. But the YouTube version of Heavenly is here, and it is a movie. So you go like this. This is a link. Richard says, I have to stay tuned in for the updates now. I'll be subbing. I like your vibe. I'm glad we gel. I don't gel with everybody. My style is not for everybody, but I can't pick it out. I wish wish we could hear that. I'm going to mute that until like real human words that we can understand are coming out of there. Oh yeah, the Daniel Kearns check-in. I think it's about time to do that. I think Sierra Tahoe will survive tonight, and looks like they're doing a good job protecting the fire tower. Let's do that. Let's check in with the cosmic being. I have a link to him in the description of the channel. He is amazing. He's a rock star folk hero. So that's the 28th. 7 hours ago, this is Daniel Kearns talking about what's going around Genesee and Taylorsville. Volunteer firefighter there and rock star. Hang on a second. Let me turn on the sound.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Sunday, August 29th at about 5:10 in the evening. Go ahead and get you fire update here. Everything around Indian Valley continues to cool off. Some people have said there's smoke up on Mount Huff somewhere. There's going to be smokes here and there. You know, as long as it's white smoke and it's in the black or in an area that's already burned, we're not too concerned with that. If it's black smoke and it's spewing out and getting pretty ugly and you can see trees crowning, then I would definitely call that in. But just want to, we're going to probably have several, till it rains and or snows, we're going to have those white smokes in the black all around us for quite some time. Some people are saying they're seeing smoke rising up over here like it's behind this dozer line or anything. So let's look in here again. Here's Taylorsville. Here's Immigrant Gap in China Grade where they held this before, right? And then we have this dozer line coming down off where Immigrant Gap and China Grade.
Oh my God, guys! I'm sorry. Did I just suck furiously at this peppercini with the mic open? I'm sorry. That's barbaric. I thought I muted myself. My apologies.
Meet, right? Or Immigrant Road, I should say. There is an Immigrant Gap. Where is Immigrant Gap? I don't know. And so this dozer line comes off here up to that highest knob on Cemetery Hill and then runs down along this way to the bottom to the cemetery. And they have this piece now that comes down off the top there and comes down right across the creek from where Bronco used to live, right in Trapper's Cabin and stuff there. So what's happening over here? So some people were saying they thought they saw smoke in here. Maybe they backlit this off. That's not the case. I just drove out there. This spot is just moving along. This front here on the grizzly spot just continues to slowly spread this way. I'd say this is kind of lining up more on this ridge line out here. Some heat in it, right? But for the most, just kind of slowly creeping around. And it is ultimately, they're working options to try to prevent this. They're just not, again, with the resources we have, it's unlikely that they'll be able to do anything with this piece other than eventually burn once this fire gets over to a certain point, then they're gonna fire off the rest of this. It'll most likely look like something they will probably do some firing off of here, the higher points, right? Some firing off of here and around, and then fire off this Montgomery Basin, and so that all this kind of catches this bit of fire as it comes in. As this pushes this way, the fire that they've created around here will kind of catch it coming in that way. So I know you guys we're all frustrated by fighting fire with fire and how much has to burn. I don't really know what to say. This is just, I'm not endorsing anything. I'm simply telling you how it seems to be that it's going to play out. I would also expect this to take, anywhere from a couple of days to a week or more before this ends up burning and plays out. So just please please prepare yourselves to be patient and open to the outcome, right? This should be the last. Once this is played out, then Taylorsville will finally be able to rest a little bit, I think, but we're not there yet. So where some of you, I'll show you. There's a column out there forming. Well, I'm looking from Taylorsville here. I'm looking like east-southeast. There's the top of Mount Jura right there, and that column is forming out that way. That is there. You can see right up there, that little bit of haze. That is the smoke that's coming from the Grizzly, from this area. From what we can see of it here in Taylorsville, is that little bit of smoke there. That is this major firehead right here, which is, I don't know if I can really zoom out. So here's Genesee Valley going up where the Heart K is right in here, right? This is all, we have that, what they were calling the Walker Slop that they had contained for a while there, pushed out of their containment and started moving to the southeast. You had the Grizzly spot that was on Peel Ridge and up here on Grizzly. That has been pushing southeast as well. These two have merged together now, and it's picking up quite a bit of steam. It's my understanding. I cannot speak to the dozer line or the containment lines over here. So let me so here is, how do we do it? Here's Quincy right in here, Greenhorn right in here, and then here's those containment lines that comes down. I cannot speak to how these containment lines are holding. I do know right now we're observing, I was going to say a southwest wind. I would say it's somewhere between a southwest and a west wind. You can see how the column's rising up and then spreading out that way. It's definitely not moving straight to the east. It's got some northeast to it. So we've got a bit of a southwest wind here pushing this, which is good news for ember cast, right? It's pushing all the embers and everything generally back into the Walker burn up there. But we are getting, from my understanding, it's within 3 miles. The fire front is within 3 miles of Greenhorn now. I'm not sure how these containment lines are going. It's my understanding that this morning this fire was up against the containment lines here, right? But this is the Walker Mine tailing pile. This bit of yellow and gray stripe. It's my understanding that it has, in fact, made it over this bit of containment line, which must be really frustrating to all the men and women who put a lot of time into these containment lines, a lot of time, work, effort, blood, sweat, and tears. Unfortunately, this is sort of the nature of the beast here. So right now, Greenhorn and all the other communities along the 70, they're definitely at risk right now. Like I said, we have favorable wind directions for the ember cast at least, but the high winds that we've been having this afternoon are definitely going to pick up fire activity regardless of the direction that they come from. Yeah, and that's about all I have on this. Other than this is growing. This is burning quite nicely right now. So our thoughts and prayers are with all the people that are out in front of this thing. We'll have to. We'll all be. Well, I'm not sure what it's going to look like, but we're going to be okay, right? That's kind of been the theme from the beginning here. We need to be here, be ready for these folks, be ready to support these folks. We know what it is that they're potentially going to have to deal with, right? So let's just keep being the awesome community that we can for everyone. That's about all I have for the fire. Want to just, this is going to be pretty quick here, I think, I hope. Just wanted to touch base, back on the FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers and some of the aid, the federal and state, all the different aid that's coming our way in Greenville. And I just want everybody, so FEMA follows the the CFR 44, right, which is the Code of Federal Regulations number 44. So CFR 44 are the rules and regulations that pertain to FEMA and the aid that they give when they come in. And I just want to say, I'm not sure that keeping FEMA out is the answer. I don't want to make any sort of specific judgments on FEMA. What I have heard from people is that what we need to do is pay attention to what they're doing. FEMA is governed by CFR 44, and if they adhere to that governance, then they will provide us good aid, good things. If they do not, then to get your mail, please do 0179. Please let's.
Okay. So usually the end of his thing is talking directly to residents of Genesee, Taylorsville, Quincy, and other places. And you guys all know how to find him. If you need that specific information about like FEMA's presence and whatnot. The reason why we check in back with the Dixie is they're still having tremendous problems. Dixie Fire's not over. Not only everything changed, we haven't been afraid for Quincy, which is the county seat of Plumas County, for a long time, but we are again. Ever since the day the Genesee spot flew over the canyon, it was a long-range spot, like 4 miles, and established itself in south of Genesee Valley. All it would take is for the wind, a northeast wind, to blow it to the southwest, and Quincy could be, and that entire valley, most densely populated part of Plumas County, would probably be impacted severely, like Greenville style, severely, possibly. So we do check back. It's next few days it's going to be blowing away from Quincy, but now Janesville and Susanville are back in the crosshairs. We didn't know that they were going to have a red flag warning too. We just thought it was just going to be on the Caldor, but now it's back on the Dixie as Terrible Tuesday gets closer to us. It's looking like more and more parts of the Sierras are going to be affected by the red flag warning. So he is the person who knows the area. He's a volunteer firefighter, and he was saying Greenville's in danger, this place is in danger, way before Cal Fire and others were, and we should have listened to him. So that's why he has a cult following, because he and Zeke Lunder are the two people in the area that have been telling the public, and I've been forwarding you guys their information, what's really in danger, what's really going on, what's really at risk, with real pictures, real updates, knowing the firefighters personally on the ground, and telling us what they can't tell us officially. He is completely trustworthy with his information. He just speaks his mind. And he is not part of that weird chain of command with Muzzle, Muzzle from Sacramento. You can only tell the public this or this for liability reasons. He just goes live on his Facebook phone app, and he goes, "Hey guys, this community's in danger," or "This thing is okay." He is amazing. You know what? I'd love to meet him and give him a hug. When we do this tour, the party to celebrate the fire's over, we have to meet up. Me, Daniel Taylor, Holt Hanley, Daniel Kearns, Holt Hanley, Zeke Lunder. We shall put our power rings together and create a giant mech warrior that would fight fires. That was the funniest joke I've ever seen. Karen Rave says, "I can see a glow and activity from the back of Shake Ridge looking at the South Fork Canyon against Round Mountain, or perhaps Farnham." I'm not sure where Farnham is. Tahoe Media Group, what the heck are you doing? We, I don't know what the heck's going on there. Who or what started the Caldor? It's under investigation. That's the only thing they've said. I'm dying to know. You know what really sucks is we don't get to know. Like even a year later, sometimes it's still under investigation, and I still don't know what the heck caused the glass fire for sure, and what caused the Bobcat fire that I covered last year. I googled that, and I don't think that the investigation is done. It's like, how long does it have to take? But you Google it, and it's just not there. They surmised that Edison Power started it. They had an overheating, surging thing in some of their equipment. I mean, a camera spotted the smoke right away. It obviously started like right next to it. You would think they'd kind of wrap up that investigation by the end of the week. It's a year now. Oh yeah, Jeremy Eater, Port Chicago was like the Halifax explosion in California. Yes, that's one of the ghost towns in the Bay Area. I wanted to do a mini documentary on that. It's one of those things nobody covers. Yeah, we can't use F-bombs and S words in the chat. We got to keep it family friendly. Google automatically censors that anyway. It's not me. But we want to keep this family friendly. Gene G, thanks. Appreciate the Dixie update. Yeah, that was recorded 7 hours ago. We could let's check other sources. Let's look at Plumas County Sheriff's Office and Lassen Modoc to make sure that there hasn't been an update that I didn't. What did I miss? We'll continue to watch this mesmerizing cam. 4 hours ago, Dixie fire evacuation warnings issued, effective immediately. The Bogard area of Highway 44 from Pittville Road east to County Road A21 and north to Blacks Mountain, Harvey Mountain, and south of Ashhurst Lake, west of County Road A1 from the A21 intersection north to the Forest Service route zone LAS-E035-C. What? New evacuation warnings as of 4 hours ago on the Dixie fire. Whoa. Okay. If somebody put that in chat, I never saw any of that. Let's check the official map. Where's Zone Haven? Is it up here? That seems to be new. Yeah, it's out here north and east of the fantastic lava beds. It just goes on and on. So this matches up with the crazy red flag stuff. The wind mostly going this way in a very generalized direction. They continue to have some spots on the 36 kind of by that Cheney Creek area. I'm still under an amount of concern for Janesville, Milford, and Susanville. We just have to do that wait and see game. It's pretty sparsely populated, so I'm sure this isn't news to anybody by now in the region. But yikes. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Many towns evaded imminent destruction on the Dixie, yep, because of the Midnight Miracle. Just the wind decided to die down at the right time. They took advantage of that, put themselves in harm's way, and fought literally for their own lives in front of structures when they could have just left. I mean, these are our heroes. The funny new slang I was learning is they're called ground pounders. The boots on the ground are called ground pounders, and I didn't fail to note Dusty's joke. Hot shots are elite, and I said that sorry, I'm a little tired here. Smoke jumpers are the only ones of higher esteem, and Dusty goes, no wait, smoke jumpers, hot shots are people that aren't foolish enough to, are firefighters that aren't foolish enough to jump out of airplanes. Wow, shots fired. Gentlemen, will it be pistols or swords? Wait a second. Sorry, guys, don't fight in chat, please. Okay, yeah. Let's get off the arson subject. It's something that I have been saying, but it's part of the chat rules. There's no speculation about arson because the fear aspect. But what I do say is that we can only say what can be verified. It helps keep people calm, and we don't give them extra stress. But it's always true that firebugs are excited by red flag conditions and these things. They'll always come out of the woodwork. And some of these things eventually turn out to be either arson or suspicious starts. But most of them are not. These firebugs are pretty rare. The thing about most of those, when I use the word firebug, it's kind of a psychological slang term. They're usually complete morons. They get caught very early on doing what they're doing, and they usually have like an IQ of 75 to 80. That's their typical profile. Other times people are just break down and they start hearing voices and start obeying them, and that's kind of a different type of a thing. But they usually get caught very easily because they're completely nuts and not even thinking about covering their tracks, or their youth that get caught early and just go to prison and stay there because of their mental whatever. But a lot of the public comes in here just seeing that big fires erupt all at the same time, and they think, is that somebody running around starting fires? And we keep that topic off topic because we don't mention it, because the thing about a red flag condition is most people don't understand there's about 6 to 10, maybe 12 vegetation fire starts every single day in summer in every county. They're usually the sparks, a lawnmower hitting a rock, car accidents, or hits a telephone pole, or power lines down, weed whacker. And these are usually under control real quick. Or they spread a couple of acres real quick, and that's it. Even Portland, Oregon is having a bunch of that right now. It's even a drought for mostly rainy and wet Oregon. The first fire I covered here was near Canby, which was by Portland. The difference is when there's red flags, these tiny fires that might just not even escape one person's backyard, the barbecue out of control, the idiot with the turkey fryer, right? These get huge on red flag days, and there's suddenly a huge thing on camera and something big breaking out multiple parts of the state, and it's just completely normal. But a lot of people that don't get that don't know how frequently really small vegetation fires in and around towns, and sometimes in the countryside, you know, it is the red flag days when multiple ones are going to get big. That's just rational reasoning. It's not going to be the wet days, right? You'll never hear about them unless you have an app like Pulse Point and you're plugged into your county and you scroll, vegetation fire at 1 o'clock in the morning, unauthorized fire, which usually means homeless people, reported, cooking at a homeless camp. Firefighters have to arrive and scold them a lot and say, guys, no open flame. Vehicle fire, this and that. The car fire, CARR, strangely named, was a vehicle fire that started a huge mega fire. It broke down the side of the road. And yeah, a lot of these are the power line fires because stupid companies won't turn off the power when they have rickety, ill-maintained lines, like they're legally supposed to, for whatever reason. The fly fire started right as the Dixie was starting to wind down, and it completely changed everything, and the Dixie exploded again. And that was once again PG&E's lines. Vegetation falling over on them because, well, they haven't been trimming their vegetation for 30 years very much. So this is happening a lot. So wait, sorry, guys. I have to shut down whatever argument's going on. Let's see. Yeah, it's okay, guys. Let's just all chill, take a deep breath. The most mature thing is to be like, whoa, we just rubbed each other the wrong way. Deep breath. We're both sorry. Done. We are really stressed out people. We are going to rub each other the wrong way and just start meaningless little argument things. Yeah, it's okay, guys. The bigger person is the person who drops it first, right? We're all under incredible stress. So, yeah, my mods are volunteering their time to do a hard job. It's really stressful to try to do like a police thing. They're not getting paid for this, They're trying to keep this a nice, inviting atmosphere. So, while I can say those things, I don't want a lot of talk about that subject to come up. It's a stressful subject. So, speculation about that is not what's allowed, but we can say such and such was arrested for this or that, right? And that's just like something in the media, right? Or such and such fire was just announced as suspicious. So, what I want to kind of avoid is when those topics are really start going up in chat. Chat goes flying by with a lot of people arguing about something that doesn't have a solution. We can't solve that, right? So what I prefer chat to be focused on is let's share information with each other, support each other, and brainstorm solutions. And something like bye-bye community, absolutely not. You're in a timeout. For the love of cars, don't start predicting a community's destruction. That's so insensitive. I keep telling you guys, none of that crap. A lot of these communities will be heavily impacted. We have no idea how much, but a lot of them have been saved by the Midnight Miracle. How would you like it if, like, your house had a fire in it and you could see flames in the back bedroom and the firefighters are on their way and some jerk comes up chewing gum and says, "Bye-bye house." Would you just punch him in the face? I think I'd have an urge. I don't know if I can resist that. I think that might be worth... No. Of course, I would resist it. But barely. There's a more savage part of me I have to keep under wraps. I think we all have that. Remember, we're a supportive family here. Turkeys always get the blame. It's just plain and unfoul and unfair. I like that. Let's lighten the mood. You guys heard any good jokes lately? Let's try to blow off some steam. What is this? On my phone, hang on. Yeah, Caldor operations just squeaked, but it was like 5 human words, and that's all I could make out. We're still listening to the radio. I'm turning up the volume a little bit so I don't miss anything. But it's very, very quiet on the radio, and that's a good sign. We are experiencing a little bit of a midnight miracle right now. They're going offensive on a couple of places, so that might save the ski lift. That might save this lookout. Let's look at the fire activity. But it's not over. It's just begun. Call sign in for 717B is flying over the Caldor. Is that the Condor? Did you know that the Condor's call sign is Dirty Bird? I thought that was great. There's an American Airlines. Now that is an ugly sheriff's office airplane. What on earth? When I tell you guys they're catching the looters, like, they have sheriff's office airplanes and stuff. They're running the license plate of every vehicle. They're running background checks on the registered owners and drivers of every vehicle in and around the Caldor. It's been pretty glorious. They've set ambushes and brought in the K9 units as a surprise for them when they come back. Wow, Chris Jones, I threw a cigarette out of my car one time on Highway 280 at night. It landed on a CHP's window, which is California Highway Patrol. It landed on his windshield and erupted in the sparky display. He got on his PA system and said, "Sir, please use your ashtray." That's a good one. Test tube 43, I'm interested in a new way of building homes that are more fireproof, like in Australia. So am I. I would love to hear about that. Let's see. You can't use ocean water to squirt the fires out, unfortunately, because unless they desalinate it, because the salt, when you put it in the soil, never leaves. The water evaporates, the salt remains, and you would just kill all that vegetation and plant life. Salt makes an area sterile, so you can't save a forest by destroying it. Otherwise, it would be easy to fight fires on the coast with the ability to dip out of the ocean. Why couldn't the pony sing a lullaby? Why not? Oh, it's okay, Richard. Thanks for being a mature human being, man. But don't worry. Priority what? Heading over to Juliet to do some mapping for a priority, and I couldn't make it out. Because the pony couldn't sing because she was a little hoarse. Yay! Radio's coming back to life. Let's hope they say something. Check in with Division 15, flying over Gulf, blah, blah, blah. Am I optimistic or pessimistic about the fire? Which ones? What about the new fires that are going to show up? Especially during Santa Ana and Diablo wind season. I like to think I'm realistic. Rather than pessimistic or optimistic. To me, those are not rational either way. If you can look at data without judging good or bad, that's best. So what I would say to that is I see the potential for disaster. Whether or not disaster happens is out of our hands. Is the potential for catastrophe, apocalyptic disaster this fire season present? Yes. Can we predict it? No. What not happens will be mostly up to fortune. Do we get good weather or don't we? If we do get good weather, we have an amazing response of incredible crews on the ground. They're doing everything they can. They pulled miracles out of their hats, but they can only do so when given the opportunity by the weather. Check out the Fire NATO from Marietta this afternoon. I can't show you anything copyrighted, guys. Is it on YouTube or what? Yeah, it's like predicting a hurricane season. I tell you what, we have not seen anything yet. We could see the worst fires California's ever seen. If these fires are going, this is a mega drought, and the Diablo winds hit, and there's new fire starts, we could see potentially that the major towns are erased off the map. Like, they barely saved Chico. They barely saved Orville last year. People forget this. I mean, they barely saved Chico from the campfire. They barely saved Redding from the Zog and the car fires. They barely saved Santa Rosa again and Calistoga. They took heavy losses. I mean, almost all of Napa was, and the winery areas were like erased. And that was not in the mega drought. Now we have mega drought. What if we have the mega winds like that again? What if more PG&E lines go down? We've seen nothing yet. I'm here for the long haul because I understand that these are real threats, that these are real possibilities. Whether or not they come to pass, they won't if a couple things happen. The power companies cooperate and shut down their lines in red flag days. Hopefully they will. This won't happen if we get heavy rains and early snows, and very few Santa Ana and Diablo wind events. We have fewer fire starts this year, fewer lightning strikes. The more manpower is ready to respond. That is the difference. Is no fire gets big if it's put out when it's small. That's the goal here. The likeliness of a fire being put out when it's small increases dramatically when you have the ability to rapidly respond and the amount of crews that you need. Sorry, that was an echo for a second because my cell phone has the radio feed on, just in case the feed cuts out on the browser, which it did a couple days ago and I didn't know because I don't get a notification of that. So if my cell phone's chattering and the browser isn't, then I know that it needs to be restarted. So when I lean too close to my cell phone, there's a double broadcast. Sorry about that. So a lot of what is coming down the pipe is out of our hands completely. And so a stoic philosophy here, don't worry about what you can't change. But be prepared for the possibility of it happening. And then relax. Yeah, Richard Lamb, we got slammed in Santa Rosa. Fountain Grove was destroyed. And I watched Coffee Park disappear. Yeah. Tiernan deal. We adopted an old retired service dog from Reno. His name was Kino. Beautiful shepherd who jumped over 8 and 10 foot fences. He followed 6 pups with our collie and shepherd. I miss having a puppy. Aww. I'll do the characteristic female thing. Puppy. Aww. Do we know if the fire came up the back of Angora Lake? Where is that? Remember, I'm not familiar with Tahoe. Yeah, I think it did. Pretty certain it did. Because the FLIR camera is just showing this apocalyptic images earlier of pretty much everything here being on fire. Kind of like that. It's hard to tell. When the winds pick up tomorrow at 11, it's going to be bad. Jason Lusk, I mean, hey y'all, if they can bury cables in the ocean floor to connect them to the internet, why can't they connect water pipes from Antarctica to Cali? Yeah, that was a good question. Why do we have huge oil pipelines all over continents, but don't do it for water. It's just below Fallen Leaf Lake, west of the airport. A solar tsunami is coming, so winds will probably pick up. The flares are supposed to be really big. I don't know if that affects actual winds on the ground, but it'll affect radio communications. Hawks don't get the bad rap, but falcons do because they're raptors. Ha ha ha. Yeah, Jeremy Eaters, the fires we had this year have been tamed compared to what would happen with the heavy winds. Yeah, these are tame compared to the ones that make the run for the valley. Angora's the two small lakes. Yeah. Go back up. Did I miss anybody's questions? If you met Bigfoot, what question would you ask him? I'd probably say, somebody said what his shoe size is. I'd probably say, so you don't eat people, right? And if the answer is something other than no, I think I'd start running.
Night out there, attack.
Hey, Silent Warrior.
Yeah, what is the plan out in the Desolation Wilderness? We're showing there's a spot near us in the Desolation Wilderness, section 25, well ahead of the fire.
Whoa. Speaking of Angora Lakes, section 25, a spot well ahead of the fire. Somewhere around that. Well, that's bad. Thanks, Silent Warrior. I just retweeted that.
I'm looking for Echo Peak. I don't have that. It's north of Pyramid Peak on your ops map in the Desolation Wilderness, right above where it says Desolation, section 25. You'll see Mount Price. It's right on the word Price.
Mount Price? Where's Mount Price? Oh, that's section 25. My bad, guys. Sorry. It's different section 25s. So the spot fire is here. Just the southwest tip of
Yeah, I'm getting that at the furthest north of the main fire.
Southwest tip of Lake Aloha. Whew.
1 second.
This is why we listen to the radio. Oh, there's a bear cub. I'm retweeting that.
is on the shore of Lower Echo Lake.
Remember, if you look at my Twitter, you're going to see some cabins burning and such. I don't see the thing, the Marietta thing. Okay, so there's a spot fire well ahead of the main, where it says Mount Price on this map. So it's southwest tip of Lake Aloha. That's what they just discussed, and that's why we listened to the radio. So if we look at this map here, it is here, well ahead of the main fire. That was detected let's see, the color code is more than an hour ago, because it's yellow, between 1 and 6 hours ago. But they just saw it with aircraft. And they were trying to figure out what to do about it. It's north of Pyramid Peak. Coffee Park was a community of 400 houses that were destroyed in an hour. God, was that in the video of the firefighters trying to get to the Kmart in Santa Rosa? They were like, where are we? There's supposed to be a community here, and there's just a burning field, and it was because all of the houses had burned to the ground. Yeah. There's a lag between chat and your response. Well, yeah, it's because I'm reading stuff. But, hey, Silent. Where do I find the info on this firewall thing? It hit Marietta. Coffee Park was next in line after the Kmart, yeah. I'm so sad for Kmart and Sears. That's just, the CEO decided to run it into the ground because he had a conflict of interest. He took it over to destroy it. He owns like a real estate company, and his own company gets the land for free if the stores fail or something like that. It was just the saddest thing to read. And the board can't override his decisions because he has a majority stakeholder share thing, from what I was reading. Just absolutely evil. Yeah, Kmart and Sears were one of the best employers ever. They hired vets first. They had good benefits. They had incredible benefits for people. And that should be illegal. One of the best jobs to have in America that you could, have as a person. I know, so is it on YouTube or what? This Marietta thing. Okay, on my other monitor I'm watching it. I can't show stuff that's copyrighted. Like, if it's a work of a fire station or government, I can show you guys. But not if it's the media's video. I'm looking at KTLA 5. Wow. So that helicopter tries to protect the dozer, I'd be getting the hell out of there. The helicopter getting that close to a firewall like that? That's high risk. That's a fire devil, not a tornado for sure, but the media likes to see stuff like that. That's not 75-mile-an-hour wind speeds, but, Alright, here's the link to what I was looking at, if you guys want to see it. Yeah, vulture capitalism, that's what that's called. It's a corruption. It's not free enterprise and choice and fair anything. It's evil. Yeah, the Marietta vid. Hey, Dusty. That was heroic. That helicopter dropping that water by the dozer to protect it. Yeah. Yep, and their parking lot save lives, yeah. I remember the Montgomery Wards and Mervyn's and all these lovely stores. Yeah, pretty much the very definition of hostile takeover. Thank you, Richard, for stopping by. Come back and see us. Good night. Yeah, Eddie Lampert. Yeah, Kim Weaver, I think that's his name. What a scam. European viewers are blocked from my link. Why on earth? It's to a news media site. Guys, get a VPN. Yeah, poor Fry's Electronics. I went in there and it was like a ghost town at Christmas time. Their shelves were bare and empty. They didn't have enough stuff to, I needed to buy computer parts. And they only had like 5 different computer cases on the shelves of like a large size. And, they had empty shelves everywhere. And I said, guys, what's going on? And they were like, the employees were like, we're not closing. We're doing a reordering. We're moving to a different model where it's not retail anymore. It's this and that type of and I'm like, it's feeling terribly sorry for them because they really were told that line and we're desperately believing that. We're going to a consignment model. It's not really all Amazon's fault. Sears pioneered the whole order stuff from home thing. And they started to get a website together and apps. They had a really cool and really fun. They still do. Email. I have very few email like store subscriptions, like where I like emails from stores. Sears is hilarious. It's like a meme all the time. the Kmart and Sears ones, and I still order online from them. Little things like jewelry and stuff. They have really good deals on jewelry. You can even buy crossbows from the Kmart online. I thought that was hilarious. But when people take over these stores and then don't allow them to fix their websites and modernize them, it was too laggy to use their app to even shop. It was a really cool app, but it was laggy. It was hard to get the product pages to load. It was hard to zoom in on pictures. Yeah. I was hoping a president would show up and have a mission to save Sears as a beacon of hope. It was one of the best employers of America. It supported the middle class. But they have to pay their taxes where other stores can be located in Ireland or Barbados and evade taxes. There has to be shut as a loophole. Yeah, Wine Stocks was good too. Remember Long's Drug Stores? Man, those are cool. Montgomery Ward's your first saving store. Welcome to Circuit City, where service is state of the art. Yeah, I think things are okay in Kirkwood right now, knock on wood. I think that's just ash and bugs in front of the camera. Ice cream cones from Long's, man, yeah. Remember when you could walk into a drugstore like Long's and you sit up there and the makeup artist would come over and say, well, honey, let's see what we can do for you. That was cool. I hope JCPenney survives. Jeez. So, I had a kooky neighbor. She's not with us anymore, but she was really fun. That's a story of tragedy I don't want to tell right now, but she had really fun humor. And so they go to Kmart one day in, I don't know where it was, Roseland or Roseville or someplace like that. And they come back with a bunch of kittens in a shoebox. And so I tried them. You came back with a bunch of kittens? I mean, did you buy kittens from Kmart? And they said, and she perks up and she goes, that's what we'll name them. Kmarta. So the mother cat was called Kmarta. They had found an abandoned cat that was pregnant behind Kmart, like heavily pregnant. And they took her home. And she gave birth in the shoebox or whatever, on the way home. And it was wow. So we named one of the cats Snickers. And we adopted that one. It was a female orange cat that was a freak of nature. She was something else. She had a weird intelligence that was devious. So this cat just, if you left Snickers outside and it wanted to come in, and we had a cat door in the garage door, so the cats could always come in and sleep up on the cat beds, where it was nice and warm by the furnace. We arranged cat beds on top of up on the shelves where they like to climb around. And so they were supposed to sleep in the garage, though, and not just wander around the house at night because, well, the cat was devious. So she'd like to come in And she's the kind of cat that would jump up on the mantle and wreck all of the glasswares up there and throw them on the ground. That's why we called her Snickers. She was like, heh. So we arranged it so that she'd live in the garage, kind of, and during the day we'd let her in, but we'd watch her, and she was outdoor the rest of the time. So Snickers, this female orange cat, had multiple toes. Just freaking nature. Extra toes. We take her to the vet, start taking her early, and the vet goes, she's a female. And we're like, yeah. No, she's a female. Yeah. No. The orange coat gene is only present on the Y chromosome. XY for males. Females are double X. They don't have the Y. How is she a female orange cat? She goes, and the vet goes, can I buy her? Because he wanted to study her. And we declined, but said take whatever blood samples and stuff you want, man. She really was a genetic freak. He says, don't neuter her, don't spay her, and we were like, well, we're going to. But the cat lived to be 20. And eventually, we couldn't handle her. She just was devious. Whenever you didn't let her in at night when she wanted to come in, she'd get revenge. So one day I go to open the family photos, and there's slimy. Cat had gotten up on the bookshelf and peed everywhere. We were just like, oh God. So we had to, thank God we had the photos protected in the pockets. We had to throw away the family albums and get new ones and salvage the prints. Another day, my aunt was visiting, and she turns on the burner of the stove to cook, and black smoke fills the kitchen, and the most horrible smell you've ever had in your entire life. She had gotten up there and peed on the stove. It's just like, oh. So we approach, our old neighbor, the original owner of K. Marta, the mother of this Snickers, and said, we don't know what to do with her. She's taking revenge on us left and right. And she hunts crazy. We put all kinds of bells on her. We can't stop her from killing everything. And she goes, I just bought a farm. So she went to live on the farm and became the world's best rat catcher in their barn. But she lived to be 20 years old. Going back here. No, Mexican Coke doesn't taste like old Coke. It's weird. It's not as sweet as the old Coke used to be. The old Coke used to be, real cane sugar and stuff, but with a different kind of cola mix. It's similar, but you can get Coke that actually tastes like the old one in places like Greece. Greek Coke was amazing. Wow. Let's see. Fry's in Sunnyvale is a good sporting goods store now. What about the one that was in Roseville? You had the train bursting out of the building? That was a cool store. She was probably a chimera. Yeah, probably. I mean, she had 7 toes on one of her feet. She had like 3 paw thumbs, you know. Dusty says, I think I'm hallucinating night. Okay. At least it didn't end up being named Walmarta. Yeah. Yeah. It's true, Bugs. Series is just one of those stories in a long series that has been vulturized. John Gra, I'm watching your feed here from Sochi in Russia via YouTube. Sold our house in Placerville in April. Feel so bad. Many of our friends in their area up the hill. Oh, how'd you end up in Russia? Sochi? Wow. Здравствуйте. I forgot welcome in Russian. That's Добрый пожаловать. I know that was terrible, but smoke causes nostril takeover. Oh my God. No, Max, Sears didn't fail as online buying grew. It was that guy who took them over and axed their very good competition that they started having with Amazon. They had their own version of Amazon. They were doing, with the subscription, you had free delivery, and they're starting to beat Amazon in some ways, because with the appliances and such, you had to deliver to the store and you buy it online, pulled up in the parking lot, hit the app, and they came out and just loaded your car with your stuff. That was really competitive and really good. I started utilizing that, and it was amazing. But then that kind of thing was axed by the CEO guy. Привет? Yeah. That means hi, casually. Здравствуйте is the formal. Добрый пожаловать. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, good night, guys who are going to bed. Big Daddy, and I can't even say the rest of your word, otherwise I'll get banned. You like listening to me talk? Oh, thank you. Yeah. The smoke's bad. Kim Weaver says male and female zygotes milled in the womb to form zygotes milled in the womb to form a single organism. That would explain her orange coat and female external genitalia. Yeah. Freak of nature. Yeah. Opus Singer, you are getting so random. I find it calming. Sled is almost packed. Time for a little sleep. I'll be out tomorrow. Thanks for what you do. Thank you, Opus. Stay safe. That is the idea. Kathryn's World was going to be my variety show. You know, Russian's a pretty easy language to learn. Polish is not. Wow. Polish is some kind of mess. Polish is like speaking Russian backwards. My Polish friend was trying to teach me stuff, and I just went, what? The thing about Russian is it has very few words. It's all about context and meaning, but like there's like one word for red, that's it. We were like crimson, scarlet, red, blah, blah. If they want to tell you about the kind of red, they'll say it's blood red, it's ruby red, it's fire truck red, but it's red. So you don't have to learn that much vocabulary, and spelling is super easy. Once their alphabet makes a little bit more sense to you, which it's not that difficult. They just have a letter for every sound. So you can't really spell things wrong. There's only a couple of things you can do wrong. It's just pretty dang easy. I can't roll my R's, and I sound like an idiot. Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty common for polydactyl toads in cats. But 7? 3 winters. I'm the only person in my family not born in Poland. I understand a lot, can read a bit, but speak it, forget about it. Yeah. Polish is like a secret language. Okay. I don't know what that got deleted. Hey Jeremy, I don't know why the fries was the best. Don't know what happened to them. I don't know why that was deleted. It's not, there's an L in Pajalavat. Krasny, yeah. Krasnaya. The word for red in Russian is also the same word for beautiful. So like red square is like the red and the beautiful square. Krasivy. Krasnaya is beautiful. Oh, Opa Singer says, by the way, I'm Tahoe's Frank Sinatra style singer. Sweet. Fly me to the moon, then. I hope to buy you a cocktail after this blows over. I'm a realist, cursed with optimism. There you go. Well, that's what I'm going to do, and I'm flattered. You can get me a virgin banana daiquiri. I like those. I want to do a little tour and film things and interview people, their experiences with the fires and other things in life. Especially old timers and their stories and memories of places. We need to celebrate something, look forward to something. So I'll come around these areas and see how many people we can get together and have a toast to the end of these fires. They will end. These will end. Hawaiian is another language with virtually no silent letters. Yeah. It has very few words. Is it easy to understand, though? I never thought Russian would be that easy. It's not something I've spoken for a long time. But you take one look at that alphabet and you go, ah! But then you get used to it and you go, oh, okay. Are we going to stay up all night, Granny? Morris. Yeah, that's the joke. There was a crazy person accused of me of being a fraud, that I was a 61-year-old instead of my video of the tram. You can see what I look like. I don't know why people think that's a mystery. It's on my channel page. First video I uploaded was Come Ride the OHSU Tram. Some people were dying to know what I look like. I'm like, guys, it's been there the whole time. I told them about that last year. And all of a sudden I had somebody yelling at me that I was a fake and a fraud. And actually they found out about me and I was 61 years old. And other people on the channel were like, really? She is? What? Oh my God. I'm like, okay. I rolled with it because I'd been accused of being a lizard person as well. And a government agent trying to cover up the truth, which was space lasers and lizard people were causing the fires. Okay. So that I thought was funny for a while too, until I realized it's not. So the joke, the running gag on the stream is, am I really 61? And so I said, guys, no. I have a confession. I'm not a young lady, and I'm not 61 years old either. I'm actually a 50-year-old Mexican guy. I'm just a very talented actor. But that's cool, Opus. You're usually at Heavenly Village. I've been canceled for a week because of the smoke. Gosh, that sucks. Silver lining is there are very few tourists here now, so evacuation will be, quote, less bad. I guess so. Smoking 0137 evacuation in South Lake Tahoe. You know what? Maybe you can relocate to the Oregon coast. There's a couple of nice venues. Very clear stuff, like for the temporary, you know. Wait a second, let me check evacuation stuff. Are they really going to do this in the middle of the night? That was what we were kind of dismayed about. They knocked at the door. How old am I really? I don't answer rude questions. I just say the truth. I'm an 8,000-year-old vampire. I don't age. Yeah, are they... Hey, Spoken 0137, are you in the red zone? Or like the yellow? You just watched the tram video. All of a sudden it has 9,000 views when I had like 200 views like a month ago. Flattered, I guess. Realized that was a couple years ago. Reporter just shared video of police telling people to evacuate. At which part, like, we knew about the red zone. Has this just changed? You're in the middle of town? But, like, in the yellow? On Twitter, going today? Tahoe Keys? Yeah, well, at least they're doing it now, but why in the middle of the night? You just had a knock, okay. Is it mandatory? Is that what they're telling you? Are they telling you to get prepared, or... I probably did a Google search and got it wrong. I have the same name as a renowned female astrophysicist, and I'm not female. I'm not a female astrophysicist and not renowned. Yeah. My name is so common that nobody could find me on Facebook. Twitter 5 minutes ago. Okay. Is it from the sheriff's office, or... I'm listening to Broadcastify right now. It's still on. They're just not saying anything. Yeah, I'm looking. Okay. So... Cal Fire Amador El Dorado Unit Facebook page. Four hours ago, they had the evacuation orders, updates, and warnings. That's just the last thing here. This is what I've already put on the feed. So it's nothing new is on their Facebook. Did they say that it was a order go now, or are they saying prepare? Because we've known that everything's been in the yellow for a bit. SAC reporter, okay. So what do you do? At SAC reporter? No results. I hate you, Twitter. How do you find somebody called SAC reporter on Twitter? I don't know how to use this stuff. I just don't understand. It says search Twitter, so you type in SAC reporter. Sacramento Bee News. That's not it. Sorry, I keep sucking on these pepperoncinis for my throat. I keep forgetting to mute that. Hell. You got it? Thanks. Thank you. Guys got my back. South Lake Tahoe police are going door to door alerting residents to leave. Residents scrambling to pack and get out at 2 a.m. It is still 8 warning, but officers are likely not going to come back to announce mandatory orders. Sirens heard in South Lake Tahoe late into the night. Officers telling residents fires coming down the hill, and this evacuation warning is your best opportunity to leave. Facts. And why they decided to do that in the middle of the night, I just don't understand. Why not 3 days ago when we got this forecast? Why not knock on doors 3 days ago? Let people know that the threat's real?
Air attack, air to ground.
I don't get it. Okay, I retweeted that. Thank you. I would not go back to sleep. I would just leave now, guys. Yeah, go out safely now. There might be just chaos by 9 and 10 in the morning when the winds pick up. Yeah, there's no spot fires in the basin yet. Just you wait. Sure. Here's the infrared at Heavenly. Not calibrated, completely worthless dog dirt image. That's why we haven't been looking at it. Look how stupid that is. You can't even tell where the fire is anymore. Whoever's running these cams, there needs to be a shock collar. If they're falling asleep at their post, maybe we should press a button and zap them awake. Calibrate the camera.
Division November attack, air to ground command.
Yeah, Sassy Cassie, it's just like, what? Opus Singer, I've been hearing sirens followed by my local pack of coyotes. Are you going to leave Opus Singer? I would recommend so.
The copy is branch 20 and or 15
Trying to pull up the SLTI 50 cam. Okay. Is it running? A lot of those.
Perfect, thanks. Break branch 20, air attack.
Pretty peaceful.
Alright, just want to tie in with you and got some ops that you guys have firing operations going on. I want to see the plan and how we can help support you.
Thanks for all. I got to go. Come check back in with us smoking. Truckee has their Veterans Hall as a good place to go. Godspeed. Opus, I guess I'll stay up and finish packing my gear. It looks like an unscheduled long camping trip. Yeah. And
Alright, I copy. And I'll look to see if anything's getting ahead of that main fire and making a push towards 88. I copy your plan, and we'll be up if you need anything. Just get a hold of us.
so, isn't that by Kirkwood, the main fire making a push by 88? Great. I don't think it's going to Kirkwood, but I think they're talking about that area, which the Leek camera here is nearest to it, I believe. The fire isn't going to sleep, but people are. Who makes the calls on evacs and when to act? That really can depend, but with Plumas County, like, it's the sheriff's office. A lot of times it's law enforcement and not fire agencies, and that has to change. Law enforcement can make the decision based on like a bunch of conflicting experts, and then they have to come up with a decision. That shouldn't be. Where are the evacuees going at 2 a.m.? Truckee and Gardnerville. That's where it's supposed to go. I imagine Gardnerville might be pretty close.
15, air attack.
So with the fiasco at Greenville, the sheriff said it was his call to make, and he said, I made the best call I could with the information provided to me, and guess what? It was CAL FIRE. But I have conflicting reports. I can't verify anything.
Branch 15, air attack.
That different fire experts that he may have consulted with disagreed with each other on how in danger that community was in. Some were urging keep it at mandatory evacuation.
That copy is 12-hour. Is Lima staffed?
We don't want to start the rumor mill, so I'm not naming anybody, of course. I don't know what the heck's going on. But there will be a lot of speculation. Was he advised against repopulation, or was he advised for it? Or was it conflicting? We don't know. One thing for certain, that CAL FIRE didn't tell the public what kind of danger they were in. Daniel Kearns did. Zeke Lunder did. Best they could. And I'll always regret not showing Daniel Kearns' video and advising people. Don't do it.
Okay, I copy. Do you have the designator, or are they in there in Lima?
I told people not to go back. I said it's not wise. Hang out. Wait. But I didn't show his video where local firefighters saying those lines won't hold. I should have done that. A guitar, good night. I'm going back to bed after the cop woke us up. I don't recommend that. But do come check back in. Keep the TV on and such in case the emergency signal has to go. I just think it might be really traffic chaos in the morning when you're told to go. There might be frantic knocks. Have somebody awake at all times monitoring the situation. And it's my best advice. But check back in with us and stay safe. What fire am I talking about? The Dixie. In Greenville, residents were told to come back to it after having been gone. And then about a day and a half later, they were frantically knocking on everybody's door, get out and run for your life. They lost the town because they were trying to get people out. Well, everybody was out for the most part. And you know what they did? They got up on the podium and blamed the victims, saying, we could have helped save the town, but too many people didn't leave. You told them to come back. I will never, ever stop telling the truth about that. That was some low-down, yellow-bellied stuff. Blaming the victims as if it was under mandatory evacuation. It was, and you told them to come back. More than 800 people were starting to settle back into their homes and unpacking their bags. And then all of a sudden, frantic chaos. Everybody run for your lives. So fast, the fire swept through the town that they had to abandon fire trucks that melted in the streets. And then you know what they did? They did the same thing with Westwood. Fires almost upon Westwood. We're watching 300-foot-tall flames marching closer, closer, closer to the town. I'm saying, get out, guys.
Not up there attacking. You're coming in broken. We're headed off to the northeast corner of the fire.
I said, get out, guys. Don't wait to be told. You're about to be told. And so I gave people 6 hours of heads up.
Well, I'll send you some maps right now. Just let me know if you're getting them, if you have service.
I have people coming in my chat. Thank you so much for telling me. Guess what they did? They said, oh, get out now. And they only had about 2 hours before all roads were about to be overwhelmed by the fire. And they'd be trapped. Go north on the A21. And I said, no. Nobody should do that. Sure enough, about 15, 25 minutes later, don't go north on the A21 because that's been closed by fire. Go east towards Susanville. And I'm like, damn. Watching the fire get closer and closer to Cheney Creek. And then they said, shelter in place. We can no longer get to Susanville. You know, they kept the medical clinics and stuff open. People were coming to Westwood for medical appointments. It was so reckless. The fact that nobody's died yet has just been a miracle. Then they didn't learn their lesson. Then Mineral was in danger. And I said, guys, you shouldn't be in Mineral. All day I was saying that. And then at 10:30 at night, they did mandatory scramble chaos evacuation. That's why I keep telling people, I have no idea what's wrong with their system or their bureaucracy or their red tape or their whatever the hell is going wrong. I blame the system, not individuals. Whatever is going wrong, it's going really wrong. You have to err on the side of caution because they will not give you time. Get out way before they say it because they're going to tell you at the very last minute if they tell you at all. The video of the bear fire was crazy. Where was that? Last year, a week from today. That was around the 6th of September last year. And that was a fire that started up by Bucks Lake, a couple of lightning strike fires. They had around 38% containment on most of those up there. They warned people at Brush and Berry Creek, and then people looked and said, oh, I don't think I'll evacuate after all. They got containment jumped 30% today. It's 68% contained now. And those people did not make it. They died. And that was their last, text messages to people. They had their cars packed and ready to go, and then nobody warned them. They woke up with their homes on fire, ran outside, their cars on fire, and died. There were 28 people missing live on my stream as I was watching this horror unfold. And we're watching the cams just like, holy Holy crap. And it ran all the way down for Oroville, and a lot of my family evacuated that area. It jumped over Lake Oroville, and they desperately tried to defend Oroville. It ran like 19 miles in less than 24 hours. So 12 people eventually were found dead, and Brush and Berry Creek were erased, basically. There's just very few structures that survived in those two towns. 2 new ghost towns on my list. They may not really recover. It remains to be seen. Yeah, I was watching I was watching this, seeing my family's homes near Oroville, and the red dots appearing right over on top of their structures, on top of their neighborhoods. And it was the individual firefighters' heroism that saved their homes. But they left in the middle of the night. Nobody had any warning. Reverse 911 system failed. So, oh, Dana, I'm so sorry. 70 homes stand? Oh, that's good. But out of how many? We don't need to rethink about where we live. We need to have bunkers and shelters. We need to rethink escaping by car, because the traffic jam situation is real. We need to have shelters in the communities. You know what you can do is, for real cheap, take a hillside, stick a culvert 75 feet deep into the hillside, 9 feet tall. Boom. Fire shelter. Put a door on it. Most fires roar past. You sit in there for about an hour, open it up, that's it. You were safe. Just even a park where there's like a pond and a big wide open space, defendable. Everybody assemble here. It's like, have a cellar, those areas are not safe. What area is safe exactly? Like, even in the middle of a city, the Oakland fire, Santa Rosa. What's supposed to be safe? Oxygen tanks? No, oxygen's quite flammable. It's not flammable, but it you know what it does? It makes everything around it explosively flammable. Air tanks. You wouldn't need that, really. You would just need a couple of, snorkels. Like vents out the roof. And for fresh air, you could have a series of filters and such. There's ways. You could have, for people who have suffering smoke inhalation, it's not oxygen tanks on an airplane. It's like a powder chemical thing when you yank the oxygen mask for temporary things like that. They don't put oxygen tanks really on airplanes because of the whole airplane crash, fire, and then explosion things that would happen. We don't allow downer talk here, James. We only speculated on possible solutions. Unless it is very realistic. A lot of people live by just getting under bridges and culverts and just staying in a parking lot in their cars. Ask the Paradise survivors. In Paradise, I found that there were 7-foot tall culverts under the roads. And if people knew that those were good shelters, they could have just walked underneath them. You could have put 75 people in many of those entire neighborhoods. They were all over Paradise. People just didn't think about it. It was very realistic. What's not realistic is the old method and expecting people, 20,000 people at a time, to get on 3 roads out of town. But that's what the old method called for. living in cars is not living in homes. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. It's running out to the storm in your car as a fire passes by your town. Sorry, guys. I keep biting into pepperoncinis to soothe my throat. If you have good ideas to share, by all means. Big Daddy says, we live in Rockland and the air has been bad here for a while because of the Caldor. Yeah, I know. Every area is dangerous, James. Did you not know that Oakland, kind of burned down almost, and so did Santa Rosa? And Oroville almost burned to the ground. Chico almost did. And Redding almost did.
Juliet, air attack.
Calistoga almost did. There's no safe place in the west from fire. Sierra Tahoe Cam hasn't done much. It's just kind of looking like so. Yeah, we're talking about sheltering in place.
Juliet training, we're headed over to your division, and I don't know if we can help you with anything, provide you any intel.
Most people die in their cars trying to evacuate from fire when the window of opportunity has passed. Evacuation by car is a window of opportunity that will close. Sheltering in your car in a big box parking lot, wide open space, golf course, recently plowed field, construction site.
I copy. Section 1, 12, and 13 all have about half to 3/4 showing heat in there. And then a little spot into section 18, just to the right of where it says Command 116.
New Hampshire just had didn't a hurricane just hit New England? If you're
so that's everything. We'll stay overhead, see if anything's spotting out.
Hang on. Santa Barbara isn't safe from fire. I don't know what you're smoking.
Division India, air attack.
Pretty sure New Hampshire has some issues. And sure, we could all live in the desert and be safe from most things except, well, it doesn't support much life because there's not much water.
Branch 10, air attack. Air to ground.
Okay, I tolerated you long enough. Thank you for your really stupid comments, but have a nice day.
Go ahead.
Okay, so going back here, you still haven't heard from your brother, Zero Night? Where was he located? Yeah, we just don't want to play with the trolls. No, we want to spend one more second on that. Let's all move to somewhere where there's no floods, no fires, no earthquakes, no tsunamis, no tropical storms, no hurricanes, no blizzards. Where is that? Bottom of the ocean? Maybe the bottom of the ocean is the safest place to live. Well, and then until you meet a giant squid. He lives in Carnelian Bay but goes all over and haven't talked to him in days. Well, that sucks. Yeah, that's the hardest part. Like waiting for my brother to check in after the campfire was the hardest part. Move to the moon? No, the moon is radioactive, man. There's not an atmosphere to protect you from everything. they didn't really want to go back to the moon because there's no way to protect the astronauts. They have serious problems from their radiation exposure in space. I mean, the orbit of the space station is bad enough, but once you leave the atmosphere, like, man, they were getting like chest x-rays daily. They have heart problems. The moon has terrible air quality. Yep, and all the moon does is so sharp that it would cut up your lungs when you breathed it. Yeah, and the deserts have flash floods. You guys don't think fires rip through a desert? Holy crap. Just look at Nevada's Tamarack. Holy crap. Well, the funny thing about living at the bottom of the ocean is it's pretty dangerous with the whole pressure thing. But if you lost pressure, like being in a submarine at that depth, you'd never know it. It would just instantly kill you. Yeah, good luck. We're here with you. Good night, Zero. Okay, guys, we are at 11 hours and 18 minutes on the stream. Yeah, they have regular fires in Santa Barbara County. That was a troll, I think. It's playing with us. Video posted by Van Teo on Twitter. Cops using sirens and bullhorns to warn about the evacuation of SLP. Yeah. Hey, good night, Bugs. Right, that's right, Grant Glow. I mean, that would be kind of safe to move around sparsely vegetated land around a dry lake bed, but then how would you get water for the community? Oh, man. Yeah, hey, animals, welcome back. Place sounds like Scotland? Yep. I'm Scottish. I need some more drink. So before the video reaches 12 hours, we always have to do a restart of the stream, and I have to have volunteers, mods, but I think it's pretty important. Things could change tonight pretty rapidly. Excuse me. So do we have enough nighttime mods? I should probably sleep as soon as possible, try to wake up.
Did you get my email?
For Mad Monday and Terrible Tuesday.
Okay, I'm sending you eventually to get a Google Earth image, and it looks like everything in the parking lot area where the lodge is, there's no heat showing. There's a couple buildings that shows heat around it, but it's so hard to tell. They might have just fired around it. They're all right. But we can't really tell with our camera either.
Wow. That's some sobering chatter. So they're lighting fires around buildings tonight in a desperate attempt to save them. Like they said on the meeting. I'm not quite gone yet. I've got to eat some more stuff to take vitamins and do that on a full stomach. Just bear with me. So we're going to have Mad Monday, Terrible Tuesday. Things should start getting unreal somewhere between 10 and 11 in the morning. Doesn't mean they couldn't fall to pieces tonight, of course. Things could get hairy tonight. Every once in a while a wind gust picks up and then, oh, holy crap. It's definitely important to have a midnight stream, or keep it on throughout the night, if we can. Looking back. Yeah. Yeah, Kim Weaver, we don't need to talk about that. I thought about mentioning that. That's too horrifying to relax to. But yeah, you're totally right. I found out what happens when a hull breaches a submarine. Huge wildfires, Mark Bearns says, going on in northern Minnesota right now. Yeah. Yeah, good night, Starfire. You're going to be good. You're good to be here all night. No work tomorrow. Thank you, Three Winners. You are the man. Let's hide some more trolls. South Lake Tahoe Police going door to door, alerting residents to leave. Residents scrambling to pack and get out at 2 a.m. It's still a warning, but officers are likely not going back to tell them for mandatory evac. Yeah. It's hard to sleep. I'm going to make myself. I'm just going to tell myself, you will sleep right now. Yep, I saw that, Animals. I retweeted that. Yeah, Gabriel Rivera, that's very true. Invasive grasses and desert fires. I was reading about that. There are some crazy invasive grasses that just blow up the landscape. You guys are heroes, man. All you volunteer mods, you're heroes. Yeah, Tracy was right. It took 5 hours to go a 10-minute drive on normal days in Paradise. Yeah. Do I have Soviet Alexa? Yeah. Is there one? Susie Cat, you're helping so many people and saving lives. I hope I'm helping. Remember, the best way you can help me is it's not money or anything. Share the links to my channel with people and just tell people about me. I'm here to try to answer the questions and help. Yeah. A lot of my relatives have cabins all over the Dixie fire. I don't know if any were lost. We used to have one there. Yeah. Oh, the point is you can't even avoid fire at the bottom of the sea. Yep. But at least that's instantaneous. You'll never know that there's a problem. Urban Interface, I contacted FPA Firewise program and sent you the email. You may hear from them soon. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of people I'm going to collaborate with. I've read some of the emails, guys. So sorry, I'm so behind on them. Thank you. I've been listening for a while. First time chatting. Yeah, well, welcome to have you, Sassy. Lurkers, make yourselves known. Shout out to all the lurkers just listening.
Yeah, looking around, it looks like every building is still there. No heat. There's heat around them, but all the buildings are showing up cold, and even the lift down at the bottom of the hill by all the buildings, the facility, all look good to us.
What facility?
Yeah.
Wish we could hear the rest of that conversation. Looking good at Kirkwood, I guess. Okay. Once again, this is the link, the master link. Mods, you might want to take note of that, where almost everything related to Caldor can be found. Remember to tell people, help the elderly sign up for Code Red on their phones. You don't just install the app for them, you have to go to like Amador County Code Red sign up, El Dorado County Code Red sign up, these links. Sierra, they're talking about Sierra at Tahoe. Well, they said the buildings are looking good. There's fire around them, but they're cold. Cool. Yeah, thanks, guys. But yeah, I appreciate the shout outs and stuff. Apparently, guys, can you tell me more about this? At 6:30 in the morning, pilots were talking about my channel. Is that real, or were you guys joking with me? Okay. Because I have no idea why would pilots be talking about me? Why would that be relevant to them? Well, we have to take it one day at a time. Just because the Sierra Tahoe buildings are there today doesn't mean they'll be here tomorrow. Because today, a lot of the wind, and last night, a lot of the wind was blowing to the north. And blowing the spots over 50, that way. And it wasn't taking direct aim. Just regulate your emotions. We'd be like, oh, okay, good. Today, okay. Think of yourself as a veterinarian and you have a patient, like a fragile bird or something. You need to check on it every morning and it's still alive, but it may not be. Just we count every blessing, but I'm a good resource doing good works best I can. Yeah, Twitter. That's because you guys are helping share me on Twitter. I totally forget Twitter exists too much. Highway 50 at Ski Run, some cars heading east. Is the fire in Christmas Valley? Can I confirm? I can't confirm anything like that. They evacuated it, but I don't have any special way to find out. That's why we're listening to the radio. Zachary Stoner, I've told several friends about your channel today. Thumbs up, thank you. No, you're the best. You know what's hilarious is there was a guy called Fake Person. He's awesome. And he told me, you're the best last night. And I said, no, you're the best fake person. It's like, whoa, Sassy was hidden. Yeah, what happened? What? Okay, I just unhid you. What happened there? Must have been a mistake. Guys, this happens sometimes. My mods go to sleep and they roll in there.
Also, the
Yeah, what's going on, sister? She went to sleep already. I think she rolled on her phone. Sister Golden Hair said goodnight already, remember? What's going on? That happened before. How do I unhide Mr. Jewelers? Right? Yeah. So a couple times people were mass hidden because there was a cat that jumped up on somebody's laptop and walked all over the keyboard. I can't even find Jewelers to unhide him. I might have to yank mod powers for the night. That mysteriously happens. Totally normal people go on a banning spree, and I tell them about it the next day, and they go, I didn't do that. Ah, hell. Okay. There, okay, I found him. Unhide user. What in the heck? Yeah, banned by cat. That's what happened. Okay, I unhid him. Sorry, guys. Thanks for telling me. I'll have to actually look at the ban list. No, she's asleep. I've had a couple of guys say, the mods say they fell asleep with their phone, like, in bed with them and rolled on it and banned people. You shouldn't eat for 2 hours before sleep. That's a myth. You know, having inactivity right after you eat a heavy meal is the best course of action. That's why lions eat their fill and then they go to sleep. Just checking that you're not bad? Okay. Have you been to bed or had a nap? I woke up at like 2 in the afternoon. It's time for me to sleep, guys. Alright, I'm restarting the stream. Be right back. Please hit the sub button, the ringing bell to know when I go live. Or else do this on every YouTube channel. This part is the channel page. You would click on my name and you would go to my channel page, which has all my video content. And you can just refresh and a new video will show up and it'll say live. Well, she just signed up a little bit. She just signed off a little bit ago. So, hey, good night, Sassy. If I'm restarting the stream, I have to do that. And the mods will be here throughout the night. The stream is not ending. I just have to restart it because we've been live for 11 hours and 35 minutes. So, hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button on the way out. If you make the bell ringing, like there's a bell button, and you'll know whenever I go live. Hey, good night, Mr. Jewelers. Sorry about the unknown reason for ban there. Instead of a butt dial, it's a butt ban. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I'm restarting the stream, guys. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. And, okay, restarting stream. We'll be here all night. See you on the flip side.